shit's going to happen the way it's going to happen regardless. So while I'm here, I'm cool to not have as many mosquitoes around. You feel me?
Yeah, short term.
Yeah, but those
can you bet on tomorrow? Can you put $100 on tomorrow happening for you?
Are they?
But something just feels unnatural.
Are there mesquite trees?
Yeah, I agree. Hey, dude, I totally agree. I just try not to marinate in it. It hurts my feelings, right? I get all sad. So
I used to love catching frogs. Good luck with that these days.
You can usually tell if the tree's infested with it, especially a mesquite tree, because especially this time of year during the cooler season, you'll see a bunch of little golden nodules like all over the tree, and like it tends to not respond as well and not be as fruitful.
So non-responsive nodules. Is that what you're saying?
No, they're just like sap.
Nebulas. What word was that again?
Golden globules.
Globules. Yeah, that's a cool word, and it is. I think it is a word. So that's 2 for 2 there.
Oh, I don't know. It's probably not.
We'll just give it to you. Yeah, I think it is.
Have you ever gone to the Golden Globules Award?
Wait. Technically, the Earth is globular to these.
Not globular, globulous.
Yeah. I was trying to bring it back to flat Earth. Just don't want to talk about it, do you?
Golden Globulus Award?
Mm-hmm.
That's got to be like.
Yeah, I got some of that on my.
Can you imagine going in there with like a very Italian name, like put globulus in there, like go into troll the voters. Sorry,
my name is Giovanni Globulus, but people call me Globulus.
That's funny. G-glob, baby.
Just put like a vowel, like A, after every word. Mm-hmm. Like even the ones that don't need it.
What about the word pizza?
Or an
what do you do with that?
You mean pizza?
Is that how you'd say it in the Italy world?
Pizzoli.
No, they shorten it to pizza.
Mozzarella. It's like what?
They say
mozzarella. Yeah, I got it. I know what you're saying.
Go milk a moose, make some cheese, and then you'll have mozzarella.
What is it?
I don't like it when Italians say mozzarella.
Oh, moots. No, because it's an A word.
Moose milk. Are you making
it's an O.
Moose milk? I don't want it if you do.
Mozzarella? Yeah, and that's a problem because, again, it's just one O. If you don't know how to pronounce things, you shouldn't speak.
But if they say
string cheese, this is probably going to blow your mind. String cheese is what they make mozzarella sticks out of. You know, those deep fried mozzarella sticks. It's just string cheese deep fried.
I'm fine with that because those are mad delicious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, their string cheese is mozzarella. Yeah.
Mozzarella. Oh well, true Italians probably don't sound anything like that.
They'd probably be like, "What are you talking about? That's not even a mozzarella."
What are you talking about? Hey,
I live next door to a Italian restaurant, and the owner, he sounds like Kermit the Frog, but higher pitched.
Nice.
It sounds like this. Is it? You come to my restaurant, I'll make you a pizza. It's so hard not to make fun of him.
That's great. Yo, Tony, why your balls are never dropped?
That was pretty gay.
Hey, tell him you really like that sewer shell filled with that cheese. The sewer pipe pasta filled with the cheese. Hey, motherfucker, that's how rigatoni. Yeah, the
that's
sewer
not even
pipe
how
pasta.
You make
hey, motherfucker, that's how rigatoni. You make fun of my rigatoni.
Are you trying to refer to the SNL skit from like 1997 where there was a guy who's like,
no.
Mama, what did you do? Did you do something different in your sauce tonight? What, you don't like my sauce? No, Mama, I love your sauce. It's the best sauce. Oh, what, you don't like my sauce?
That's fucking great, yeah.
With a wooden spoon and shit. I saw that when I was like 6 years old.
If you didn't say Mama's
it's
sauce was the
definitely not
best you've
about
ever had,
that.
better than the last one, you were done.
You're gonna get spanked.
She'd throw it in your face. Oh, she wouldn't do that.
That was back when.
Just wait till your father gets home. That's what that is. Sorry, go ahead.
That was back when Saturday Night Live wasn't so shitty.
It's horrible. It died within 1 year. It died.
Yeah, that was back when Chevy Chase was still like in it. You know, basically.
How much of it was Chevy Chase and how much of it was cocaine? That's what I want to know.
I know, but remember when they were making fun of marijuana and Just Say No campaign or whatever, and like he sat there and he took a joint and acted like he was gonna like stick it in his arm or something. They go, "You wonder why they call it dope?" And I go, "Dude, that's so fucking retarded."
Wow. He probably got paid a cool he probably got like 50 grand for that too. Anyway, what?
Yeah.
On the set of Caddyshack, there was just cocaine and weed everywhere all the time. Most of that movie wasn't even scripted. It was just fucked up people having fun.
Fucked up, really talented people. I mean, what better thing? Like, that's awesome. Bill Murray on mushrooms or some shit. God, I love it. Fuck yeah.
So I jumped in Hong Kong and made my way to Tibet as a looper. A pro jock. So anyway, I get out in Tibet, and who do they give me but none other than the Dalai Lama himself, 12th son of the Lama, glowing robes, grace, everything, whole deal. So we get out to tea, and the Lama, he hauls off wax one. He's a big hitter, the Lama. Anyways, it ends up at the base of a giant crevasse, and he says to me, Gunga Lagunga. So anyways, we finish 18, and I say to the Lama, hey, how about something, for the effort? And he says, there will be no money exchange, but instead, on your deathbed, you will receive total consciousness. So I got that going for me.
That is a great, that was good.
Rendition?
A rendition. No, was that every single word, like with inflections too?
I miss about 12 words every single time I do it, but
I'll tell you what.
Pretty good.
I'll tell you what. True motherfuckers wouldn't have need them 12 words. You feel me? Yeah, that's a great movie.
And the whole time he has a pitchfork to this little kid's throat while he's telling him the story.
That is true. And the kid's
just like, yep, okay.
Is it in his shed? Like the kid goes to his shed and talks to him there? Is that what that is?
It was up against the snack stand.
Okay.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that movie in I'm going to say 15 years.
It'll hold up if you rewatch it.
I know it does. That was like around the time National Lampoon was taking off too. Really getting going.
I think at one time I could recite every word from Wayne's World.
No way.
Camera
stairway denied.
Camera 1. Camera 2.
You're supposed to say way.
Way.
No way. Way. Look backwards if you want to laugh. Don't look forwards. If you look forwards, you're going to be laughing for a different reason. Like, holy shit, is this reality? Is this real life?
Or is this fantasy?
I say don't worry about a thing. 'Cause every little thing is gonna be alright.
Be alright.
Don't worry. Be happy.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Bobby McFerrin.
I stepped away for a little while. Did anybody even acknowledge Matthew while he was in here?
I'm here. Oh, wait.
Matthew Learns?
Yeah, I'm here too.
Matthew Learns was in here for like a solid hour.
Going good, Hank.
Wrong Matt.
Hello, Matt.
Calling all Globers.
Hey, what do you call a dude with no arms and no legs dropped off on your front porch?
Or Matt?
Matt, get it? Matt?
Oh, I get it. I just didn't want to get it. I didn't want to hear something like that. It was terrible. Just kidding, buddy.
Well, what do you call a girl with one leg?
One-legged?
Eileen.
What is it?
Eileen.
That's good. I like that one. It's cute.
If she gets a prosthetic, though, then she becomes a Peggy.
Fuck. Those are both top of the line.
Yeah.
How good are you at taking the place of a globe earther?
Man, it's hard, man. It's hard. You gotta lie.
I like to do it every once in a while just to keep me on my toes. Get both of the arguments down.
If you guys are familiar with Flatzoid, he sometimes goes on Nathan Oakley's panel, and he did a whole show as what do they call him, Professor Francois or something. He did a whole accent and did played Glober for a whole show. Impressive. It's hard to do.
Before we move on, though, I'd like to point out that saying "staying on your toes" is really offensive to both Peggy and Eileen.
Oh no.
What do you call a cow with two legs?
Ground beef.
Lean beef.
What do you call a cow that jumps over a barbed wire fence?
Shredded meat.
Utter destruction.
That's good. I like that.
What do you get when you cross a hippopotamus with a helicopter? Or a hippopotamus with a rhino, or something like that.
What?
Yeah. It's an elephant and a rhino, dude.
No, it's a rhino and a helicopter. Helifino.
Elephant. Well.
I
always heard it's elephant rhino. But
yeah, that's why I said elephant rhino. It's not. That's not what it is.
Helifino.
Yeah.
But yeah, I want to know if Globe, if he's good at pretending to be a Glober. You gotta stay on your toes.
Guys, I'd nail it, is what I would do. So, but I'm not going to do that shit.
Okay. Well, I if you want to ask me as a Glober, I'll be willing to do it. I was a Glober longer than I was a flat earther, so.
Well, we all were, but let's. Excuse me. Yes, I was too. Mm-hmm.
How many Globers does it take?
I would staple gun it.
How many Globers does it take to change a light bulb?
Too many.
Well, that's not the point because gravity.
None, because they think the light bulb just went down below the horizon, will rise up on the other side.
Right.
How many does it take to come to that conclusion?
Hey, did you know, not only did evolution do a lot of stuff before this, things evolved so well that a light bulb was made and then planned specifically by an intelligence to do something specific.
Imagine
evolution did that, guys. Evolution.
Man.
Random shit happening and exploding and whatever created that scenario. It's so impressive to me. It kind of denotes perhaps a creator of intelligence. No. Okay, we couldn't say that.
Hey!
He's gonna kick one of them.
Uh-oh.
Get him.
That sounded like 500 dogs. What's going on over there?
Don't hurt your doggy.
You guys ever shut the garage door on a dog by accident?
Couldn't say.
It's a weird thing to have happen. And it's not like the dog's sitting there waiting for it to happen. They're running to see if they can catch the garage door and get in Right. And well, my dog was fast, but he never knew that he was heavy and getting
They felt
heavier.
the mighty wrath of the spray bottle.
Well, no, he like would scrape his back on the bottom of the garage door, and it was retarded to like. Oh man, it hurt to watch. I don't know why I said retarded. It hurt to watch, for sure.
Who?
He did it a lot too, man.
What were you talking about?
Dog barely catching the garage door as it comes down because he's running to try to get in and catch it, but he like scrapes the top of his head and his back real bad.
Ouch.
Not like scabs and stuff, but like you see it happen, you're like, oh, damn, dude. And it's all because he doesn't want to be left out separate from you because he loves you so much. Anyway, what were you saying?
Well, the poodle finally got what was coming to him because he's always sitting there fucking like chewing Sam's ass, just like whenever Sam runs by, just always like on his haunches, just biting at him, like chewing him out, right? So Sam rolled him up. So I grabbed the mighty old spray bottle, and they didn't like the wrath of the spray bottle.
Oh yeah. Take something usually pretty simple, pretty harmless.
Yeah.
Do we have any Glovers in the house?
I am here.
Your name is We?
We.
Are you French?
We.
All right. Well, shoot, man.
Gotta do Francais?
A short, fat dude falls overboard in the ocean. What's his name? Bob.
These are dad jokes.
I'm going back to the globe. Y'all hit me. I think it's a ball. What y'all got?
Hank, what makes you say that, Hank? Dave?
Why do y'all call me Hank all the time?
You know what? I don't know.
Dave Hank combo.
Because whenever I hear someone do it, I'm like, fucking idiot. And then I do it. And it's like, fuck.
There's a couple different combos in the server, you know.
Yeah.
If you really think about it, with all the people that would have to be in on this, it's ridiculous to think about that they would lie about the shape.
There's no way they could pull it off. That's one of my family members' arguments is humans can't keep anything secret. And I'm like, maybe they're not human. And he goes, you're retarded. I'm like, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then I watch him finish the beer. And I say, man, that smelled good. And he said, you want to smell my breath? And I said, fuck you, dude. And then I left.
And I've got a positive claim for my Earth curvature if y'all want to see it. Somebody have to look it up for me, though. I can't find it. I have a friend named Soundly. He lives down in Louisiana, or at least that's where he took his picture.
I thought Soundly was the name of the place.
No, it's a guy that...
Wow. Shows how much I know. Good Lord.
He went out there with his camera, and he did a photograph, and you see the bridge curving, and there's your curvature right there. So,
I see.
I don't know what y'all are worried about.
It's crazy that, because it doesn't make sense, that the ball would be much smaller than 25,000 miles in circumference at that point. If you could see that much curvature at that point, good Lord. So,
you're not accounting for the gravitational refraction and the other factors and stuff. So.
Oh, no, I account for all of that, and then immediately I trash it because it's refutable by reality.
Reality.
So we're talking about why would people lie, right?
Yeah.
Are you asking the question? Why would people lie?
I'm making an example of people just lie and lie and lie. My cat is missing, and I posted on some community forums and threads that it was missing, and somebody said, "Oh, I found your cat, but you got to send me your 6-digit code to your iPhone so I can confirm it's your cat." And I'm like, what?
Oh my God.
People taking advantage of people missing loved ones and trying to scam them out of shit. That's just the lowest of the low.
No, it's not. Don't say lowest. It could always get worse, dude. But yeah. That's terrible.
Touché.
Fuck all that.
Who the hell goes around on missing pet websites trying to scam people out of their banking information and stuff?
Some people are desperate.
How do you know it's not from the YouTube chat?
Because I posted it on a community forum that has nothing to do with YouTube.
Oh, okay.
It's for my zip code. That's it.
So Octane Weasel's a globe earther, but he's in here on Diffin. So what's up with that?
Somebody undo that immediately.
He's scared.
Doesn't want to catch the flat Earth cooties, huh?
What's the point of joining a voice server in Diffin?
He wants to just see the chat text.
I guess. Anyway, the Earth is a ball, and y'all are crazy.
I think, okay, let me explain something right now. This is great. At this time last night, I was frantically typing, trying to keep up with the sophists in the YouTube chat. And now I don't see one of them in there.
All quiet on the YouTube front, huh?
Here's what's going on. All of those people were probably no more than 5 to 10 people, even though it might have seemed like 50 or more. And they all agreed it's not worth it now to go into the YouTube chat. So instead of looking like random people coming to the server or just trolls, they all have stopped. That is completely sloppy, guys. You would have at least wanted to leave some stragglers behind to make it look organic. Anyway, there's no one in there. No Globers in there. It's crazy. Anyway, just thought I'd bring that up.
I think there was
I hope that doesn't mean they're getting ready to strike.
Strike? What kind of threat are these fucking losers? Get out of here! Strike.
No.
What are we doing?
That's not what I said. I said I hope that doesn't mean they're getting ready to strike, like us. Us.
Oh, strike the YouTube?
No, strike like the Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah, exactly. Losers. They're not going to do shit.
And most of them are multiple sock accounts. So when
I'm talking about these little.
Lost 3.
I'm talking about these minion bitches that come in here. Yeah, but they're gone tonight. So you know what? Oh man, that's a nice little stretch I'm giving myself here.
They're probably all working.
There at 10:03, Creation Bear posted my curvature I was going to prove you all with. So there you go.
Yeah, look it.
Yeah, I'm with Dave. Clearly, it's curving.
And that
obviously
proves
a ball.
Yep.
I don't know what y'all are looking at.
It means we're spinning. Yep. We are spinning in 4 different directions, equaling millions of miles an hour of angular acceleration, right, that we're missing. I could stop there, but yeah.
It's all relative motion, man, and you're not going to feel that. I mean, it says that in the physics book. Did you even read the physics book?
You know what I think is funny is they say spherical excess, and it's like, so what happens to the excess? Where does it go? Do you have it in like buckets somewhere? You don't know what to do with the excess in the earth? What's happening? I don't get it.
You don't get it, then I want to show you.
Extra. It's like daylight savings time. Get out of here. What the fuck? That's a concept. What the hell are you saying? Sorry, I'll just get a little sarcastic sometimes.
No, I've hated daylight savings time since I learned of it 30 years ago.
Dare you?
It's ridiculous.
How do you save sunlight? Where are you putting it?
It was all just to avoid lighting the street lamps in Boston with whale oil. The law said it had to be lit till 10 p.m. or 9 p.m. So what they said is, you know what, we're going to change the clock so we can save money on whale oil.
The system works.
No, it frequently doesn't.
Fuck the system.
It's kind of like the Union Pacific creating time zones back in the late 1800s. How everyone would say, oh, so if we're going to marry, you want us to have our marriages on Union Pacific time. Because they changed the time of every single town and state. Before they would just
go by noon.
Their time was based off of, where the sun was in the sky. And they changed that. Union Pacific changed that.
Making it totally artificial.
Yeah, because if you're driving 4 hours to the east or the west, and you're at the same time, in the same time zone, it doesn't make sense because the sun's going to rise and set at a different time. Although the structure we have says that it doesn't. It says that, you know, this is the specific time it is, even though it would probably be 45 minutes off.
It really is biased towards the center of these presupposed time zones, because if you're right on the edge of it, then you could step over a line in the sand and boom, an hour drops off the clock.
Are you okay?
What?
Huh?
Nothing. It was background. Sorry.
So trying to solve a problem led to a greater problem where along the lines of division between the time zones, it just makes no sense at all. It only makes sense somewhat in the middle of the time zones. But everybody away from the center of the time zone is experiencing a constantly false time.
False time.
Yeah, I agree. If you go to the west side of Texas, the sun sets at a different time than in the east, obviously, because it's a different location.
But the same time zone.
Yeah, it's the same time zone. But you don't know it unless you go to the other side of the balance.
Yeah.
Wasn't
the
general idea of when they created the time zones, each zone, the sun is in the middle of the zone in that hour? You know what I mean?
Time in Millennium was on when the sun was at its zenith.
The zenith 12 noon in the middle of the zone at 12 noon.
And when they created time zones, that stopped being the accurate measurement that it was done by for almost everywhere, except the middle.
Union Pacific did it so that, you know, people who were trying to catch a train would have the same time, you know, because every city, if they were 15 miles apart, they had different times, not by a whole lot, but enough to make a difference. And that's why Union Pacific, you know, petitioned or whatever they did to have time zones, because they wanted to have a standardized time to when you can get on the train or not. And it's kind of screwy, but I guess it was just practical back in the that kind of industrial revolution time.
Post-industrial revolution, yeah.
And we can't, at least I can't trust anything past 50 or 60 years at this point, whatever time I've been alive as far as history goes. But anyway.
It would only matter to the conductor what the time was between one stop and another. It wouldn't matter to the passengers with regard to when they show up to meet the train. The local stops could be measured in local time. It was all about making the industry of train travel more efficient and expeditious. And it confused everybody else.
Well, and like I was saying, there was people who weren't really happy with time zones, and kind of like I said before, that, you know, there were ladies and men that were protesting, saying, well, if there's going to be time zones, so we, you know, when we marry, we're going to be on Union Pacific time. We're not going to be on, you know, standard daytime. It's not going to be the same time. It's going to be some standardized crap that, you know.
Why does the time on a marriage certificate have any importance, though?
Well, it's not the marriage certificate. It's just that, like, hey, we're gonna, you know, have this. We're gonna do this at noon or 2 p.m. or whatever.
No, the time does matter.
All that you need to ask.
The time does matter because it's a contract. You're basically making a contract with the state, right? A partnership, and everything you create is going to belong to the state. So everything you own, you buy, you purchase, right? It's a big scam. I'll post a video if you guys are interested.
Noon is relative to where you're standing. It has nothing to do with what noon is relative to that at the last stop or the next stop on the train line. It's irrelevant to when you catch the train. Local time, like you've ridden on an airplane, I'm sure. You're landing and local time is blah, blah, blah. What's the difference?
I guess the issue was back in the day is Union Pacific dictating, what time it is for this period, this region of land. Whereas before, they had their own time for, every city, depending on where you were. And they said, no, this whole state or this whole group of states is going to be at this time. And, people had to deal with it. And a lot of people weren't happy about it because, it kind of screwed up their whole. It's kind of like daylight savings, you got to change your clocks and all this stuff. And it doesn't really make any sense because you know what time it is, but now they're telling you, no, that's not what time it is. This is the time you got to go to work by and or catch the train, so it's just
imagine living on the edge of two time zones. You could have half of your house, it's 11 p.m., and the other half of your house is 12 p.m. How does that make sense? They're both half an hour off from the nearest meridian.
Well, yeah, and I mean, back in the day, people would just look up to where the sun was, and when the sun's in the middle of the sky, it's noon. But now, with daylight savings, when the sun is in the middle of the sky, it's probably 10:30 a.m. or something. It's just like the whole screwy, how our time is set up. It's like, why the hell would you measure it like that? It doesn't make any sense.
Right. That's my beef with the whole thing, is that it was a self-evident, unique time to everywhere you were on Earth, but they tried to oversimplify it to the point where nothing makes sense anymore. Or it's not clean, at least. They tried to standardize it, but made it all that more ambiguous in the process.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose with the lunar cycle, we still kind of have that. We know when it's a full moon and we know it's a new moon. But for every day, when the sun's at noon or when the sun rises or sets, it constantly changes, and it's being changed more than it needs to be.
And it kind of goes the wrong direction, too.
What does?
Daylight savings time.
Oh.
If anything, it should go the other direction. Spring back, fall forward, so it's more normalized when the sun rises. Instead, it exacerbates the difference between the seasons.
I don't know why you need to change it anyway. I mean,
you shouldn't.
If it was all stable, it would be. I think it would be easier to. I mean, I don't even know. Like, apparently daylight savings was implemented to help the farmers get up at the right time or something. I don't know what the heck it was.
It's about whale oil and I've heard that claim as well in the past too, though. But cows and roosters and pigs, they wake up based on the sun, not on time zones.
Yeah, so I don't think it would help the farmers. If anything, it would confuse them more. So
Fuck, I gotta get up at 4 and calling it 5? That's not 5, that's 4.
I don't know if you guys know this, but the beast system, right, is supposed to change the times and the laws.
It aims to change everything, doesn't it? Everything that's good and natural needs to be subverted and brought under control of some form.
Didn't Rome already do that too? And then the popes after that? Or not the pope, but the Catholic Church?
Well, with months of the year, to a certain degree, yeah. Standardize those.
Like the Julian calendar and all that other stuff?
Yep.
Yeah. There was no such thing as July or August for a long, long time. And months weren't even the same length at that period in time. So
do
you would
you
have
think
like
there
a
should be
15-day
13?
month and a 60-day month. They
Do you
added
think there
2
should
more
be
in the
13
cards. Sorry, go ahead.
28-day months?
Well, it doesn't fit exactly, right? There's a remainder that needs to be accounted for. We got leap years and
Yeah, for any calendar, right? Do you think it should be 13 months, 28 days, generally?
No.
That's not the pattern. What is the proper? What is the pattern that the sun, moon, and stars are actually doing?
Well, there's something called a sidereal day and a sidereal month, and it's by the moon that we should be marking the month, not by an arbitrary alternative.
So there's not 13 cycles of the moon in a year?
Not to my knowledge. I could be wrong. It would be plausible, I would say.
Yeah, isn't it
Remainder
that
could
many
add up.
cycles? And it's over 28 days, right?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, if you divide 365 by
What's
13,
the old calendar?
It's 28.07. So, if you did every month exactly at 28 days, it would work out to 13 months.
We're kind of also assuming that every single cycle of the moon is exactly reminiscent of the previous and the next, though, right? I've seen some weird shit go on with the moon where it's not following a slow linear change. It's instead skipping around. So maybe some months are longer and some months are shorter if we use the moon as the standard.
Would the 28-day months coincide with the solstices and equinoxes being on the same day every year?
Yeah, that's the question there.
A good question.
Yeah, it's called the lunar That's called the lunar calendar. It's
365.25 days or something.
365. It needs to be 365 and a quarter for leap year. So,
right.
Leap year is just to quantify the fact of the drift between the lunar and the solar year.
Well, it's just because the solar and the lunar calendars are not in perfect synchronicity, but they measure different things.
Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe we should have a mix of the two of them, a lunar and solar calendar that are, both in.
I'm glad you said that. Check it out. There's a website
a year
called World's Last Chance. They run on what's called a luni-solar calendar, which is an amalgamation of both. And if you get the app, the calendar date will also be on the Gregorian as well as the they call them lunatations, but there's only 12, not 13. Unless, like, you go along with what the Hebrews do, and can't remember, so many years, 10 years or something like that, they do another month. They add a month.
Yeah, and they do 13 months, right?
No, they do 12. They do 12, but every so often they add an extra month.
Oh, I thought they did 13.
No.
Every 4 years, maybe.
No, not every 4 years.
No,
they do it like every 10 years or 12, 10 or 28 or something like that.
I basically more meant it has to be a remainder that adds up to a whole over a certain amount of time.
You got to remember, too, the lunar solar kind of coincides with the almanac on the 13 month and everything, right?
If you've got a decimal in the lunar calendar, then it cannot ever match up with the solar calendar perfectly, or not consistently. Otherwise, you wouldn't have a decimal. 28.31, is that what you said?
It's 28.07.
So the 0.07 says to me that the two are related but not fixed to one another.
Well, that's just based on the 365 and a quarter. Gregorian year, right? See, that's the thing. We need to get back to the agricultural year. What we knew on a certain day, because this star was rising above this peak where the observers live, the priests would watch that and then they would say, now's the time to sow your seeds.
It's the almanac.
Yeah, then it got turned into the almanac, and then we got the electric light, and now we have cars and supermarkets where we don't need to worry about that, so we're all lost on the meaning of everything.
Yeah,
we
I
are
think
confused.
Everyone's a little more disconnected from nature, but
we live in the land of confusion.
Confounded we are.
I mean, if we were meeting in person, like if we had this Discord and we all met at like town hall and we're talking in person, it'd be a completely different experience. But you know, we'd still have the same purpose and intent with our speech. It would just be a completely more concrete experience.
We would have just said meet at sunset. Everybody knows when sunset is. Except the blind, maybe.
But do you guys really want to live like the Mormons? You know, like out in the plains somewhere, right? Like doomsday prepping and that shit. And like, you know, you can see for miles around you in any direction. Because you know they're doomsday
They're a little
preppers,
smarter
right?
than us, I think.
I'd be okay with being Amish.
Yeah, they have to have enough provisions for a year on every person in their house. So.
Yeah, but if they come short of that, then they decide which one to eat. I'm just kidding.
Oh, fuck.
We got 12 kids and enough food for 11. All right, who's tastiest?
Little House on the Prairie is not your idea of a good life out there, Hank? Is that what you're saying? I came in late to that.
Yeah, I guess so, but I didn't watch the show, so I don't really know if you're insinuating anything that I'm not unaware of. But yeah, Little House on the Prairie sounds good.
Just got to watch out for the dysentery.
I always think of that Tom Cruise movie when they were giving away land and they just open up the racetracks and you just go throw your flag on whatever plot of land you want.
I think you can just about still do that in counties near the border in Texas. Like you got to pay like chicken scratch for what the land is worth, but you know, it's kind of like
it's called homesteading. If you go
on a couple $100,000
on federal lands, if you inhabit a plot for 7 years continuously, you get like I think it's 20 acres. Could be more. I'm not quite sure, but you can still do that. You just have to occupy it and work the land, and then over enough time, it becomes your property.
Are you talking with like BLM regulated land, like federal land?
Yeah, I mean, there's no stipulations that you have to live on that property full time. You know, why can't you get two of them, one in a couple states, and you get to travel back and forth between homesteads?
Well, I know that it's a mining claim, so you can get an acre of land, and it's like $75 annually for an acre. I know that there's that, but I didn't know about working the land or however you were saying.
Yeah, I've never heard that before either, actually. But there's still plenty of land out there you could buy out in the boonies for $25,000 for a couple acres, and you're outside of the jurisdiction of the building codes. You know, build your own
unincorporated lands.
Yeah, just like you're doing. You built in a container, right? I wouldn't. I don't think I would go the container route, but there's other stuff I would use to build a cheap house.
Well, I'm still in incorporated land, so I'm subject to the town and their building codes and everything. I just didn't ask for permission. I'm asking for forgiveness, and I'm winning the court battles left and right on it. So it's kind of real. They don't even know what to make of my house. They're like, is it a shed? No. Is it a house? Yes, but no. They don't even know how within their bylaws to define what I'm doing. So they don't actually have any bylaws in place to tell me I can't do it.
What state was it that was building those barn dominiums? If your house was charged at one tax rate, but if you had a barn, it was charged at a different tax rate. So these people were building like 5,000 square foot barns that were basically houses and paying no property taxes on them.
I think that's multiple states. New York has some of that as well. It's taxed at a different rate when it's livable space. If you have a bathroom in it, then they can tax you a lot. But if there's no bathroom in the barn, then it's just a barn.
That's where outhouses come in.
Bing, bing. I know more about my local town regulations than the local town regulators do. I've been making them look dumb as shit in court for 4 years. I'm not hooked up to electricity or sewer or water or anything like that. I'm homesteading, and therefore they don't have legal authority to call it a traditional house and therefore be regulated by building codes, etc. Because it doesn't fit into their framework that they established.
Yeah, I would be really interested in doing something like that here within the next couple of years.
Well, as soon as all these container ships waiting off the coast unload their stuff, there's going to be a huge excess of shipping containers. You'd probably be able to get one for $600.
That is true. I think I would do I would go aircrete. Have you ever heard of an aircrete house or aircrete dome or anything like that?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, hempcrete.
Should get float though.
Use hempcrete. It's pretty strong.
Put it in a lake. Nobody owns
like the
that.
fibers.
The state or the county can own the land underneath the lake, but it doesn't own the surface of a lake. So if your house floats on the surface of a lake, they can't say you're trespassing or you're on public property or anything because it's just a boat. As long as you got a boating license, you're good.
Yeah, they have a bar out here that's on a dock floating on the river.
There's communities like that all over the world. There's one in Thailand. There's one down in South America where the whole thing is a reed island, and they have to keep on going to the mainland and collecting reed because it's all deteriorating.
When it rots, it sinks. So you gotta keep stuffing that hollow straw with the air pockets in it underneath, or you'll sink too. Myanmar is a good example of that. Most of all of the places that people live in Myanmar are not on land. Hundreds of little boats and tugboats and stuff tied together, making like a flotilla.
Fuck that! Just get a houseboat.
Actually on land.
Yeah, I was only in Burma for one day, and I just remember big old stilt houses. They were 30, 40 feet off the water at that time. It was during the dry season.
Get yourself a bunch of docks, put a bunch of docks together, and have like a drainaway system, like netting type thing, to where you can grow your food, to where eventually the roots of the food will just dangle in the water and you don't have to water it.
If you plant mangroves, then they'll collect garbage from the water and create soil in the root balls.
I was talking about having like a dock set up.
Right. Oh, we're not far off. I'm simply saying that if the plants that you plant are mangrove trees, they will start to create an artificial island on their own if you cultivate them for 10, 15 years.
Yeah, same with bamboo. Old river cane, whatever the fuck they call it out here.
But you ever thought about taking shipping containers and welding them into triangles and then triangles into hexagons and then paving over the top of that lily pad and making
No, I was
land?
actually thinking about getting some shipping containers, sinking 2 of them, and having another one mid-range to where 3 of them will be underground, 1 will be mid-range, and then above ground will be like 2 of them side to side built into like one side will be a shop and the other side will be living container, like
But
living
like
quarters.
firmly foundationed in the seabed?
No.
So you said sink them though, right?
Yeah, sink them in the dirt, sink them in the ground.
So that would be like a pylon, no?
Bury them.
There you go.
So as an anchor then?
Bury 2 of them, that way I can have like emergency shelters, and or grow room. Because I was thinking about having like a grow setup.
I'm sorry. I thought you were saying bury them in the sea.
No.
You mean
Why
on
would I
land?
bury them in the sea?
Well, there's still dirt underneath the water.
Why would I want to go near the sea, dude? If you live on the East Coast, get the fuck out of there, dude.
Why are you so salty and spicy?
I'm just saying, dude, get away from the coasts if you can.
I'm at a pretty high evolution. I've had a beer.
You're pretty high. Evolution.
Elevation.
Well, just because, China and Russia are rattling the nuclear sabers and all that shit. And next year, there'll be a new weapon that will be available. It's the Poseidon torpedo.
Ooh,
Poseidon, huh?
I personally
you ever heard of that?
Nuclear.
What does it do?
Oh, it doesn't matter. It's 200 megaton yield. That's the kind of explosive power it has.
If it's TNT,
regardless sure. What you think it is, what happens is it's a lanthanide that burns in air, or an actinide that reacts with the oxygen in the air and it ignites. So what happens is the material itself burns with the heat, and that's what creates the energy. It doesn't do what they say it does, but it has that amount of energy enough to create a tsunami.
I'm high enough.
And apparently they can set this thing off, and it can take like up to a year for it to reach its destination, creeping.
That makes no sense.
It's like undetectable. Once they set it loose, it's like done.
I would need to see some science on that.
Look it up.
It's empirical evidence.
Poseidon torpedo, Russia.
Empirical evidence.
Whatever happened to atomic bombs?
They became old news, old hat.
It's a simpler technology than thermonuclear bombs, yeah?
No, I don't know that. I can't answer that question. I don't know. I don't know anything about that stuff.
Well, they originally taught that a single hydrogen atom split releases a hydrogen bomb's level of devastation.
What's a hydrogen bomb?
How do you invade a country because they have an atom of hydrogen?
Yeah, what's a hydrogen bomb?
I
still never had that explained to me.
It's a deuterium device. It's a device that has highly compressed deuterium, and it has plutonium spark plug, basically, that sets off the reaction that causes the hydrogen that's built into the deuterium to split apart and create helium in return, so it creates a boson or a
I was
beta
under the
particle.
impression that it was a proton gun that shot a proton into hydrogen. At least that's what they taught years ago.
You guys are blowing my fucking mind right now.
No, it takes a plutonium spark plug, a small chain reaction.
You know, I've known some girls that were plutonium
cascade
spark
of
plugs.
neutrons off. It's the neutrons that split it.
You know what I mean?
Because deuterium's kind of unstable as is.
It's just heavy water, though.
Yeah,
Heavy water.
I remember the way they used to explain it is that nuclear after the blast would be, you know, of course, the nuclear winter or the radioactive, when the hydrogen bomb was supposed to be almost as powerful, if not as powerful, but without the radiation afterward. Whether either of those things are true, I don't actually know. But
What's scary is the proposed neutron bomb, which was a small payload nuke, but it had a large amount of discharge of neutrons.
Don't say discharge, please.
Enough to cause like an EMP and kill all carbon-based life forms in the area.
I just was watching the new 007 movie, and there's an EMP part of the movie. It's not like a citywide, or fuck you, watch the movie, but there's some EMP stuff going in there. Okay, bye.
And it will leave like all the structures standing, no structural damage whatsoever. It's just a death wave.
You think it'll come down to it, Josh?
I think this tsunami, because this has been talked about by the seers.
The seers?
Yeah, the
seers and robots,
remote viewers, whatever the fuck they're talking about.
Oh, do you believe that stuff?
I sure don't.
Then a lot of people's been having dreams.
Yeah.
About a tsunami coming and hitting both coasts.
Have you heard about this Donald Marshall character?
Yeah, I've heard about him.
Okay. No, he's a psyop. But anyway, his story is so interesting. And I won't tell it here. Just if you guys get curious, look up Donald Marshall cloning centers.
You don't think he wrote all those songs?
Fuck no. What?
Come on, man.
Bro, I spent 20 years in the music business. That guy couldn't write a genuine song without it sounding mediocre at best. You know, that kind of guy.
I'll admit he's not.
He grew up listening to Smashing Pumpkins and crying all the time. Anyway, sorry. What?
He's crying all the time.
Yeah, Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness was the only record, though, that they would listen to. They'd talk about it all the fucking time. Anyway, sorry.
Did they?
I was in high school in 98 through 2000. 99.
Oh, you mean they as in the world?
No, sorry. 95, I think. Sorry, 96. I'm 39.
God damn, I was in high school from fucking, what?
Only 9 years older than you.
94 to 99. Supposed to be class of 2000, but I graduated a year early.
I graduated a year late.
I didn't.
Imagine that.
I did 5 years in high school. Just
I got held back.
Schools.
So I got held back in kindergarten. That's why I was supposed to graduate late, but I actually graduated on time.
Dude, I'll one-up the fuckers all the time about high school. I kicked out of 2 of them.
Yeah, I got expelled in high school.
You ain't lived until you've been kicked out at least twice.
For citing a riot, then I had to go to fucking court school with all the juvenile delinquents.
Yeah, I hung with those cats for a little bit
from
too.
my third school for drinking too much milk at lunch.
What?
I got suspended from my third high school for drinking too much milk at
So you got
lunch.
suspended from 3 different high schools?
Yeah, you probably drank like 5 or 6 of them, right?
I'd say that tops me.
Is that because you kept stealing all the kids' lunch or milk money?
Yeah, you kept stealing their milk.
It was all paid for. I just tried to drink as much as I could, and then I threw up in the parking lot like half an hour later, and they were like, "You're a bad kid."
That's none of their business at all.
I would probably agree with them. You were a bad kid, but yeah.
Listen, the milk's paid for, hon. Go get a life. Get a different job if you don't like what you're seeing.
Tuition,
mom,
or a little mom.
In lunch, they'll throw your ass in jail. you might contaminate somebody with your vomit.
Karen Anderson is every geography teacher ever in the whole United States.
Man, that little moth
she
really
weighs like
fucking had a lot of
320 pounds.
zap in him, didn't he?
Sorry, what?
This
Karen
moth
Anderson,
just sat there and
geography.
just barbecued itself on this grill, dude.
What did?
This fucking moth.
Oh, it's on your bug killer?
Yeah.
It's not funny, dude. Moths
dude,
are
it's just
like...
sitting there just... Dude, fuck moths.
Dude, bro, moths are like spirits that you used to know, and like they're coming back to say hi.
Here we go again.
Shut up with that shit, Glaflow.
Yeah. I'm just trying to be funny, funky. Oop.
Nah, no. It was
I'm giving you
Dude, you have a fire going, and the moth is so stupid it'll fly into the fire.
There you go, yeah. Off to the flame, you know, there's a reason why they talk about it like that.
Yeah, they got a lot of dust on their wings.
Dude,
They
when
do.
this thing was flying,
Quite a
when
bit.
this thing was flying, dude, I saw feathers flying off this bitch.
No, fucking moths are the messiest insects.
Yeah.
They suck to get their shit all over you, but you know what?
Dude, they
I
eat
like
your
them.
clothes, man.
They're
eat your
beautiful.
clothes.
Aren't they beautiful?
I don't eat my clothes, man. What are you talking about?
When you look at the patterns on them, yeah.
I think they're pretty.
Kind of like butterflies.
Yeah, they're fucking awesome, dude.
They're like chilling. They're butterflies that are just chilling. Their colors don't have to be so
They're like butterflies that look
No, they're
ugly.
not butterflies.
What are you
Butterflies
talking
don't
about?
Hairy
fly at
butterflies.
night, dude.
They're like ugly
Wait a minute.
butterflies.
Is that the only
bro.
difference, though? Between a moth and a butterfly?
No, one
No,
has a cocoon,
there's
the other one has a chrysalis.
gotta be something else.
Well, yeah,
Oh,
but I mean...
butterflies
One
don't
looks
get
like a
attracted to
giant
light like
fly
that.
with hair on it, and it just...
Dude,
Butterflies
there's
but they
meta-
both eat nectar, right? But the butterfly actually has what the fuck is it
I
called?
think moths eat
Butterflies can
cotton,
digest
don't
it,
they?
yeah.
Yeah, they like cotton.
It's not the adult moths, it's the larva, the pupa.
Yes, that's the ones you got to worry about. They
Pupa.
puzzle the young, yeah.
We could get rid of
That's
that
what we
word.
call a moth. They're harmless. Well,
And then,
except for their breeding.
do you know what a
Fucking
fucking
moth shit,
butterfly?
that's stupid.
Butterfly is the worst enemy in my cannabis garden, my friend.
I don't care.
Little
You
white
won't
ones,
kill them.
yeah.
I don't care.
Bullshit.
I don't care. I don't want to kill it.
You just don't
we
know
had
that
a
they're in the
butterfly
adult
shortage
form.
worldwide
You know how many
for a few years.
It cost you a
you know
couple
how many
ounces of weed. You probably
caterpillars
would.
I fucking wiped off this freaking earth?
Shout out to
Yeah,
neem oil.
I don't think God's worried about us killing the bugs. Really don't.
Neem oil is pretty badass. I mixed it with some apple cider vinegar, and they hate it.
Wow.
They hate
Somebody's
it.
making fireworks
The
around
little
here.
white ones, those are the little butterfly moths or whatever they are that really screw up your nightshades. And yeah, they're
The fucking white flies.
All of the nightshades that I have. Yeah, right. Yeah, no, it's terrible for those. Mm-hmm.
Those fucking
you don't
white
grow
flies,
any
man.
nightshades in your garden?
What the? I don't have a garden, bro. I'm on the second floor of an apartment building.
You could still have a
garden in your
garden.
back.
I have a lot of plants.
You have
I'm
a
looking at.
porch?
Listen,
Yes, I have
I got my
potatoes.
tomato plant inside right now, chilling because it's cherry tomatoes and it's surviving inside right now, even though it's cold.
And you do have nightshades.
What's a nightshade?
Tomato is a nightshade. Eggplant's a nightshade. Tobacco's
got one
a
of those.
nightshade.
So like,
Why do you call it a nightshade?
so like, you could say that
Potato.
nothing's a nightshade because all those things are nightshades, or is it a classification?
Potato is a
nightshade was
nightshade.
a poison.
What the fuck is it called? God damn it, it's a flower. God damn it, I got them right here.
Chrysanthemum.
Tulips.
No, it's not chrysanthemum. It's fucking. God damn it, what
That's
the
the
fuck
one
is
they
it
used
called? Peonies? Peonies?
Peonies.
Peonies.
Yes, peonies. They're actually
Those
just
are
peonies.
nightshades.
Peonies.
Those are
They're nightshades,
nightshades.
Huh. You know the grocery store I go to is the Peony Park Hy-Vee. That's what I go to.
Hy-Vee.
Potatoes are nightshades.
Why did you say that just now?
Me? Peony Park. He was talking about peonies, so Peony Park.
All
And
nightshades.
it used to be, listen, it used to be a really cool place in the city to go and hang out and have a good time with your family. There's a lot of stuff to do there. It's an amusement park. So it was called Peony Park, and now it's just a grocery store. So that's my story. Hank, I don't need to hear it from you ever again like that. You understand me?
Oh, wow. Damn it, Hank. Are you talking to Dave again?
Yes. Yes, man. Yes, man.
No, that's
I
Hank.
understand.
Every
Okay,
single
just making sure.
nightshade contains nicotine.
Tomatoes contain nicotine?
Yes, they do.
Oh,
Nice.
good.
Yeah,
No wonder I like
nicotine is actually a vital neural nutrient.
No.
Oh, man.
So is
Damn, I know
tetrahydrocannabinol.
Yes,
Yep.
it is. I know about that.
Cannabinol. Cannabinol.
That's actually a neurotransmitter. Yeah.
Cannabinol.
And it also affects your immune system. Without it, your immune system can't function properly.
It's called your endocannabinoid system.
Yep, it also helps kill pain when you're in shock too.
Transmitter.
And people would think, well, what benefit would forgetting shit? Well, think about it. Say you're walking down, I don't know, fucking New York, a big city, and you see face after face after face after face. You have sensory and memory overload.
Yeah, you get
so
tired.
This endocannabinoid comes in and it goes, nope, just switch this bit of memory off. And even if something were to happen, unless it's something meaningful, or it'd be written to the hardcore memory instead of the softcore memory.
Well, that requires
it's not latched. Yeah. And it's also increases your absorption of oxygen by up to a third.
Does it really?
And your brain loves oxygen.
Mm-hmm. That's what gives it the euphoric effect, is the oxygen. See, if the proper research was done.
Are you telling me that people get high off of Oxycontin because they're getting high off of oxygen?
No.
No, Oxycontin is fucking heroin, Hank.
Yeah, that's...
Yeah. Hank, what were you talking
that's
about?
China White.
You might want to reconnect.
Oxygen.
You're not hearing shit properly.
Oxygen.
I'm not talking about Discord.
THC allows your body to absorb more oxygen. Your brain to absorb more oxygen.
It opens the gates and lets it in.
That doesn't sound good.
So it's actually a stimulant by definition because it works on a nervous system because it's a
crosses the blood-brain barrier and bam, boom.
No, it's a neurotransmitter. It fits in your neurotransmitters like a key, and if it's not in there, then the neurotransmitter is blocked from accomplishing its task. But when
do you know something?
That's why.
Go ahead, finish. No, sorry, finish.
So well.
I think.
No, were you finished?
Iron.
No, not you, Josh. The other guy.
I can be finished if you got a good point.
Oh, I had one, but now it's totally lost. Oh, no, I got it. So I'm studying to be a substance abuse counselor, and they don't teach me any of that stuff. Why do you think that is?
Because they don't know what they're talking about either.
No, they do. They know what they're talking about. They won't let me learn it because they don't want me talking to people about the benefits of one of the greatest plants, if not the greatest plant in existence.
Well, you got to admit that might cause problems with.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. But it's so funny that the dichotomy, because I'm a rational human being, I love that plant. But because of what I'm trying to do, I have to hate that plant and everything that comes with it.
No, I'm not. Yeah. I'm not saying that, Drace. But I am saying if you have an oxygen tank and an oxygen mask, and you put that on, and you have a good saturation, you're gonna feel euphoric once you hit saturation at about 99.
Yeah.
They used to. So I lived in Austin, Texas,
but it causes brain damage, so don't do it.
Right. So I lived in Austin, Texas, for a while, and the South by Southwest is there, and Austin City Limits is there, and the city blows up with people from all over the world. And so people are drinking and whatever, and going up and down 6th Street. 6th Street's the famous street in Austin, if anybody cares.
The one with the bridge?
Dirty Six. Yeah. Yep, it's got the bridge with the bats
underneath it.
Yep, bridge with the bats. So anyway, before I forget
nitrous
my point,
oxide provides 2 oxygens instead of 1.
Hold on. So there was a bar that was converted from a bar venue, literally, and I don't know why they did this, but it was just a pure oxygen bar. That's all. They only sold water and oxygen, and it was oxygen hits that you would take,
and
or you could wear
like
a mask for a slow burn.
What about aromatherapy?
And I was like, you guys, you can just go to an old folks' home. I'll let you in. You can steal as much of that shit as you want. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, but that's air. Kidding. That's not necessarily pure oxygen.
I know, but they were taking. Well, anyway. People were loving it.
I mean, dude, just build an electrolysis apparatus and make your own oxygen. Come on.
Get with it here.
Take your extra hydrogen.
Hey, there was some guy in
run your car with it and drink the pure oxygen in your lungs. I'm Bill Burr.
Drink that fucking shit.
There's this one guy in Page, Arizona, who figured out how to create a gas dry carburetor, and he created it to run off of the hydrogen that he generated from water.
You talking about Stanley Meyer?
I don't know his name. He He pulled the lawnmower over, and that was the last thing he did. That thing fucking exploded.
No, it wasn't Stanley. Yeah.
Stanley Meyer built a dune buggy that ran off of water perpetually, and he got poisoned to death at an Outback Steakhouse.
Yeah, this is after the Pentagon grabbed him.
I've been poisoned at Outback a couple times. I never died from it.
He ran out of the parking lot yelling, "They're killing me! They killed me!"
Well, Hutchinson was also sequestered by the
no
Pentagon.
diarrhea, just straight up dead.
Just gone, done. No, but that's not something stupid. It would have been very revolutionary, and it would have taken down the oil fuckers.
Yeah, that's why you got to go open source. You get the open source. Let humanity have it,
For sure. Don't patent it. No.
As soon as
it needs to be humanity. Listen. It needs to be humanity's intellectual property. Bruh. That's my opinion.
Is there such a thing?
As what? Intellectual property?
Humanity's intellectual property. It has
I don't know, man.
So open source, like fire or something like that, where even Amazonians know how to do it. Like, you can't put that genie back in the bottle. It's just there now.
Yeah.
But most people don't even know the first thing about not electrocuting themselves while trying to set up such an apparatus.
What are you talking about? It's just DC plates.
Just wear gloves,
stainless
man.
plates.
You need to hit a certain frequency to tickle water apart.
Yeah.
Tickle?
You want to know the secret?
Okay.
Remove one of the diodes. Get a Ford alternator with external rectifier, and remove one of the diodes from the rectifier and have it going through the DC plates. Just one leg of it. That'll be enough to cause a reaction. And it's dependent on, the generation is dependent on the RPM, which is a good thing.
Was it dependent on the RPM because the alternator is needed to be producing enough electricity to fracture it? Yeah, I'm about a month away from rigging up my 1981 Ford F100 to run on hydrogen.
Well, you know what I'm talking about then with the external regulator. Rectifier.
I just want to make sure I don't blow myself up and kill myself. I'm trying to do due diligence before I...
No, as long as you have it going to you need it going back into a recombination chamber.
Or at least a spark arrestor chamber. So you don't blow
what I
up
mean by a recombination chamber is like a bubbler, like a bong. That way, if it does backsplash, nothing will happen. It'll just backsplash into a water chamber.
Exactly. It might cause some reverse pressure into it, but it'll push water back into the chamber before any flame reaches it.
Yeah. So it'll be set up on a bubbler system. That way, if there is overpressure, it doesn't matter. It'll get equalized all over again.
It's not much different than a spark arrestor on a generator.
Yeah. I mean, if you want, you could put a little stainless steel screen in there, but it would like restrict the airflow a little bit. And you don't have that much flow anyways. And this would be vacuum port just after the carburetor, right? Main vacuum port just after the carburetor or throttle body.
Vacuum tube will pull it in.
It's better to run carburetor, that way you can adjust it. If you're going to run injector, you need to run a new fuel ramp because it'll run lean and adjust it'll detect it as running lean because the temperature's in the knock and rich it out automatically. So
but a carburetor is designed to like self-correct in that type of situation where
you can adjust, you can limit the needles too. Yeah.
A fuel injection. Are we talking about vase with the electric nail?
No, we're talking about running an engine off of water.
Oh, sorry.
Water is a dielectric. Wait, no.
Yes.
It's a fuel. You can split the water, and then when you recombine it, you create a lot of energy, and the byproduct is water. More fuel.
Dipolar, that's the word I was looking for. It's a dipolar molecule.
Dipolar,
an anode and a cathode, it will, with enough voltage or the right frequency, will split apart into its constituent components of base hydrogen and 2 oxygen. And if you recombine them, they're in perfect ratio to combust with one another and release 95% combustive energy than gasoline is capable of.
And if you have it going through a recombinator chamber, a recombining chamber with the pulses, then what you end up having instead of H2O, you have HHO gas. So it's HH and then O gas, which is kind of odd
Brown's
because
gas.
you have a free radical of oxygen, which doesn't want to be a free radical, so it recombines with the hydrogen, but it doesn't. Sometimes it'll create water again, and other times it'll create the HHO, which is hydrogen, oxygen. Instead of hydrogen, two hydrogens bonded to an oxygen, it's one hydrogen bonded to an oxygen with another hydrogen on the other side of it.
And even then, it still has more energy it could release, but hasn't yet.
Yeah, because it still has potential, and it wants to.
It's an unstable molecule.
Yeah, it's free radical. Yeah.
It's kind of like
sometimes oxygen will even bind to itself, like ozone. So if ozone's like way up there, ozone layer, right? And it's heavier than oxygen because it's 3 oxygens, then why is it way up there when oxygen is, pretty heavy?
I
don't know, dude.
Nitrogen.
Tell me.
I don't know. This is like one of these things like, why gravity, man? What the fuck?
It's rhetorical at this point.
Trying to talk about flat Earth,
What about the Earth?
Well, because, they say that on the globe, we have a layer of ozone that's up there.
Oh, do they?
However, the ozone is heavier than the other gases that it's around.
How do they know that?
You've never heard of the ozone layer?
Oh, of course I've heard of it.
How do they know that? Because ozone's the color of the sky, man.
It's not real.
Look up the definition of ozone, please, somebody.
All the Aquanet was killing the ozone.
This is actually mildly on topic, so let's talk about this.
Trioxide. It's trioxide. It's oxygen oxide.
And how do you know
Oxidized
that?
Oxygen.
How do you know that?
Because it's 3 oxygens. Oxygen is usually
that's what they say?
Oxygen is usually a molecule, diatomic, right? And then when you have monoatomic oxygen, that's a free radical, and it doesn't want to be in the monatomic state. It wants diatomic.
It wants to bond.
Yes.
Look up man-made creation of ozone.
Don't do that. Just type the word ozone in, bro, and go to town. Get nuts. Tell us what you see.
You use UVC radiation. Basically get a cancer light.
You could type whatever you want. I don't mean to be a dictator on that one. I don't know how to do research. Who the fuck you think you're talking to? What are you saying, Josh?
You take UVC light and you pump oxygen through it, and at the other end you'll have concentrated
UVC, ultraviolet what?
Ultraviolet, UVC, ultraviolet spectrum C. It's the wavelength that causes skin cancer.
UV-C, is that what we're talking about?
Yes.
It's kind of similar to UVB, but it's not UVA.
But it's not UVA or UVB. It's the next
it's what they
logical
had
option.
In the
It's UVC.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
It's what they had in the hospitals. It's what the your sunglasses blocks as well.
The harmful stuff?
Yes.
Wait, stop trying to polarize me.
Hold on. I look at the sun every day for a lot of times for like half hour. I do a little sun gazing. What are you talking about?
The ozone is...
Hold on just a second. Let me interrupt, guys. You're not supposed to wear sunglasses because you're blocking your ability to detect the sunlight, and therefore it doesn't create the melanin. So you're going to like expose yourself to the sun, and the sun is actually going to hurt you worse than if you had no glasses on at all.
Yeah, dude.
Mm-hmm. That's not me saying it. It's some doctor guy that I don't remember his name.
You know why they want you to put sunscreen on? Because it's sunscreen. They don't want you to get the healthy shit from the sun. Put all this, lather all this nasty coconut garbage onto your fucking skin. Yeah, it helps you get a tan. You're getting burned, hun. Sorry, go ahead.
Isn't it like one of these things to where, if you think about it, you can get a tan 2 different ways, right? You could sit out in the sun and get a tan, or you can sit in an oven and get a tan.
Yeah, you can.
You forgot hanging out in a nuclear reactor.
Yeah, you don't want to sit in the sun with some tanning oil. That is not good for you.
I mean, just think about it. Next time, like, because everybody's getting ready to cook turkey, right? Just take some tinfoil in the shape of like a bikini and just like put it on the turkey and then put that in the oven. And like during the browning process where the bikini is, you'll have tan lines.
Cool. Yeah. I'm not going to do that.
See what happens.
Yeah, I'm not going to do any of that. Sorry.
Yeah, I think I'm going to do a big Playboy bunny, right? Trip my grandma out real bad.
Oh boy. Well, you are a man, so you'd be acceptable as a model for Playboy.
Or just wear a bikini and just paint your body with some orange paint.
No, I mean Playboy. None of those are women.
Bronze paint.
Neither's
bronze
Playboy
paint.
or neither's Playgirl.
Playgirl is it's all opposite stuff.
Have you seen who was on the cover of Playboy a couple months ago?
I really don't want to know at this point.
Was it Nancy Pelosi again?
It was
a guy?
Dude pretending he's a girl, yeah.
Oh no. Oh my god.
If I had a subscription, I'd cancel it.
That's because Hugh Hefner's dead.
I would sue them for the rug under my feet in my bathroom because I would throw up.
Shouldn't shouldn't she be on Playgirl?
If I saw that. They don't know what they're doing now. They're so backwards and sideways about this gender stuff that they just kind of anything goes now. Just doesn't matter anymore. No rules.
Hell's rising.
No rules. The great Babylon rises again.
Whore.
Yep. Well, anyway. All that can only happen on a flat Earth. Come on in, talk to us about it. If you got any evidence of curvature, axial rotation of the Earth-based variety, and gas pressure without a container, we'd love to hear about that. Come on in. We won't bite hard.
Wait, hold on. Playboy gave up on curvature.
Kinda.
Playboy used to have curvature all throughout it, and now they're just like, no, we can't find any.
Well, yeah. Not in that crowd, not anymore.
Very exciting times.
Sure, exciting in some kind of way. I'm not sure if it's good or bad, but it's exciting.
Yeah.
Yep.
We need to have like a reunion conversation in 5 years because the whole world's going to be totally different. And if we're still around and Discord still exists, then we definitely need to catch back up with each other after what's coming.
Yeah, absolutely. Shit, I'm going to find some of you and we're going to homestead, bruh. I'm not kidding. I'm good to have around the house too and stuff like that. I'll help you survive and build and all that. Why not? And,
or actually, like 3/4
I could always help around the house.
Say that again.
3/4 of an acre you can move to if you want.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, shit.
I'm not using it.
We might have to talk. We might
DM
have to...
me, bruh.
Just who am I talking to?
Iron.
Oh, Iron. Okay. Yeah. All right, bud. I will. I'll DM you. I'll slide right in, you know.
I'm actually building a house this next year. I've already started the process. So
that's
my
cool.
shipping container tiny home will be open for rent, theoretically, if I'm not using it as like an artist studio or workshop or something like that.
I guess I'd have to see this.
I got plenty of space, and I would rather you be my neighbor than somebody else.
Yeah, that's sweet. You don't even know me.
Especially on them cold winter nights.
I was gonna say, man, you don't want me as your neighbor. I get close to people.
I know you better. I know you enough to know that you're not one of the ones I'm afraid of. If you get froggy or weird, I can handle you.
No,
but
yeah. Oh, are you sure about that, dude? I'm benching 320 usually. I'm just fucking around. I cannot bench 320 pounds right now. Maybe like once. Probably not.
Once upon a time.
Once upon a time,
maybe
yeah.
leg lift.
12 years ago, maybe. Leg lifts. Who does leg day anymore? It's Generation Butthurt Snowflake. They just stack.
Oh my
God!
God!
Be able to do like 600 pounds with my legs.
Time out. I had a dream last night where I had done leg day and I couldn't walk. And I was in all these weird situations where people were like, come on, get up, let's go. And I'm like, nah, man, leg day.
No, man, I'm gonna have to duck out, man. I did a lot of squats yesterday. And
I'm serious. In my dream, I could not stand.
Well, have you experienced that before?
Yeah.
I've experienced.
Okay. Well, that's why you dreamt about it.
As a punishment, having to do like 1,000 squats. And
in how long of a period? Just till you get to 1,000?
Before lights out.
Before lights out. Wow. How long did it take you?
Bullshit.
About an hour and a half, 2 hours.
That's not bad.
With what?
1,000
5
squats?
pounds?
No, just squats.
It's only 1,000 squats.
It's 1,000 squats, but you put your arms out in front of you. You can do it.
Yeah,
sounds like yoga.
It's not that hard, but oh my God, the punishment wasn't the squats. It was taking a shit the next morning. Holy fuck.
Did you get cramps when you were sitting?
No, because to try to sit on his glutes.
You can't even sit down. And the toilets in jail, dude, they're lower than like your toilet. So it's, yeah, dude, it sucked, man. And then like walk into mess.
You think I have a toilet? I'm not a rich person.
The average toilet, right?
I don't eat off of pure gold plates. This is ridiculous.
I shit outside. I dig me a hole.
My commode?
People shit in other places.
Some people still do that,
Yeah, my relatives.
Technically,
in
it's
Japan
the most natural thing is to poop in the woods.
Well,
does there shit in the woods? I do.
X-Day on the Effication Day.
Sorry, what?
Nothing.
You can get a nice plastic seat that you clip on.
You said quit talking shit.
And it's comfy, and you sit there and you put it in the bucket, and you put some peat moss or some sawdust or something in there.
Who's Pete Moss?
He was a famous baseball player.
Kate Moss's cousin.
That's Pete Rose.
No, this is a different
Kate
one.
Moss's cousin, Pete.
Tried to kill Hitler and failed.
Okay, you're right.
But anyways, okay, you know how like a lot of people have these tow hitches on their trucks? They have
tow
these tow hitches. Yeah, like tow hitches.
The ball?
The dangly ball?
It's a receiver, like you can put like different implements on.
Yes.
Okay. Well, they actually sell in one of these magazines, one of these things where you take the ball hitch out of the receiver and instead you insert this other thing, and it's got a bucket and a privacy curtain and all of that stuff.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
On the side of the road when you have to. And the cool thing is I've seen these like receiver hitch, tow hitch, doohickey things where they're like Joe lifts or something, Joe haulers, where you can put like motorcycles on it.
I've got a better name for it that they haven't come up with yet that they might want to steal. It's called a dumper, a bumper dumper.
Or a penis.
Don't ever say that again.
A bumper
Never
dumper.
again. Oh,
you
God.
stick this on your bumper and you take your dumper.
It's a...
I thought you were talking about a penis hugger.
That's amazing.
Like a tube that's connected.
I could have used that a lot on the road.
Yeah, they sell it. God damn it!
A trailer.
What do you mean?
They've already sold this thing. Yeah, good luck with Shark Tank, man. They'd be like, no, we ain't investing. This already exists, huh?
It's a bumper dumper.
Look at RV life.
Gosh, this is fascinating information.
But in an RV, don't you have a shower?
Really exciting, rich and compelling topic we've got here today. And
we're only human, so
Only? Don't sell yourself short, motherfucker. We're made in God's image, apparently.
How is human separate from that? I meant that when I said human.
Can you define human, please?
Human means colored man.
Because I happen to be mankind, not human being.
is the hue of something, the color
And
of
what's
it.
a Homo sapien?
Man. I don't know. It's a dumb word
human
anyway.
Being is only 2/3 man. Man meaning mankind, both male and female.
Is man always
the
so
Homo
kind,
sapien
though?
Variety.
Dropping bombs. Sorry, what?
So isn't that
always
then we call Homo sapien?
Basically, it means a monster corporation.
Yes, it does.
So then we are all homo.
Corporeal.
See, you have man and you have who man.
Who's the man?
Homo.
With the master plan.
Sapiens.
Who's the man? What does homo mean?
Homo means same.
Same sapien.
We are all sapien would make as much sense as Homo sapien because it's redundant to say Homo sapien. We all are.
Yes. Much of English is redundant.
We're all Homo sapiens.
To say that English is redundant is redundant. Does that
So
make sense?
we are sapiens.
So is there Homo sapiens that are humane?
Not homos.
What?
Homo means
yeah,
same.
exactly. So then what is humane?
Okay.
Humane society has what? The Humane Society hosts what?
What are you talking about? Animals.
Animals. Not humans.
Hosts animals?
So
They
why
host them?
is the Humane
What is this, a motherfucking
Society
gala?
Right.
Sorry.
Because
You're
they
not
want us-
hosting. They're saving these animals' lives. Sorry.
They want us to equate animals' lives to be equally valuable to humans.
I like it. I'm with that.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Don't humans play sports?
What?
Nah.
I feel like animals are far more valuable
Dude,
than
have
we
you
are.
seen Airbud?
Humans play
Airbud.
sports, right? But
That from
beasts
93
are
or
also
something?
known for sport.
Hockey.
No, man, this is going back to how it was like slaves and masters.
Dude, they've got
Now-
everybody thinking they live on a ball.
Right, and now you got
Who are the slaves and who are the masters?
The slaves are the ones thinking they live on a fucking ball. The ones that think they're free.
Yep. That's the easiest way to enslave.
And then
the
are you
masses,
saying
is
that
to
the
convince them that
animals
they're
are the ones that they think that they're on the ball?
They think they're
Because I
free
think it's the
to roam
opposite.
the
'cause
universe.
The
That's what
animals
they
know
think.
that they're living on a flat Earth.
They're free balling.
Yeah, I'm free.
Tom Plenty.
Ballin'. Right? No?
Yeah.
Right.
And see, yeah, like it's just fucking.
I mean,
The easiest way to keep somebody from standing up or doing something you didn't predict or don't want to do is to give them a mission that makes no sense, that they're just going to run in circles with for their entire lifetime and spin their children into the same web, and they'll never be an issue for you. That way you can control them all.
Biggest laughing stock to the CIA, the intelligence community, and even the judicial and administrative branch of the government is patriots.
Patriots?
Yes.
Yeah, they don't like those people very much.
It's something they created, and every time somebody says, "Oh, I'm a patriot," that's to them. That's like sitting there going, "You're a patriot."
No,
that's
I
like
would say
saying
that
you're a
democracy
sovereign
created
citizen. So how can you be a king and a citizen at the same time?
Yeah, I don't know anything about that. So I'm taking your word for it.
I disagree.
Well, you cannot be a king citizen or a citizen king, right?
If you own your own land and your own castle, aren't you a king?
But you're not a citizen. You're a civil, right? Civilian.
I'm just a man, Josh.
Man of the land.
Man on a mission.
You're just a man of the land.
I don't know what that means either.
Man of the land, trying to circumvent the master plan.
That is what I'm trying to do.
Another definition another definition for land is man, right?
Landolix.
Came from our mother's body and built us, right? Man and woman both, right? So if you look it up in the right law dictionary, I forget which one, I'm sorry, probably 8.
Purples.
Wait, there's a wrong law dictionary?
Well, there's different dictionaries.
Yeah.
For law?
Just go the lawdictionary.com. It's got a bunch of different ones in it.
Yeah.
No, I'm not going to do that. I grew up with both my parents are lawyers, so no thanks.
Oh, you should know.
I'm good. No, I shouldn't. Tell you that doesn't make me a lawyer, you fucking idiot. Sorry, what? What'd you say, Josh?
I didn't say anything. I laughed.
Yeah.
I said your lawyer parents would tell you that there are multiple definitions for every word as far as the law.
I like how he said that.
Maybe they did. Dude, I don't know, okay? A lot of information flying at me when I'm 10 years old. I learned how to argue with the best of them and without any intelligence to back it whatsoever. So
your parents are attorneys,
don't
right?
say too much.
So does that mean that they are under the British Admiralty ranks?
Yeah, I had to explain that to my mom. She's like, "Really? It means that too?" And I'm like, "What do you mean that too?"
What do you mean it means that too?
No, she gave me another definition. If you look it up in like what's the American definition?
Barrister?
Something else.
So that's another English term.
No, hold on, dude. Listen, she said completely different words when she told me what she thought it meant. So, and I forgot what those are because I don't care about any of it.
Well, it's kind of like proof in mathematics versus proof in scientific method. They're two totally different things.
Well, yeah, proof in math is one thing. Evidence in scientific method is the other thing that has nothing to do with the other.
Yeah, but just like in science and law, there's also certain principles that you must follow at all times and adhere to.
Rules.
And even if the law you make up goes against the Constitution, it's valid, right? It's like going into a house looking for pot and you find cocaine. Well, that's like fruit of a rotten tree, so you can't use it in court or something like that.
If it wasn't explicitly in the search warrant, then it's not relevant.
Yep.
Yeah, but see, like my buddy, they got him for growing a bunch of weed, or at least they thought, but they got him for a gun. They searched his house for a gun, which means somebody we know snitched him out for that gun, who he bought the gun from, and they reported it stolen. So anyways, he got busted. He was growing a lot of weed. He thought he was in trouble for the weed. They fined him for the weed because he was growing too much, and they tried getting him for the gun.
Okay.
But the gun wasn't working.
What did he get busted for?
Possession of the gun. Yeah. They robbed him.
They took his weed?
Yep. Took his weed, took his money.
Took like $10,000. Are they growing it at home now? Are these cops? These are cops?
Yeah.
You mean gangsters?
What's the difference?
It'd be one thing if they just took the weed, right? They took his plants, his lights.
That's what I'm saying. They took it home.
Yep. And then when he went to fight it in court, they didn't even bring that up. They said, "Yeah, we're dropping these charges. There's no evidence."
Well, shit.
I go, dude, you
can't even sue the cops for what your property was damaged or stolen or broken because they have qualified immunity.
Yep.
Yeah, man. Modern justice ain't so just, is it?
Yeah, it's funny how for the last couple of years...
I thought it was supposed to be just ice.
Just ice, yeah. What were you saying?
The whole defund the police movement over the last couple of years is like, we can police ourselves. We don't need cops. And then as soon as Kyle Rittenhouse goes out there and exercises exactly what they were advocating for, they say, lock him up forever and throw away the key.
Here's what they wanted to do. First,
jail, go police.
Yeah, okay,
Amazing.
So here's what they wanted to do, I think. They wanted to first make it defund the police. Then they wanted to have some shit happen where it's like, oh shit, now we really need the police. Then it's like, some more shit happens. It's like, oh my God, I think we need the military now, etc.
There's just a certain demographic that believes that them being incarcerated is somehow unfair, even if they admit they committed the crimes.
Yep.
There's so many of us committing these crimes and getting put in jail for it. That's not fair. Why not?
Well, what's the crime, too? Back to basics. Who did I hurt? Where's their complaint?
I don't know.
You know what I mean? That's a crime.
Chicago?
What?
Have you looked at Chicago and what happens every weekend in Chicago?
No.
Well,
I know what happens. I'm saying I know. I just don't look into it because it's very sad. I don't look into it anymore.
Don't they have a pistol ban or something like that, even though there's still a lot of pistol violence there? Because prohibition does not work.
And every hour and 52 minutes, somebody gets shot in Chicago. And every 12 hours, I think it is, somebody is killed.
Okay, fine. Stop putting it out there in the fucking ether, please. Thank you.
No, all I'm saying is that if I'm ever going to get shot by somebody, I hope I'm in Chicago
and
at
they
the
call
time.
that a sanctuary city? You got to be kidding me. You know what Mexicans are afraid of here?
Have you seen
I'll tell you. Mexicans are afraid of tornadoes.
Please.
Sorry.
If you're going to get shot anywhere in America, you better hope it's in Chicago, because the doctors at the emergency rooms in Chicago have been dealing with that shit 5-6 times a day, each one of them, all day, every day. And if anybody's going to save your life, they're the experts.
I'd agree with that. Better or
Have
worse.
you seen their mayor's face?
You don't want to be in the suburbs when that happens.
What is that thing? That's not a human being. What do we think that is?
Deep sea anglerfish.
It looks like a big eel, a water eel. Huge fucking...
Somebody actually put a fishing lure in that lip. And I was like, what the fuck? Dude, that's fucked up.
It's a deep sea creature. Yeah, put it up, bro. Ugh. I can smell her face. Sorry.
Yeah, it looks like a deep sea anglerfish, man.
Angler, yeah. For sure. With the little light above its head.
Yeah.
Yeah. The one that Nemo had to fight. Did you see Finding Nemo or what, dude?
Yeah, see some asshole put a fishing lure in the lip.
I'm playing a video game right now. So I'm stressed out.
I've talked to people that live in Chicago, and they say, well, we've only had Lori for like 3 years. Give her some time. And I go, what are you talking about?
That's not a woman. That's not a human.
And I don't think her foot's light either.
It's like clubfoot demon. Reptilian fucking...
Godzilla hoof.
Beetlejuice.
What?
Oh, God, don't summon it.
Don't bring it in here. Although I do like Michael Keaton. Listen, if you call for Beetlejuice and Michael Keaton shows up, I am down. Put me down for that.
You don't think he's an old dirty bastard like the rest of Hollywood?
Who? Michael Keaton?
Yeah,
of course he is, but I love his personality. I really do.
Alec Baldwin was in that movie too, and he didn't shoot anybody.
In Batman?
Beetlejuice.
Oh yeah, he was. I liked him in that movie. You know, he did good.
So was Winona Ryder.
Winona was good, but again, I don't know if that's a girl. Doesn't matter.
If you had given him a gun, who knows what would have happened? Michael Keaton could be dead.
I like it. I like where your head's at there.
It is fucking cold out here, let me tell you.
What's the temperature?
Let me check. It feels like 31.
At least in Wichita City.
I'll bet
33. Feels like 32 according to the app.
Illuminati
of course
confirmed.
It would say that. Yep. Of course it would say that. I saw 33 tonight too. But you know what? It doesn't matter because it's a placebo effect. It's only because I'm looking for the numbers am I seeing them, quote unquote, more often.
I am 33.
That's how old you are?
Coincidence. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
You live long enough, you eventually are 33.
If you make it at least that long, yep. Yes. I was on the road most of the years when I was between 28 and 35. It's kind of a blur, to be honest.
Whoa, woohoo!
It was fun. Yay.
Is it sing-song time? Can somebody play some music?
I'd be down for that. Is KJ around? She's my favorite DJ so far.
Holy shit!
Oh my god.
Holy shit.
Josh?
Yeah. It's because
No shit,
this
what?
little girl says one day someone will provide pictures of the Earth that isn't composites, that hasn't been edited and photoshopped by NASA or graphics designers. One day.
Is that the same girl?
I don't fucking know, but it's...
I think it is. I think that's the same young lady. Wow. KJ, I said your name, yes. Someone was saying, is it sing-songy time? Oh, you've already got to go in. Okay, bye.
NASA, I'm crazy for believing in you. I'm crazy for not
Good morning. How are you, my friend?
That was kind of weird. What happened, man? Where'd everybody go?
Maybe they're sleeping. How are you, my friend?
Good, how are you?
Fine, just woke up. Going to the job again. Routine, my friend. Routine.
Where?
Greece.
What time is it there in Greece?
It's 6:35.
Is the sun up? Sun's probably up, maybe? No?
It's going up now. It's going.
Good. That's super duper. Hey, look.
It's not okay
The
to
globe.
think that the Earth is flat.
Is the Earth flat or round?
It's okay to think you're a rock.
It's round. Okay, now let's see. How do we go about proving that?
Earth, throughout its life, even when it formed, it was spinning. And it got a little wider at the equator than it does at the poles. So it's not actually a sphere. It's oblate. And officially it's an oblate spheroid. That's what we call it. But not only that, it's slightly wider below the equator than
It's an oblate paroid.
A little chubbier. Chubby's a good way. It's like pear-shaped.
Upside down and zoom in on the people walking round. The people walking round upside down. You got a balloon, I got a balloon. Boats reappear with zoom, they reappear with zoom. The horizon line is flat, center sky it looks the same. Of my senses at peace upon the plain.
And what you're seeing here is a mirage.
Hey, sunrise, Earth is the place. The moon makes light so cool at night. The luminaries, they all rotate around you. From the point of truth,
It's not okay to say that the Earth is flat. This is some sort of strange denial. I don't know where it comes from. And it's something where I keep getting this question. We really need to put this question to bed because we've known the Earth is a sphere for a long time.
She couldn't get put to bed if she was covered with peanut butter.
They're all just Photoshop cartoons, they're all just CGI. No photographic proof of a code, no none at all. Why the hell can no one take a photo of this ball? There ain't no photographs, but somebody tell me why. They're all just Photoshop cartoons, they're all just CGI. No photographic proof of a code, no none at all. Why the hell can no one take a photo of this ball?
Okay, what happened?
Are we going to talk about that then, Indio?
Let's do it. What are you talking about? What are we talking about?
I don't know yet. I don't know if I want to bring this up because it's kind of on topic, mostly not.
1, 2, 3, 4.
There we go.
I told you so. I told you. I told you so. I told you. Remember when I told you about 9/11? Remember when I told you about Building 7? Remember when I told you about the fluoride in the water? Yes, I did. Remember when I told you about the New World Order? Remember that? Remember when I told you about the chemtrails in the sky? Remember when I told you that NASA was full of lies? Remember when I told you about the ultra mind control? Well, I just want to say that I told you so, yeah. Remember when I told you about 432 hertz, that is, and what 440 can do to you? It hurts my ears. Remember when I told you about the vaccine agenda? Yes, I did. And that Michelle Obama is a transgender. Yes, he is. The dinosaur fraud, the climate change scam, and yes, Sandra Bullock is also a man. Remember when I told you that there ain't no globe? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. 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 Yeah. Remember when I told you about the TV flicker rate? And how it puts your brain in an alpha state? Remember when I told you about germ theory? Remember when I told you about gravity? Remember that? Remember when I told you about Paul McCartney? Remember when I told you about direct energy? Remember when I told you about Monsanto? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. 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 Yeah. Remember when I told you about the mainstream media? Your so-called celebrities and pedophilia. Remember that child trafficking and that adrenochrome. Remember when I told you about the Georgia Guidestone? Remember when I told you about the false flag operation? Remember when I told you about 5G radiation? Remember that I told you that? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. 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 Yeah. But you didn't listen. I told you so. I told you so.
Mic check.
Good.
Hi, yes, you're working, yes.
Hello, everybody.
Hi,
Hello, young lady.
Gooberth.
What's
Yeah.
new?
I don't know. How are you doing?
Doing well. Same old. Earth's still flat.
That's right. Well, good. Otherwise, I'd feel kind of like a dummy, huh?
Yeah, we all would.
Is that Lulu?
Yes. Hi, Hank.
I didn't know who you were. So I listened to you for a second. I was like, wait a minute. She's just masquerading around as someone else. I love your avatar changes like most people change their socks.
Yeah, I can't. I have this condition where I need to have my name changed at all times. So.
Is it a condition or is it something that people troll you with?
No, it's a condition. I've accepted it.
Is this condition chronic?
It is. It's been about a year and a half or so.
Oh, that's not chronic. It could go away at any moment.
No, I don't think it will.
So you have to change your your name and avatar?
Yeah, and I don't change my profile picture, just the name.
Why is
Fortunately for everybody else.
Except Hank.
Can you tell us why? Or is it just like, it's just because you said so? Or
Don't question it, Glassflip, please.
Okay, alrighty.
Well, if that's the case, why do you change your name? Question mark.
I just said don't ever question it. It's just a thing, guys. It's just a thing.
Listen, you need to shut up now, Boo-Foo. She already explained it once. Now that's twice. You make her say it a third time, I'm going to come find you.
Yes, thank you.
Why do you change your name? And I'm waiting for you to come find me.
Damn it. He's cool. He's too cool for school. He's all yours, Lulu. You got me.
It's okay, Lulu. I still love you.
Love you too, man. You are too cool for school. So I can't come and find you. I'll try though.
I'll give you a hint. It's minus 16 degrees centigrade.
I do know where you are at. I'm not willing to go into such a torturous area.
He's in a land where they don't have Canadian bacon. They only have ham.
Yeah, good luck with the cold up there, guys. and girls.
Don't worry, we got lots of poutine up here to keep us warm in the wintertime.
What do you guys do when the snow comes, eh? Do you just play video games all day? Get paid for it? How does that work?
No. We go out in the bush and we murder innocent animals, and we take their pelts and we sell them for money. And we go on the ice and we catch our fish. No. I'm in Canada, eh?
Oh. So Alaska then?
Yeah, pretty much.
Same thing.
And we're a bunch of snow Mexicans up here, eh?
I don't know. Are you? I need a direct physical, empirical, scientific explanation of that. No, I'm sorry, data, not explanation.
So, any new globe scientific explanation / data?
I don't think so.
Well, if you throw out the sun, moon, and stars and everything that's not the Earth, no. They don't get nothing.
That's true.
Oh, that's disappointing.
Yeah, takes down about 91% of their arguments, their quote-unquote argument. I'll just call it their position.
I like to say 95 of 95%. 95% of 95%. What's that? Because what is their model? Like 95% dark matter and dark energy?
I forgot at
that's
this
almost
point.
like 5%.
Yeah. So 95% of the 5%?
That's what I'm going with. Every
Makes
time I look
sense.
at that cosmological constant problem, it don't look like an easy problem. Because, they don't got the science. The science relies on real physics. Physics outside the standard model.
I haven't followed any of the current cosmological events. Any new moon landings, Mars landings, any Venus, Sun landings?
Globe.
Hmm? Is that a yes?
Globe.
Mm-hmm. That us Gunas? What'd you say?
Globe.
Globe. Got it. What about it?
He's just chanting the name of the globe over and over again, like, come back to me, globe.
That's the best argument we got.
I think you're a flat earther, right? Or are you? Wait. Oh, just VC verified. Okay. I've seen your name around before, though. It's just me.
Yeah, globe.
Got it. That, you know what though, that makes more sense than some of the arguments I've heard. So, good job.
What if Job had been a pogue and wrote a book about the globe? Nonsense.
I'll show you this is dead time. You know, nobody's talking, nobody's doing nothing. I wanted to show you guys that dance crew I've been sharing every once in a while? They did a Halloween special that I didn't share. It's kind of neat, so I'm going to share it. If y'all got 5 minutes to spare on this Tuesday evening. It's a lot of fun.
Was somebody playing something or something?
No, he just posted breakdancing video. Kind of creepy. It's even weirder when you watch it without the music. You just mute it.
It's like, why would he do that? Without the music, it's like, what does this guy do? What is he? He's spinning. What is he trying to, what is he doing down there?
Oh, am I
He's not
the
going to
only
break
one
his
who
neck?
does that? I do that quite often. It's actually pretty fun. Because I feel like the music distracts sometimes from the actual art, quote unquote, of like what they're trying to do.
I heard lasers and phasers on your account, sir. Explain yourself immediately.
And I'm going to share my favorite performance of theirs because I do it all the fucking time. Lulu, you've probably seen it.
I feel like you only share it when I'm here just to make me go down this rabbit hole.
Okay. Well, this is still my favorite. It's always going to be, I think. But see, COVID messed these dudes up. Stupid. There it is, the gem.
Oh yeah, I think you've shared this one before, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to lie,
never did anything.
I'm learning these dance moves as to have me as an owner, I'll tell you.
I get what it's saying. Because those people are out there. I feel like that hand signal like pattern they throw up is a representation of symbology, right?
Yeah, probably. No, it's not. These kids are young, dude. They're just dancing.
Who does their choreography?
They all do. Phoenix on the right, the guy with the army jacket, he does a lot of it. And then the guy who just did the coolest thing you've ever seen in the middle is the main choreographer. But they all do it.
Well, regardless,
Yeah.
they're pretty talented. So yeah.
Yeah. The end is the best part, though.
Yeah, these are rookie moves, man. It's too easy. I'm not even going to attempt it.
Whatever.
How long does it take you to master a move?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, a couple days, I guess. Not master, but I can get it to the point where I can practice it. And then, do it over and over. And I watch the videos in slow-mo, too, so I do the dance.
I like that 45-degree angle, like camera transition move, and it like transfers to like the guy on the other side, and he turns into the middle. It's kind of cool.
Right, yeah. Now it gets really good if you're halfway through.
Everybody in the store right now has headphones in and they're listening to music except me. So I'm just like listening to people like sing to themselves off note, off key and shit.
That's funny. All right, at 3 minutes, 10 seconds is the best part of that video.
Oh, good morning, good morning.
Good morning.
Still here, Gladflobe.
Yes, sir.
Globe flat.
Morning.
Nice to hear you. Morning. Who is this? Damsel?
This is me. You always never remember me, Get. I be sad.
I know you. Wait,
You know me.
Kai?
Ah, damn it.
Luluka,
Always
yeah.
sad.
Luluka.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. What's up, man?
Good. I just finished work and started my car, waiting to warm my car. I came out with an empty Coca-Cola bottle and I was thinking, when I came out, the bottle started squeezing itself small. It's this weird thing they call density or but I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm asking.
I'm not either.
guys
Density and
actually
voiding, yeah, that's made up stuff, right?
Yeah. They say the atoms are contracting or expanding or, molecular distances. I can take molecular distances. I will understand that. It makes sense. But it's interesting how cold actually do that. Because when you look at an atomic, the distance between the molecules is a nuclear phenomena. It's like magnetism, electromagnetism. That's the kind of repulsion, it's a physical repulsion. And it takes more energy to put them close together, to approach them. Because if you squeeze them all together too much, they start bonding, forming a crystal. And they get like fixed. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
What are you describing right now?
I don't know, the behavior of gases.
So if you squeeze a gas, it turns into crystals?
To liquid, and then, if you still compress it, it will take a solid, it will crystallize, freeze, ice.
Crazy. It's Looney Tunes, man.
But actually, temperature causes this, the cold temperature, the drop in temperature. It's not.
Sorry, go ahead.
I don't know of achieving this kind of effect just by pressure. I mean, we can do this with gas. If we compress it very hard, it turns to liquid.
Be honest, you didn't want to say the words "squeeze it very hard," did you? You changed the word before you said it. It's okay. Hey, we're all adults here, bro. No worries.
Moving on.
I'm not, but y'all are. Hey, I wanted to say something about that. I got a friend. Her dad is he works in like cryogenics, and 1 year for her birthday, he brought back a cryogenically frozen rose, absolutely gorgeous, twinkling when you get it out, right? And he's like, "I want you to throw this on the ground and shatter it." And so she did. And she said it was cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I never got to see it. That's the story she told. It's a cool story. It's like fourth-hand information. This is how Globers do it, so fuck it, right?
Cool story, bro.
Exactly.
Yep.
Well, the fascinating thing, I would love to see that too, because it's not just like
it's liquid nitrogen
normal ice that we
he froze it
experience.
in liquid
it's very
nitrogen.
cold ice. Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, man.
It's very cold ice.
Is that what ice is? It's cold.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, but it's below minus 100 Celsius. The ice we experience in nature is minus 15, minus 10. That's the ordinary for us. Yeah. It's warm ice, actually.
I was just gonna wait I was waiting for you to say it. Warm ice.
Yeah.
So that doesn't work. But it's less.
It does.
No, it's
Yes,
not
it
warm,
does.
but it's less
Yes, it
cold.
does.
There's a threshold between warm and cold, and I don't know where it is. Are you arguing that you know where it is?
Yes, I do. I know everything, Glatfloat.
Well, never mind then.
Warm is relative, like your mother, Glat.
I stand corrected.
Well, relatively speaking, it'd be warm.
It's my Johnny Carson. Well, I stand corrected. Sorry. Anyway, do anybody remember Johnny Carson? No. That's way too bad.
Oh yeah, I remember Johnny.
Okay, there's one of them. One of us knows. Two of us knows.
But I'm like a half worn
Here's
out
Johnny.
leather boot, so.
All right. Hank, you don't know about Johnny Carson?
Nope.
The
Who's Johnny
funny thing about this bottle squeezing itself, losing volume, getting smaller, because the air inside the bottle was contracting. I didn't even got to feel the cold outside. And the bottle in my hand, I saw it like squeezing. I hear it.
Crazy.
Very funny.
My favorite Johnny skit was the all-knowing. I can't remember the name he used for the guy, but he would hold up the envelope and he'd say 3 answers, and then he'd open the envelope and say the questions, and it was hilarious. Anyways,
I like that. I like what I'm hearing. Sean Hawkins just went into the YouTube and I banned him again. Just letting everybody know. And just letting Sean know. In case he
Sean Hawkins
hadn't figured out yet. Exactly.
But Godflow, I want to ask you one thing. This is very important, actually.
Oh, I'm sure.
Why do you fancy so much The Rock?
He's an interesting character. I'll say he's my favorite of the pro wrestler douchebags. I don't know. I just saw a picture of him and I started to. All it was, I saw a picture and I just started to make fun of him. That's all. Gamma males with a bunch of fucking muscles. That's what it is. Whatever. Yeah. That's what I was saying. I'll beat the shit out of him. Come find me, Rock. Come on, Dwayne J, big old DJ. Let's do it. Let's fucking show. Let's meet your match in your life, huh? I'm here. Come on.
Wow.
See, I was doing that earlier. It's no big deal. No big deal. It's one of my tics. Call out Dwayne Johnson.
I had Mike Holyfield threatening me.
Mike Holyfield,
like,
huh? It's Evander. Yeah. It would be Evander.
Oh, yeah, Evander, correctly. Yeah.
That's
the
all right.
Guy who fought
Mike Tyson and Evander.
Wait a minute.
Mike Holyfield, all right.
Mike Holyfield was that guy with the ear in his mouth for like 5 seconds. It was Mike and Holyfield.
It was Mike Holyfield.
I don't know. I messed up his name, but yeah. Okay. I don't like memorizing these famous people. I don't like to memorize their names. Memory, yeah.
Yes, it's a lot of work. I understand.
It's a thing which I started like after my 30s. I was into flat earth, conspiracy theories and stuff, and I said, well, these people, they don't deserve to have a place in my mind, to know them, because, yeah, they're not good people, vast majority of them.
Which people are we talking about again?
Illuminati, Freemasons, Masons, politicians.
The losers, got it.
Actors, yeah. Yeah.
Well, you have to tell me like their character name rather than their actual name, because if I watched a movie back in the days, I probably
Hogan.
Neo. It's not Keanu Reeves, it's Neo. Yeah.
Exactly, he's Neo.
Or Rambo or
Captain America.
Conan or Terminator. There we go.
Yeah, Terminator. There you go.
I mean, he became governor because of a movie he was in. It's weird. No, it's not weird at all. It's not fucking weird at all. Yeah, for sure.
It's not weird in California.
California.
I was once invited by my family. My whole family was invited when Arnold Schwarzenegger came to Romania to meet him and be there, because he has a statue in my city. It's his. I think it's his second statue that he has in the world. Or
wait,
in Europe.
Is he Romanian?
Arnold Schwarzenegger?
No, he's not. He's Austrian.
Why do you guys have a statue of him, though? I'm just curious.
Because he's greatest best. 100% bodybuilder.
It's
at
a
the
funny
bottom of the
story,
statue.
actually.
At the bottom of the statue, does it say, "Get to the chopper"?
Do it now! Now!
That would be epic.
You train your biceps and your
Funny thing.
triceps.
They have my uncle won the world championship at handball, woman game handball, and he was the coach, and he won this World Cup.
So, therefore, a statue?
Of Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
I'm just curious at like what motivated people to really make.
Kill me now, do it, I'm here!
Well, to make his statue, actually, yeah, in my city they have this big sports building, you know, and they gave the name for this building. They call it my uncle's name now, and yeah, after he passed away. And in front of this building, we have Arnold Schwarzenegger's statue, because he was Mr. Olympia in culturism.
Oh, that's right.
And
He was Mr. Universe
in
over
this
there,
building,
wasn't he?
yeah, we also have the most famous gym in the city, and yeah, they practice.
Yeah,
culturism as a
okay,
sport.
whatever,
Yeah.
one-up guy. Always got to one-up the fucking...
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding. That's cool, that's
And
cool.
it's so...
Is the statue anything like him? Does it look like me? I mean,
Oh,
his
no,
is it his body?
It's very ugly. It's very
ugly?
Dude,
Yeah.
you're gonna make me Google this. God dang
Do it.
you.
Do it.
Get.
Yeah, city of
Schwarzenegger.
Timișoara. The city of Timișoara. I can type it in the
You're gonna have to, type it, because there's no way, especially with your accent, that you're gonna spell that to an English-speaking person. And there's nothing
Yeah, I'm
wrong
just
with
gonna put statue of Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah, Governator statue, Romania. Do it.
Ah, interesting.
Type that in Google and it will show up.
It just has Arnold at the bottom. Come on, that's just disappointing.
Was that a joke?
Hold on.
Can't be good.
Sorry?
Nothing. I'm gonna look it up too.
I'm gonna post it in the live stream.
Okay.
Because I am highly disappointed. I mean, the details are.
Get dude.
It's alright.
She's calling you. She's calling you fat in public. What's up? Can't be handling that.
There it is. Just the Arnold. Come on.
Yeah. That's okay.
It should at least say "I'll be
No, it's
black"
not.
at the bottom.
Oh, those legs are way bigger than his were. He never had the biggest legs, but that's okay. That's all right. They did a pretty good job.
Yeah.
Those legs
The
are too
only
big
thing
for
I'm
that guy.
disappointed is maybe on the other side there is like a quotation from him.
Always do your best. Oh no, there's a plaque right there, above where it says Arnold. See the plaque?
Yeah, but I can't read it, so I don't care about it.
Why did they?
Have you guys heard Arnold's motivational speaking? He's like, they told you to never about the nothing or the muscle, only the muscle. And I was like, listen to Arnold, like, damn, poor Arnold. He was always told he's only the muscle.
What do you mean, poor Arnold? Get the fuck out of here. What an ego trip. Look at the fucking statues, guy. Get out of here. Golden statue of you with striations of muscles that don't exist on the human body. You bet.
Wait, did I get the wrong? Is that the one?
Yeah,
Get be get.
Yes.
Oh, where is this at then? Where did I get this? Hold on.
That's in
I didn't put
Vegas.
Romania.
It's in Vegas.
Is it?
That other one. No, I don't know.
Ah, no wonder. Okay.
Is it Vegas? I don't know. Shit.
I don't know, man. I'm just
That would make
believing you.
sense. Don't believe me.
I believe everything you say.
Please don't. It's a lot of responsibility on my shoulders.
Columbus coaster?
Ohio?
Whatever. Anyway.
Columbus, Ohio has a giant golden Arnold Schwarzenegger statue for no reason in the slightest. Coming up next.
It says Columbus coasterco.com. You know what? There's too much research into him. I'm sorry. I give up.
It's a good point. It's a good idea. What's that? Is that where it is?
But get, why is he naked though? Like, put a Speedo on him.
Yeah, I don't like the emphasis. I don't like the phallic emphasis, and it starts up on his belly too. Did you see that? Starts at his like the middle of his ab situation. Well, anyway.
How could you be interested in anything else?
What? What?
I mean, that's why they make it like that, because they are asking this very same question. Yeah.
Those look so tacky out there. What is that place?
Hold up, Glad, hold up. I need an explanation, get. What do you guys do in Romania? I'm just curious.
What do we do?
No, you said. Repeat what you said. Maybe I misheard you.
Why would you ask anything? No.
Anything else or something like that?
Can I help you guys
anything else than this question? Yeah.
Right.
I just
Why
want to
would
bridge
you
the
ask
gap.
other questions? Yeah.
We're talking about Romania, right? They were conquered by Rome. Yeah. They got statues. Come on.
Oh,
Come on.
Rome. Yeah.
Oh, Rome. Yeah, I forgot all about them. Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, in Rome, vast majority of statues in Rome, they depict old Dacians, the people from Dacia. That's the name of my country, the old name.
Where is Dacia? Where's Dacia? Come on, tell me.
Romania. That's Romania. And we make the cars, Dacia, also, you know.
Wait, was this old name Dacia? For real?
Yes. That's the original name of Romania. Yeah.
Are the Dutch aware of this? You just like stole the Dutch right from under them.
No, not Dutch, like the Netherlands. DACIA.
Dacia. Okay.
Oh, okay, that clears things up.
Yeah.
That's not a thing. Yeah, it doesn't clear anything up in the slightest.
Yeah.
Never seen it, never heard of it. So
what, Dacia?
Yep.
Well, I can post you the Dacian wolf, and you will know that. I mean, you must have seen these symbols. They are very ancient and worshipped.
You know what? You'll have to slide into my DMs for that one. I'm playing a video game.
I'll slide it in the live stream.
DIA. What?
Dacian wolf.
I get Roman Dacia. What?
Rome always got to get their hands in everybody, right? They always got to be like, "What you got? You got some gold in your pockets? Like, get away from me! I don't need no proctologist, bro. Get away from me!"
A dragon with a wolf head? Is that what I'm looking at?
This was the nation's symbol.
Mm-hmm.
And they used to make a head of a wolf with a dragon body on a
You had way better
on a
statues in
stick
Rome. They were
and carry
jealous,
it
bro.
like a flag.
Oh,
When
so it's
they
like the
were
Chinese
going to
dragon.
war.
fact.
Yeah, when
It's
they
a
were
Whoa.
going to war, that's how you will recognize the Jedi and the Dachshunds. The
Yeah.
Jedi
Hey, I
backs.
wouldn't want to see one of those in real life. No, nope. Sign me up for no
Yeah.
thanks.
Wouldn't that be cool though? Come on.
Nope.
Come on.
Yeah, psychological
Especially, hey,
warfare.
listen.
It really did start.
I
Go
don't
ahead.
care if those heads are dead, but if they're alive, fuck all that. No, I'm out of there. Mm-mm. Nope.
Psychological warfare really did start in Romania, as far as
Yeah.
I could tell, because what Vlad was doing was that the Muslims were attacking, and even though him and his brother weren't exactly on good terms, he still had to fight the
Yeah.
war, right, without all the
Yeah.
troops. So what he did was is he took the Muslims and he put them on these like stakes where they could survive for 3 days while being compelled from one end of their torso to the other end without killing them.
Oh
And
no,
believe it or not,
they were not surviving. He was actually spearing all the thieves. Anyone who committed any crime, he was punished with death. And he was not allowing your family or anybody to take the body down. They were supposed to stay there like for years until the only the bones remain and they fall by themselves. They were forbidden to take the body away. And the Muslim people, they had this belief that after you die, your family must take your body, and after a couple of days, they must bury you, because otherwise, the birds of the sky will eat you. And it was something like which they fear about the afterlife. They were fearing that if the birds of the sky eat you, then you don't get to heavens or stuff like that, you know. So yeah. And it
yeah, this
scared
is the
them
beginning.
very. Yeah, when they saw what that this is happening in Romania, they didn't want to die there in this land, you know, because they said it's the most horrifying thing that men can do, you know, most horrible. Yeah. But I like how the Russians are dealt with the Ottoman Empire. Um, the Russians, they had these big, giant palaces, and when they conquer Romania, they went to Russia. They were always sending one man, you know, uh, to bring the message, like submit to us, you know. And when he went there in Russia to the Tsar Palace, he saw in front of the palace a huge cannon with 2 meters in diameter barrel, you know, like very big. And when he saw that, he thought that's a real cannon that can shoot such giant balls, you know. And for them it sounded like this can destroy uh, a whole neighborhood, you know, when they fire it. But it was just for decoration purpose at the palace. And yeah, the Russian Tsar told them, yeah, it's a very powerful weapon, and yeah, in case we need it, yeah, we can anytime make use of it. And he said, yeah, it can destroy a whole city. And the Ottomans fear, and they never attacked Russia after that. You know, they took it off of their list from invading or conquering, and it's real. I read about this in Romanian history.
That's pretty dope, man. Good for the Russians.
In Soviet Russia, cannon shoot you. Wait.
I didn't hear that. You were cutting out, roboting. Yeah.
Sorry, what did you say now?
Get because robotic.
Oh, good.
So you guys did hear my joke, but you couldn't hear him.
Yeah, I heard your joke, Hank.
I don't think I did.
Good.
I just got back to my computer after
You don't
65
need to hear
seconds
that.
away.
In Soviet Russia, cannon shoot you.
But then
That's
you gotta
my
give
best.
2 chuckles and go, oh wait.
And then, oh wait. That's my best impression of you trying to
You did good.
what
You
the
did
heck
good.
is it called?
You
Not
just gotta get that
interpret.
punchline down.
To an
Anyway.
impression.
Impression. I can't say it to the other part. Anyway, whatever. That's my best try.
Wow, I thought I was high.
Lulu's not high.
Yeah, I just can't speak English properly.
We drink vodka now, comrade. Come, sit.
Lulu, you're not driving? Every time you're on here these days, you're driving.
That was the old me, Hank. I'm a bum now. I'm a bum.
That's why her
I'm
mic sounds better.
literally in bed, just bumming it out.
You're not a bum. You're finding your purpose.
A bumette? Is there a bumette?
It's all just bum. A bum's a bum, you feel me?
No. We need to figure out the feminine.
No, we
thing
don't, because that separates us further and makes us focus more on
I
things
am
like
a
gender.
feminist, god damn it.
It's
Yeah,
bag
well,
people, not
Bumalina.
bag lady or
It's
bag man.
Bumalina.
Are you really a feminist?
Bumalina.
I have become a feminist now, guys.
Now what do we do?
So
Oh, no.
is it
Now
bad
we're
when we open
I don't
the
really
door
care
for
as long
you?
as there's no male feminist. I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
yeah.
but if there's
I
any of
agree.
those, I think
A
that
ma-
you're
a
just
feminist?
lying and you have no idea what you're talking about. Male feminist, like,
I'm just trying to get.
bro, you don't get it though. You're not them. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm just trying to say, I want to get it right. That way I can make fun of it properly. So if I open the door for you, now it's bad?
Yeah, it's
Is
bad
that
now.
right?
It's not a sign of
Surely
respect.
it did.
I can do that my damn self.
No. You could still open the door for me.
Yeah, a lot of ladies like it, and
For you or
yeah,
women in general?
For all, I speak for all women. Didn't you know that?
Yeah.
So
No,
This is a touchy subject for me because I've done a lot of deliveries, and holding the door is a touchy subject for me because I've held it so many times for so many people, male, female, fat, short, skinny, rich, poor, you name it. And I could be carrying two 2-4s and a 26er running for the door, and they just walk in and let it close, and I got to ring up and get in the building, and holy fuck.
Yeah, dude, I'm with you. I'm with you there.
So if you're doing it as a job, though.
What, feminism?
No, I'm saying it's part of my personality is to be polite and hold the door for people.
No. I'm asking though. I'm asking. You know, like those people that work like at the hotel or like big mansions or whatever it is.
That's not a real
They
job.
actually have to hold the door open as a job. You know.
Yeah,
I'd say that's not a real job.
It's not a real job.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you gotta work
No.
up
What I'm
the
saying
janitor
is, if
A janitor's
If,
way more effective than a fucking doorman.
Yeah, but
hey,
you gotta
hey,
work from janitor
hey,
to
come
doorman.
on now. Doormen are pretty cool.
They're overpaid, is what I'm saying.
I like their uniform.
They do have cool uniforms. I'll say
I
I'll
was
say
gonna
that.
say they're underworked, but I guess they're overpaid.
It's the same fucking deal.
I'm
6
pretty
to
sure
1,
they
half
do
a dozen
more
of the
than-
other.
Yep.
No, I'm pretty sure
Half
they do
full, half
more
empty,
than
right.
hold the door open.
How do you call in English when you hold your hand like begging? You know.
It's called begging.
Yeah, that's what they do. They
Douchebag,
open
that's what
the
we call
door and then hold the hand, begging for something.
I think it doesn't matter
Oh,
what
you know
language.
where they're looking for a
Oh, well,
gratuity.
yeah.
They're asking for a tip because you held the door open.
Yeah.
Right. Like, I didn't have to be here doing this, even though I'm already getting paid. Give me some of your money too.
I'm not
Well, I
sure
mean,
if I
hey,
should get
why not?
offended though, as a woman, if it's his job. You know what I mean? I'm trying to figure that out.
It's not offensive in the slightest.
Yeah, you should
Listen,
just look at him and be like, really? I'm a woman. Like, come on, dude.
check it out.
Yeah.
Don't you know?
Chauvinism is alive and well only inside of me.
I don't know. As a woman, you should have many options. Unless there's certain things you won't.
I'm just
do, I
kidding.
guess.
It's chivalry is what you want to do.
Yeah, I was trying to think like if
Chivalry.
you got that right or not. I didn't get the joke, but now I get it.
I mean, now you get it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, I had a busy day. If my jokes aren't going to land, they're really not going to land. They're going to be on.
Well, you have to do it with somebody that speaks English properly, like actually understands all.
Well, you
And it's-
sound like you speak it well enough that I
Yeah,
can't
you
really
do
tell
well.
that you don't speak it like.
All
It
right,
doesn't sound like your
I
first
get
language,
by.
but you speak.
I get by, she says.
I get by.
Where do you live again? Africa?
Somewhere on Earth, yeah.
Somewhere on Earth, yeah, we don't need to know.
I think one time you did tell us it was Africa, and that's about as far as I.
That's about as all you're gonna
Chad.
get.
She's in Chad. Anyway.
Chad? No, I don't like Chads.
No,
Who's
me
Chad?
neither. I don't like any
No, not
Chads.
Chad, Africa.
I had a Chad
Seattle.
friend growing up.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I like Chad, but I don't like Chad.
Chad's chattel.
Chad.
Figure out
Uh-oh.
which. Hmm?
Yeah, I know which. I know what you're. I'm picking up what you're dropping.
I know, I'm dropping crumbs, huh?
Dropping bombs, dropping science on these fools. What?
Now when they'll listen.
Oh, they're always listening. Always. And that's the beauty. You just present the information, no matter how hard they fight it, they're going to learn it. Oops.
Are Ben and what's his name still in there?
I don't care.
Oh, you gave up on it too?
I don't know. I'm not watching the chat. I don't give a fuck. I cleaned it up. If you go in
don't
there,
watch it.
it's boring. And you know what? That's good.
It is. I got bored with it too.
Well, no.
That's why I was asking.
Oh, yeah. No, it's boring as fuck in there now. And
I only
think I
usually
did
go
my
in there
job.
because you asked me to. You'd be
Old
like,
dude
come in
did
here,
his
help
job
me.
too. And Battle Mod went in there and sniped a bunch of bitches, 4 or 5 people last night. So, but we needed a clean house, dude. Those people had nothing to offer. They were simply being toxic as a therapeutic release at the end of their day, long day, being a sophist. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry, go. What were you saying?
Yeah. No, I was agreeing with you. That's all.
Yeah. Well, anyway, they'll learn their lesson. They're children, dude. They're young as hell. So, and here's what's going on. They're the smart ones, right? They're because they come here and argue with adults about shit. So they're the smart kids, but they need to use it right. Right now, they're just spewing vitriol and venom. They need to learn some shit and actually apply it.
Well, they have to learn to respect their elders first. And...
I think that won't come until they become somebody else's elders. I really think that they won't be able to learn that before it happens to them. And a lot of times that's how it goes. And that's okay.
Oh, that's sad, but yeah, you might be right.
Yeah, that's okay. That's all right. Life it does what it does. It do what it do, player.
True. True that.
That's what it is.
It is what it is.
It ain't what it ain't, that's for sure.
Remember that movie Modern Problems with Chevy Chase?
Nope, but I should have seen it and I should know about it.
Oh, it's hilarious. It's basically he gets he's following a hazardous waste truck and the barrel comes off and it hits his car and splashes all over him and it gives him magical powers.
Oh,
and he can levitate stuff. Remember that? And there's like this black lady, the lady that played Mel. In
you could have just said lady.
Oh, sure.
I'm just kidding.
Anyway, I know.
I'm just fucking around.
What?
It's a bad
lady?
habit.
I heard something
exactly.
else. What?
Sorry, finish talking about the movie. I'm a dick. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Now I forgot.
That's okay. What was it? What's it called?
Oh,
Chevy
great.
Chase?
Glap flow.
I know, I
Glue
always do. I kill the
Making it
conversation.
about race. Always about.
Yeah.
I wasn't trying to make it like that. It just comes out that way sometimes.
No, you weren't trying to make it like that. No, I was
I know
a
you're
dick
just
about
shit.
it.
I'm just saying. Yeah. I'm sure there's people listening. They're probably going, "Oh, screw him." Oh well.
Yeah, right.
Screw me then. Yes, screw me.
No, screw me. I'm the one who made the joke. Call me racist. Call me a Chinese spy. Whatever you want to do, man. I don't care.
Chinese spy, racist. Oh, how dare you?
Racist Chinese spy. Okay, hang on. I have to beat the shit out of my cat. I'll be right back.
You Chinese fly.
Whoa.
Chinese.
Listen, I don't mind you. I don't mind
very
you being
nice
the
very nice guy.
ish out of your dog, but don't hit your cats, people, please. That is a big no-no.
What? Don't hit your animals at all. What the hell?
Just don't hit him at home. Don't hit him at home.
I'm just playing everybody. I like dogs. I'm not an anti-dog person. Just a little.
Are you sure?
I'm a feminist, dude. I have to be like a cat feminist person.
I'm
like
a
a
firm
feminist.
supporter
You
of
did,
if
but-
your dog screws up, slap your brother in the head.
Ooh.
Hmm.
Okay.
That way you keep them both in line.
I did not get that joke. I'm not gonna lie. Explain it to me. It's okay.
I was gonna say. Might not help. Oh, that's not good. Uh-oh.
Don't die.
So did anyone hear the latest about the emergency on the ISS because of the Russian space tech that can destroy satellites or whatever?
Nope.
The what?
There's this new Russian space tech that can destroy satellites, so it created an emergency on the ISS for some reason.
Oh, good.
Oh, they spotted it? Oh, no.
I don't know. Oh, the ISS? Yeah, I guess.
Wild. That's just wild.
Crazy.
So basically, something we can forget was ever said to us. Sounds
The
good.
most expensive piece of junk that's done nothing for anybody.
Right, and that's on its best day, right? Get off my keyboard! Holy fuck, dude! Oh.
Are you talking to
Yo,
the cat?
stop beating your cat, man.
Dude, he's all over the place.
Cut it out.
Haunches. I call him haunches because he got big back legs.
Cut back on the catnip, dude.
No, I can't, bro. I can't. I'm no longer
You're
sober.
a
I'm hooked.
cat.
I'm hooked on that nip, bro. I'm nipping every night.
Dude, that nip's the good stuff, man.
I nabbed some nip. You know what I mean?
Nip it some nap.
You guys know how it goes. You know what you smell me.
Been there.
What?
I smell you, dog. I smell you.
Is that the new slang?
It's from the late 90s or mid 90s. I smell you, dog. I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know where I get it from, and that is my story.
You know how they say when the shit hits the fan all the time? That's like an expression people use all the time.
What do they say?
When the shit hits the fan. So
When the shit hits the fan.
If you've ever seen a hippo shit, their tail just starts flying and the shit goes
It's
everywhere.
really bad. Yeah, it's really bad.
Like the I'm trying to get holy hippo shit going around.
Hippo shit. It's not gonna, it just doesn't quite roll off the tongue.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I hear it. Holy hippo shit, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Hippos. Hungry hippos.
Maybe in
I
like
owned a hungry
20
hungry.
years.
Really? You owned a what? A what? You owned a hippo? Or a hippo shit?
That game there, hungry hippos, where you eat the marbles.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. One of my favorites. When I was a kid, it's like, I went crazy when that game came out. I was like, I gotta have that. And I never did get one until I was older, and then I realized how dumb it was. It's like, God, I never bought one of these. I'd have been disappointed.
You know, the weirdest toy was the like grow your baby or something, like the plant. Grow the
Chia
you guys
pet.
know what I'm
Sea
talking about?
monkeys? Sea monkeys you're talking about?
No. Somebody said it.
I remember that, but I was gonna make a cloning joke instead. So whatever. Yeah, I think I remember what you're talking about. You could grow your own child, and I don't remember how it was done.
No, like the commercial.
No, not like a real child. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, I hope nobody misunderstands it.
Yeah, no, I stopped.
Technically, you can grow your own child. You know what I mean? But
well, yeah, in a body.
Yeah,
Well, it's almost a year. It's crazy.
Yeah.
No, but
Yeah,
the
that
commercials
depends on
are
how
like
long it
they.
takes you to get her pregnant.
Oh, jeez,
that
that's a
loud?
rough one. I got friends, man. That nope. Sorry. Anyway, let's move on.
I don't know. Do you really need friends? Okay.
No, I mean who are having difficulties that way. So, but anyway, it's neither here nor there.
Let's move on. Yeah, I agree.
I mean, I'm a fucking therapist, dude. I know a lot of different scenarios happening out
You're
there.
a therapist, like a legit therapist.
Well, I'm in school for it right now, but I'll tell you, I counsel people every day, all day. I host AA meetings, and I'm a sponsor for 2 people. So,
Is it true that like therapists themselves are a bit wacky? Are you wacky?
I'm Looney Tunes. You betcha.
Yeah, are you out there?
Well, it's more like I'm going to be a drug and alcohol counselor, not necessarily a therapist. So I misspoke when I said therapist.
Ah, okay, that's better.
It's different. Yeah, it'll be a little. It's more like social work.
Yeah, more like social. But technically,
Huh? Rookie, you like mumble.
I do a lot of experimentation with drugs.
Right. Yeah. I did a lot of research too. Yeah, 20 years of research before I started down this trying to get people off drugs thing.
Yeah, good work, man.
I did everything but needles. Literally everything but needles.
I never did any of it.
Amen. Fuck the needles.
Never did heroin or nothing like that either. But
I did heroin. I just didn't use needles.
I've quit before.
That's why I'm not dead.
I've quit before, but I like
I
burning.
guess. Never done PCP or nothing like that either.
Oh shit! You know what? I've never done PCP before that I know of.
Never done GHB, never
You
rolled
probably
or anything
did then.
like that.
I had
Done
GHB
acid and
once.
taken mushrooms. That's about it.
You guys check this
And done
out.
some meth.
I had
What
GHB.
have you done? Space Blast. Have
I
you done
didn't.
that?
I didn't choose to. Space
Space
Blast.
Yeah, that's when you smoke crack cocaine and angel dust together.
Oh my God! Please,
Wow.
God, no! Don't let me.
I want to hear your
Yeah.
GBH
Yeah.
story.
So you had a wide awake crazy person? Yeah, that sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Yo,
Oh,
but
GHB.
what about that
Did
crazy
you wake
thing?
up with a sore bum and a salty taste in your mouth?
No, but it had to do with my mouth.
You
Okay.
want to go camping?
What about that? Yeah, it's
You want
called
to go camping?
it's
Remember
called
that joke?
salt something.
Yeah, I know that joke.
You heard
That's
that
fucked up. Oh my God.
I love that one too. That was one of my favorite ones. I used to tell those all the time.
You can't do it here. We can't say it.
I know.
So,
I
but
got a clean joke though. I got a clean
yeah?
joke that's good. Yeah, you want to hear it?
Yeah.
Okay. So there's this salesman, right? And he's driving along doing his selling, and he breaks down. And he comes upon a farmhouse, so he goes up and he asks the farmer, hey, will you help me out? And the farmer says, well, the auto parts store is closed now, but I'll take you to town in the morning. You want to stay the night? And then take you to town then. He's like, sure, no problem. So, the farmer being the nice guy he was, he has 2 daughters. So he told his 2 daughters, he said, I'm going to go and start making dinner. Why don't you guys take the salesman out and show him what farm life is like? So they said, okay. So they took him out and they showed him the cows and the corn and all this other stuff, right? The pigs and all that stuff. And then and his daughters were named Venus and Nellie, right? So he tells Venus, he goes, hey, Venus, do you want to see what city life is like? And she goes, yeah, I think I do. And he goes, well, why don't you come down to that old model down there tonight about 11 o'clock and I'll show you what city life is like. So Venus, she goes down later and he shows her what life is like, right? So then she goes back up and she tells her sister, Nellie, she says, oh, Nellie, you got to see what city life is like. So she goes down there and he shows her what city life is like. So the next morning, the farmer takes him into town. He gets his.
Hey, I don't know what that means. Hey, what is that? What's this city life thing mean? What does that mean?
Yeah, you get it. Okay, so anyway.
Yeah.
So he goes along his merry way, right? So a few months later, he gets a letter from the farmer, and he's like, what the heck? So he opens up the letter and it says, dear salesman, was it you who did the pushing, put the footprint on the cushion, put the handprint on the dashboard upside down? Since you met my daughter Venus, since you met my daughter Nellie, she's had a swelly in her belly. Don't you think it's time you came back to town? So, he decided, being the nice guy he was, the salesman decided to write a letter back. So he says, yes. He says, dear farmer, yes, it was I who did the pushing, put the footprint on the cushion, put the handprint on the dashboard upside down. But since I met your daughter Venus, I've had a problem with my penis. So don't you think we're kind of even all around?
Wow, dude. Who told you that joke? Your great uncle?
My mother told me that joke.
That's
when I was
pretty
about
good, yeah.
8. Yeah, it was
That's
hilarious.
pretty good.
It's a good joke. It is. But, it's not dirty and nasty, so it's not as funny. But
I like that one.
you tell that to a kid and they'll laugh their head off. They think that's hilarious. Especially if you emphasize and he showed her what city life is like, My mom told it that way, and I thought it was so funny. And then she forgets the joke, right? So she always tries to tell it, and I'll have to jump in and go, wait a minute, you're screwing the joke up, Mom.
Wait a minute, is this somewhere that grown men talk to goats? In this case, it's like baby goats. Oh, is it stare at goats? I'm sorry.
Maybe it's stare at goats. I don't know. I never seen the movie. I heard about it, though.
Dogs that stare at goats are the men that stare at goats. Sorry, I was trying to talk to you and respond to that, but I was muted somehow. Anyway.
Wow. That was a good joke, huh?
The joke, yeah. That's why I wanted to talk to you about. I just was seeing if anybody else wanted to talk about it.
What's the hardest part of sniffing mothballs?
I'm not gonna lie. I was in the lobby, so I was half listening.
What's the hardest part of smelling mothballs?
I don't know.
Getting them to spread their legs.
Yeah.
Oh, dude.
I've heard that one before. That's a good one.
That would be hard. You'd have to get 2 pairs of tweezers. Really get that going.
Yeah. You get your face in there. That's really hard, too.
Okay. Come on.
They're kind of fuzzy.
Only on a flat earth, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know what they'd be like on a globe Earth. I'm not sure.
All right, so I'm going to tell you guys
Let me get
about
back
this. I'm a hopeless romantic, and I'm writing a song called "Moving On" because a girl that I want to be with right now doesn't want to be with anybody.
I hate that.
And so I'm waiting, but she's pretty good at acting like we didn't share anything, right? So that said, because she has to ignore all so that she doesn't get distracted. At least she thinks, and that's okay, right? You shouldn't date for at least a year after you become sober, which makes sense. But she relapsed a bunch of times. So anyway, the point is, I'm writing a song called "Moving On," and it's one of my best. You know why? Because it came out of tragedy. That's what I hate.
You hate tragedy? Tragedy always seems to turn out good, though, doesn't it?
That's the problem. It takes the tragedy to get to the good. This is fucking arbitrary to me. And that's all I have to say.
Sorry to hear that, man, but can't wait to hear the song.
Exactly. The song's more important
sure
right now anyway, because it's the only thing that is being created out of it. You're right in a sense.
Maybe you'll
Girl
get lucky
troubles.
and that song will hit and you'll make money off of it and sell it to somebody.
Well, hits. I mean, it's not going to be a hit, dude. There's no such thing as hits anymore. But because every song that like popular artists. No, listen. Every song that popular artists put out now is a hit.
Yeah,
they just make like an EP and it sells.
That's because they have a special computer that turns it into evil.
Well, you have to be like involved in things to have a hit song. So
oh yeah,
better
you got to
if
be.
You don't have a hit song.
No,
It is
anybody
better,
who has a song, even if it's bad, if you play it on the radio long enough, people start to like it.
True.
No, you guys remember Lil Wayne? I don't know.
Case in point, Debbie Gibson.
Nowadays.
Oh yeah, Lil Wayne.
But he pretty much was like at the top one, like back in the days, all the time, because all they did was play his songs in on the radio.
Yeah.
Like every 5 minutes, it was his songs, and
right.
Yeah.
wrong little.
Oh, sorry.
That's Lil Jon.
Yeah.
And it's like this.
Yeah. What?
Oh my mama.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Wait, was he the one that also was talking about flat Earth? Little
No,
Jock?
that was B.O.B.
No. I mean, not in a positive sense. Like he was having a conversation, like he put it out on Twitter or on his YouTube or something. Elijah had something up about it.
What you talking about, Willis?
I don't remember. I don't know. I wasn't
I'm pretty
present.
sure it was him.
He'd remember.
I don't know where to find the video, but he basically was with his girlfriend or wife, and he was talking to a flat earther at a restaurant, and she was like, I don't know if she was a beginner or something, but she was saying the dumbest things ever, and pretty much, what is that?
That's me. Sorry.
It's a goofball.
You keep rumpusing me with it.
I'm sorry. I gotta mute my mic.
No, you don't have to.
It's like
It sounds like rage.
Sounds like he's playing a little air guitar with his fingers or something. Like yeah.
Yeah, are
No,
you playing guitar?
it's a keyboard.
Oh,
That's me. There you go. I was close.
Yeah.
Dare you?
I'm just trying to get it so that the mic sensitivity picks it up, but it's not too loud. Huh. That's weird. Oh well. Fuck it.
Okay, I'm gonna set these mouse traps in.
It's a noise canceling thing, so I can't like play unless it's super loud. That's fucking bullshit. My mic's decent. That's the problem.
Horse and shite.
get a crappy mic, dude.
I got that one set without snapping
Or
my
maybe
finger.
I'll just let you guys hear what I got so far on the song. Post it on the SoundCloud. Maybe.
Hey.
We'll see.
Yeah. Oh.
I need to work with it for a second.
What a bummer, dude. I wonder.
But I feel you, bro, on the lady angle. I'm very cynical when it comes to women these days.
Yeah, same here. I had to go back to my teens to remember what that felt like. But oh, do I remember? Like, yeah.
I hear that.
When a woman gets you good, you can't eat, you can't sleep, you can't work right, nothing's working.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're constantly in like agony. Sorry, bro. I feel you there. It's been a long time, but I remember.
Yeah, I remember that.
My one buddy that him and his lady split up after 26 years, 2 kids. One's like, the youngest is like, I guess 9, maybe going on 10 now. Anyways, I told him, I said, don't worry, buddy. You'll meet someone else and she'll break your heart too. And then he's, why'd you say that? Like, it's just the
Don't
way
remind
it
him.
is, you know, preparing you for the next heartbreak.
Yeah, you might as well. Lord knows they won't prepare themselves. Oh no, it's gonna be perfect. Yeah, sure. Doesn't always turn out that way. Don't say that.
Yeah, if you haven't seen the video that I've been playing earlier today about what is actually entailed in a marriage contract, right? Because what they said was that people who are in heat go get a marriage contract. We could put anything in that contract that we wanted to, and people would still get it because all they want to do is get the paper so they can get the groove on.
Yep, get the groove. Makes sense. Yeah, they could ask them for stool sample and, and they'd be like, sure, no problem.
Yo.
Or you could just go to Vegas.
Thing is, it's to never give up. That's all.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. Because there's always more where that came from.
Oh, okay. Thanks, old dude. We have a new person, Zultanji. Zultanji.
Cool. Hi.
Welcome.
Hey there.
Hi.
Yeah, actually trying to guess through Cuddles. Or,
Cuddles.
Cuddles, the cowboy or something.
What about him?
We're both in a certain Skype group about this law, government stuff.
I got you. Oh, cool. Yeah, we know who he is. I was just checking to see what you were going to say.
Nice. Welcome, man.
Yeah, welcome. For sure.
What are your thoughts on Secret Alien? You're hot micing. What are your thoughts on Earth's shape?
I thought it was flat for a while. I used to get in arguments with my teachers like 15 years. Oh my God, it's almost been like 20 years now. No, it's been like 15 years since high school. And I remember one time when I was we were at PE and I was talking to some kids about it, and the teacher heard me. I was like, there's no way that the sun's that far away if it's coming through the clouds. Like the rays are coming through at like 10 different angles right here. And the teacher told me that it was from bouncing off the clouds, reflecting in different directions. And I don't know, I've always had like an idea, but I didn't really get into looking it up until probably like a year ago. Have you guys watched Ear Wars videos? It's like the 5-hour Lost History of Earth.
Which one?
The guy's name. It's on YouTube. It's just mirrored link of
It's
his.
the history of flat Earth, right? The history of
Yeah.
flat Earth. Yes.
Lost history of lost history of Earth, I think is what it's called.
Lost.
It talks about all like the architecture and the power grid that used to be here, and he just released part 2 of it a couple days ago and posted in the chat if you guys want. He has actually a Telegram channel too where he posts everything.
Yeah, post it in the live stream chat.
All right. I know if that showed up. I'm not good with Discord at all.
Oh, I thought you were gonna post. No, that's fine. It works.
Is that the right chat to post it in?
Yes.
The live stream voice chat thing, voice text. All right. Oh, that's his his Telegram channel. All it is the posts of his videos. Like it's just links to all the videos. And then he has a chat group also. I'll post.
It's fun to speculate, right? What are these buildings? Why are they built?
Yeah.
It's not something you can actually prove, right?
Well, to be fair, Roger, they can't really prove their
can't
version of
prove it.
history either. I mean, did the Egyptians use copper ore to make their tools for cutting granite? Copper? I mean, if they would have said marshmallows, it would have made more sense. Well, maybe not, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how the fuck do you cut rock with marshmallows?
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
I'm just giving a disclaimer, right? It's a fun documentary to watch. Take the good, leave the bad.
Of what?
You are.
Oh yeah. Yeah, just get through it and see what you think, you know? The one thing I got to make sure I do every time I watch a new video or any video is I got to remind myself that no matter how compelling it is, correlation is not causation, and I need to do the research myself. So if anything, this stuff piques my interest to go out and find out from my own. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here talking about it if I hadn't actually checked. That said, yeah, the Iwaranon stuff is really informative, indeed.
Especially how he formats it. He goes into the flat Earth stuff before he gets into the, more abstract things.
He wets your whistle with flat Earth, indeed.
What do you all think about the ending with the moon and shit?
I don't have a claim one way, especially not that. No way. It's not even compelling to, making me think something one way or the other. But it's an interesting idea, I guess. I think it's kind of far out there because how you really gonna map that out? If we don't even have a good map of where we live, what the fuck are we doing? Trying to talk about the moon being an upside down and an inverted kind of? I don't know. That's my opinion.
Did you see part 2 of it that he just released?
I'm not sure.
Talks about the Bible and everything.
Talks about what?
The Bible and.
No, I haven't watched it.
Yeah.
Does anybody have the link to part 2?
Yeah, I'll post it. Second.
I gave an ignorant response because I haven't looked into it. So I'm ignorant of the stuff. Flatman, what movie is that from?
It's from The Sopranos.
My old
the
friend.
show Sopranos.
Argument from Incredulity. Good to see you again. No, you're absolutely right, Glasslow. There's no way to prove any of that stuff. It's fun to like speculate and like ask questions and stuff like
Yeah, that's about as far as we can go, though. But like I said, it's interesting. Why not, right? I mean, not why not that be the truth, but why not look into whatever? Because until we can get everybody to admit the truth, we're just going to kind of be spinning our wheels.
You know why I thought that the last part of his presentation was really interesting? What is it, like part 14 or whatever? It's because that's what I used to think when I was a kid before I like ever got into everything, right? You know, I'd look up at the moon on a clear night sky and look it up there and be like, kind of looks like earth and water kind of stuff. But I mean, I can see why that would be like guessed upon, you know? But
yes.
That's just why it piqued my interest.
Here, I'm posting this first while I find it. I watched this happen over my house. I had no clue what it was when it was happening. But after I watched, I think it was Earwar's video, it really looks like it's when the rocket's hitting the firmament, it looks like it's like wake, like a boat riding through wake. And like it completely looks like it's water. And they just say it's where the sun is actually able to reach the rocket's like line of sight over the curve. But yeah, it's pretty cool though.
So what about the you ever seen the moon wave? Where it could be like a sheen of water that's slowly like rippling over top of the light.
What do you mean, like the guy sticks out his hand and says, "Hey guys"? No, you're talking about like a heat wave, a temperature wave.
No, so there's like it's called like the moon ripple or something like that. People have recorded it. It almost looks like there's a sheen of water like in front of the light of the moon. So as like the water, that like, you know, sheen of water, really thin layer of water is rippling from a center out, and it kind of looks like it's a small ripple of water going over top of it. You ever seen those videos before?
Yeah, the lunar wave.
The same claim.
Lunar wave.
Yeah, I call it something different, I guess.
Yeah. They fixed it, by the way. Doesn't do that anymore.
They fixed it?
Yeah, I'm not kidding. People kept trying to look for it after a certain point. It's not there anymore. There's only footage of it from like 2018, 17, 16, and before. For whatever reason, nobody's posting anything else about it. And
I always thought it might be like a camera, like frame rate or something like that.
It looked like a frame rate. It was just refreshing, is what it looked like.
Right. Have you ever seen one of those videos of where the frame rate matches a helicopter's, like, you know, and it looks like it's a helicopter with still propellers just like going through the air?
Right.
Could be a frame rate, right?
No, I don't know. That's wild speculation. I'm just saying if there's a refresh rate and that's what we were seeing, that's crazy. That's all I'm saying. I'm trying to stay out of the woods. I love it though, because
Oh, guys, I got
Listen.
something for you. Okay, so there's this new game, right? And it's like a really big game, and they wanted to put it on the Switch. So what they did was they took like characters that were like out of view that you weren't looking at, and they changed the frame rate of the character. So the Smith, he's over there going dink, 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 but it's only one frame for each dink when you're not looking at them. So what they did is they hacked the camera and like made you walk over to the blacksmith, and he's all over there like one frame per second. And that's interesting.
I think it's a good reason to see like why it should be speculative over any video you see on the internet, because they could be doctored images regardless if they're supporting whatever side. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah,
Could be a
you should be cautious about anything.
right?
Yeah, I would suggest that you would always double check it all. It's my opinion. I do. And whenever I ask and somebody doesn't want to tell me, it's usually when I go, oh, yep, that explains it.
Yeah. I know in my case, I don't have the technological instruments to like do that. So, yeah. If I had more money to spend, I'd totally invest in a really, a nice camera with zoom and all that kind of stuff. But I just don't. So,
I don't have an expensive camera, but I can pretty much do any of those experiments that they do with cameras, pretty much. And Zoom's pretty good on my phone, so I use that.
I got a friend who has 100x zoom on his phone. It's pretty intense. I think that would actually probably work.
Is it digital zoom or?
I don't know. I know it's a Samsung, and he like took a picture of this water tower really far away, 100x zoom, and he told me to look at it, with my regular eyes, and it took me like probably solid minute to find it. I'm like, holy shit, that's pretty crazy to be able to do that on your phone alone, right? Technology's come a long way.
Yeah, it has.
That's how the Globers strengthen their ball arguments.
Yeah, you're right. I heard them doing it back in the day. They would say, "You got a cell phone, don't you? Like you trust science when it comes to your cell phone. How come you don't trust science when it comes to shape of the Earth? Why the double standards?" It's like, hey, come here, watch my cell phone do this. 100 zoom. See that tower over there? That shouldn't be there. Like that's going to be the future. Like 100 zoom cell phone.
No, I was referring to the GIF I posted. That's how the Globers train to strengthen their ball arguments.
He's talking about the guy getting kicked in the nuts repeatedly. But regardless, he did make a good point. Technologically speaking, you shouldn't be able to see too far. That was the point. And that's true. Yeah.
Does anyone know how to find? There's a video I saw a couple months ago of some guys. They're on just like a regular, just like a kind of small size fishing boat, and they were trying to get to Antarctica or like down like past like the 60th parallel or 60th degree, whatever it is called, and they got stopped by a warship. Have you guys seen that video? I've been trying to find
Crazy,
it.
I don't think I
crazy
have. Yeah.
crazy motherfuckers. Because if they wouldn't have been stopped, and they would have made it to the ice shelf, and they would have made it on the top of the ice shelf, and they would have made it however many miles inland, they would have been pretty pooched.
Right. Have you ever seen Condition 1 weather in Antarctica? YouTube that one.
It's like minus 70 degrees down there.
It has a whole bunch of classifications that has to do with temperature, wind speed, and visibility, meaning that if you're trying to travel like 200 feet from your dorm to like the cafeteria, you have to be linked up with one another, follow a rope, otherwise you'll just get lost and freeze to death.
Okay, snow.
You know what I mean?
Whiteout. Yeah, it's like whiteouts.
Yeah, so even trying to explore that region is just, it's insane. You know what you have to prepare for.
Need a big tractor. Need a big
For
tractor.
like the long term, you know.
Do we know that, or is that just something that they're trying to
You need
teach
a
you
straight up envoy.
I was just thinking the logistics alone, like how do you get enough beer there before you get there for when you're there?
Right.
Like, oh,
You're right, because if I was going to freeze to death out in the middle of nowhere, I'd probably want a couple beers before I died. I agree. I'm sure they plan that in their logistics system, right?
Well, I'm sure, yeah,
Because it
there's
would
probably
really
a bottle
take
of
like
booze
a
in the back of the
military level like logistics movement, you know, to get anywhere close to finding anything. That's why it was all controlled under the military in the first place.
You can watch the video. It's still around. All the stuff they did when they were down there. Majority of it. Anyway.
The question is she so much of a catch to let her do this to me a third time?
Depends
That's the
on
question.
how much you fell for.
fuck no. Take it from a man with experience.
No, here's
Well, I
the
was
thing.
going to give you that, Sam, but I figure you're probably not going to listen to
I'm
that.
almost 40. I didn't think I was going to meet my dream girl, then I did. So that's why she's probably going to get a third opportunity, regardless.
There's probably
Well,
about
yeah.
8 or 9 dream women out there for every dude. Believe me, you just got to meet one or
Probably
two.
two
of the
women that you...
Anyway.
Might be two.
So, and it's not like I feel different this time than I did about other times when I would have died to stay in a relationship with somebody, even though that doesn't make any sense. Yeah.
I'm going to put it to you this way. I was talking to my buddy the other day. He's my age. You know, we're not even 30 yet, right? We're in our late 20s and stuff like that. And he's divorced twice, working on his next one. And he's like, I just want to spend my life with someone. You know what I told him? I said, why don't you get a dog, dude?
That's super codependent, saying stuff like, I just want to be with somebody to validate my existence. No,
So get a dog. That
Well,
dog
no,
will
I completely understand that.
Combined. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I'm very familiar with all these parts of the psyche. And that's why it's pissing me off. Because I thought I was better than having to succumb to these juvenile emotions once again.
What's wrong with juvenile emotions, dude?
Huh?
What's wrong with juvenile emotions?
They get me in trouble. They get me in trouble. I start things I can't finish usually, and then when I start the thing I can finish, I usually don't end up finishing it in the first place.
Okay. I'm just going to have to agree with you on that.
You're going to have to. That's okay. I'm not trying to make
I don't know
this
what
an
I don't know what
emotional
you were
thing.
saying.
I don't care about
No,
it.
no, I know.
At
I'm
this
trying
point,
to.
I
I
am
feel
getting
for you,
kind
bro.
of
I know
jaded
what you're
to
going
it.
through.
You know what I'm
I've been
saying,
through
though?
it plenty
Like,
of times.
usually I'd find a way to get out of thinking or feeling about it. Now I just kind of sit in the deep end of the pool and just wait until I've dealt with it, and then there's that, I guess. It's getting kind of old, but I don't see life being any other way. I really don't.
I hear you. Well, if you really care about her and you really think she's all that, then maybe you should go for it.
No,
If
not where
after
we're at
three
right now.
strikes, I don't know. If after 3 strikes, I don't know.
No, then I just stop talking
There's
to her.
women out there like that too, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they'll make you ask for it 3 times, and then they'll finally give it to you.
Well, it's kind of nice. It's not. I don't
They
know how to
want you to
explain
win
it.
them,
It's not like asking. It's not like asking. It's like we know that if we were to be together, we'd hit it off. But she's trying to focus on everything else but a romantic relationship with anyone right now.
Oh,
that's what it is. So that's all it is.
That
And it's
makes it
like
difficult, right?
that doesn't. Well, it doesn't hurt as bad as if I had fucked a bunch of shit up and now I'm in the doghouse maybe forever because of my mistakes. That feels way worse, and that's not at all this situation.
But what might happen though? I know where you're coming from. Is you're thinking by
sure.
the time that happens, you're gonna think I'm your brother or something instead of your lover,
Well,
right?
kinda. No. Yeah, I mean, okay, that could be something that. Yeah, it could be something that comes along, I guess, and we both notice and be like, "Oh shit."
Yeah,
well,
like,
there's
you
that.
become too good of friends. You don't want to ruin it after
Listen,
that.
I'll put it to you this way. She just said that. No, I won't say anything. Anyway, moral of the story is, sometimes being a hopeless romantic pays off because I can now say I think definitely it's better to have loved and lost than to have never loved at all.
It is.
Because if you can make somebody feel more special than you've ever felt, that's pretty cool. That's pretty. I'd like to do that again one more time before I
You sound a
die.
lot like my friend Tyler.
Huh?
You sound a lot like
beautiful
my
to see
friend
that.
Tyler.
So fucking special.
It's fucking special. Sorry.
Well, what I was gonna say is you're being woman brain, but I can relate.
I'm being woman brained.
Yeah, somebody tells me that all the time, and I get pissed off every time they say it. It's like, what the hell does that mean, bro?
Anyway,
woman brain
one
would mean
moment.
that, like, what the hell does that mean?
What's up?
Excuse me.
He just
Excuse
threw
me.
Lulu.
Let me just.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
I have.
Somebody tells it to me, and so I'm just repeating it.
Hey,
God
she
damn, let her
wants,
talk.
she
Yeah,
wants
woman brain
to
time.
talk.
We have what's his freaking name? Snow, that wants to speak. He has a question about the sun. Don't mean to interrupt about the whole woman brain thing. Just
You know
a second.
what? It's going to be there to talk about, and
It was
I
not an
hate
insult to
bringing
you,
it
by
up
the
to
way.
you
I hope
guys. So let's.
Yeah, don't mean to interrupt your woman brain comment.
Yeah, let's talk about the sun.
While you're slinging around basic bitches, can we get back to flat Earth and cover the?
Yeah.
man.
Shit, battle mod.
Yeah.
Okay. So, sun.
All right. One second.
Lulu's a
Let me.
rap. You shouldn't have to yell to be heard.
It's true.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I will unmute you. You have like 5 seconds to make your case.
Okay.
You're unmuted.
So you hear me? So my disagreement is a flat Earth. If you have a sun that's revolving around the equator on a flat Earth model, my saying is, as an engineer, that light from the sun can travel anywhere in any direction, so it should travel all the way across to the other side of the equator. So, and my saying is, a sunset, like if you have a flat Earth, sun going around a flat Earth, the sun shines everywhere. There would be none set.
I'd like
only
to
get
tell
a
that
sunset
before
in
you
around Earth.
apply it to a sunset, but the sunset is caused by attenuation and atmospheric extinction of light. So what you leave out of your equation and your idea is the fact that light doesn't propagate through a medium for infinity. And the sun is not always observed to be on the equator, but I get the premise. When it's on the equator, you'd think it would light up the entirety of the Earth. But that's if you're unaware of atmospheric attenuation of light.
So you're saying that the atmosphere is too thick; it doesn't. Light doesn't travel as
I'm
far?
not the one that says that. Science does, and yes, science says the atmosphere is a medium. That's why we call it Hold on.
It's
That's
too
why we
thick.
call it atmospheric obstruction. This is why
Right.
your weatherman tells you what the visibility distance is every day, because it's
Right.
based on conditions. So
Right.
there's 7 layers of atmosphere, 7 varying layers of a rate of attenuation. And that's because attenuation is due to density. The thicker the medium,
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
quicker
So we have
light
you
attenuates.
can prove
So
blue skies because of the medium density. We know
no,
the
blue
density of the
skies
atmosphere.
isn't because of the medium density. That's not even what science says. Are you serious?
No, you can prove why the sky is blue, and you can tell the density of the
What,
atmosphere.
really?
Can you?
Yeah.
Can you
Yeah,
prove
you
it?
can.
No,
Yeah, you can.
Can you
Yeah,
prove
but
it?
Oh, I
wait.
can.
What I want to
can.
know is
Really?
how does that go against my statement that
It
light in
doesn't
the
go against it at
atmosphere?
all. It doesn't
Oh,
go
don't
against it. What
interrupt
I'm
me,
saying is,
dude. Come on, can you have a civil conversation?
let's help each other out. I'm
Yes
not
or no?
disagreeing with
Yes
you.
or no? Can you let me finish my sentence? I'm the guy that will ban you the next time you interrupt me. Yes or no? Answer now.
What's the question?
What's the question? See, here's the point. If you don't pay attention when we're talking in an aggressive manner, we can assume you probably have an attention span problem. You didn't pay attention
Okay,
in
son.
school. You're rude.
You dropped out of school in high school.
Again,
No,
talking
I did.
over.
No, I didn't drop out of school in high school. I have a college degree. One could assume that you never paid attention in your life. Then logically, we could assume that you're uneducated. So why should we even bother? It'd be a logical inference. You don't pay attention enough to have an education. So what you said, how does that go against attenuation of light through the atmosphere to the point of extinction?
We can prove that. You don't know that?
Who's we?
We know that. We know that.
Who's we?
We can
Bro,
also
go look
listen.
up Mark Rober on YouTube.
He has a turn
Go
to
look
stop
up
it.
Mark Rober on
Listen,
YouTube, bro.
the sky being blue doesn't cover what I said. We can also
Yes, it
prove.
does. It does.
No, it doesn't. We can also prove why light attenuates and at what rate it does.
We know, dude. It's been covered, bro. We know that. We
It's
know
been covered,
that.
bro.
No, it's an equation, bro.
Bro.
It's one math
Yeah.
equation.
Check it out.
Well, actually, it's not a uniform. There's no constant in the atmosphere.
Well,
So
there's no constant, but dude, you know what spectrometry is? We can know what a gas cloud is made of.
yeah, that doesn't.
A light
Listen, the
I mean, that
sky
has
is blue.
everything to do with our atmosphere. How do you not understand
The
that?
sky is
I wanna
blue.
argue with
What
you.
you're
does he
what you're
not-
failing to do is rebuttal my
Not
point that light attenuates to the point of extinction in the
Well,
atmosphere.
here's our problem here. You don't understand spectrometry.
We have a problem, do we?
Into
I
a
do
place
understand spectrometry.
people
At what?
do know.
Listen, what does?
Yes, we
Yes,
do
I
know.
do, motherfucker.
We
Who
know
else is
a
in
lot.
there?
I'm gonna end this
No.
conversation, dude. I tried to join
He said he's going to end this conversation.
And why do I have a flat earther and a fucking glober interrupting me?
Calm
off.
down.
No, G, shut up. Nothing you said is rebutted. And the premise of attenuation, we can give the rate at what light attenuates. We can give citation for stellar aberration. There's many different effects of light in the atmosphere, none of which you've addressed by saying the sky is blue and we know what light spectrum that light's phase in. Yes, we do, but it doesn't debunk attenuation. How about you address what's being said and not just keep rattling on like you said something that proves something?
It was because you asked me a question. I wanted
Are
to
you
say
too dumb to know when you're muted? Were you talking the entire time you were muted? This is where I dish out what you gave. This is where I dish out what you gave.
I gave nothing. You interrupted me.
Yeah,
by
that's
talking
right.
about
You just keep interrupting me. I'm giving you what you get. So, do you want to play this game, or do you just want to have a
Yes, I
simple
do.
conversation?
You know what? I really want to come down. Do you want to?
Oh my gosh, dude.
No, I mean, do you want to play the game of interruption? I will mute you too, bro.
Listen
This is more efficient when you shut up and let me do it.
I mean, if you just
Say
understood.
without
Oh
me
my God,
just
dude.
finishing this,
Dude,
you muted.
Shut up.
You just keep talking and you don't listen to anything, and it's just not good for you. It really isn't. You came into here. This is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. We're not changing it for
Christ,
you just
bro.
because you came in. Okay, so you need to listen.
Don't monologue till my point's lost and I got to repeat my question, bro. Please.
No, I'm not.
I'm on a point here. I'm trying to prove a
Go
point. So rudeness and belligerence doesn't prove anything scientifically. That's my fucking point.
Yep.
We can be rude to people all day long, each other all day long, or we can treat people like humans. We can treat each other like humans, and we have a normal conversation. Snow cheese. You choose. You set the format now with your words. We don't have a problem having a conversation with anybody. Everybody's got a problem being interrupted, though. I think. I could be wrong.
You're not.
Some motherfuckers might think it's kosher or couth. But personally, I believe it to be uncouth. Yeah, that's what I thought. Just like most globe earthers, you don't want to have a conversation unless you can control the pace of it, and no flat earther can be heard. So at the end of it, you can act like you did something while you parade around like a rooster who just inseminated 20 eggs.
When you actually didn't do shit.
Right, you're not cock of the walk, bro. You're not
Hey,
hatching no chicks here.
He
You
left.
got a bunch of uninseminated eggs
Scooby Doo on out of here, man.
that have an yeah, see, his shit's not incubating. Let's get this out for the live stream.
He knows it all. He's got it all figured
at him.
out. Don't
Mm-hmm.
don't
I'm
worry.
gonna make a couple omelets out of that egg. What's up? I'm gonna have to chop up every globe earther first, though, and put them in with some bacon.
Yeah.
Some potatoes. I make a country omelet, you know.
Throw some butter in that shit, man.
Gotta hit onions
gravy.
in there.
Don't forget the gravy. Don't forget the gravy.
Garlic.
Gravy. Oh shit.
Hey, we do have Button as well, who is if I remember correctly, a globe earther. If they want to,
Why don't you do it,
shout it up.
Lulu? What's up?
What's up, Mike? No, I like it when you when you destroy their fantasy.
Well, that guy just didn't want to have a conversation where, and he got an answer.
Yeah.
He wanted to act
Yeah,
like
he didn't
nobody
have an
could
answer.
him.
He had a prepackaged argument, though, didn't he? He just tried to lay it out.
Dude, we know everything. Come on, Mike.
Yeah.
Spectroscopy in no way covers whether or not light can propagate through the medium forever. That's all I got to say. It covers color of light. Spectroscopy doesn't even affect refraction.
Yeah, so
Or
he was basically
attenuation.
saying the sun light should travel forever. You
The
should be able
sky
to
is
see it on the
blue.
whole Earth. And then you said there's this thing called light attenuation where light doesn't work like that. And he was like, but we know what the sky's made out of.
Yeah, that was my entire point, right? The density of that medium of the atmosphere, the rate of attenuation.
We know what the sky made of.
Wait, we know what the sky's made of?
The sky's blue because of polarization, though. It has nothing to do with spectroscopy.
Isn't it because it's exciting the gases, like the noble gases?
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Yeah, and that's what polarizes light. It takes it from the white spectrum or the complete spectrum and polarizes it into the rainbow.
How the fuck
That
don't the
allows it to
Globers
bend down.
understand that?
Dude,
Goodness.
That's a big question.
Well,
right?
I think most people don't know that, even if they're not really.
Well, I'm saying, like, they think the sky's blue because of the sun or something, just the sun, or I don't know why they think it's blue, to be honest. Is it sunlight coming from the sun that bounces into the quote-unquote atmosphere through, like, an ozone and all that kind of deal?
Yeah, ignorance is the only thing that can make my words sound like word salad. If I'm talking to, listen, intelligence sounds like foolishness to the fool. Foolishness Sounds like retardation to the intelligent.
Yeah,
Yeah. So the door swings both ways. So
that's true. It does.
Mhm.
no matter which side of it you're
It
on, there's
does.
going to be other guys.
So a wise man knows himself to be a fool, and the fool thinks he's wise.
Yeah.
Wise men know we don't know shit. We really don't. We know nothing for 100% certain.
Correct.
We apply what we know for technologies to make technology better, but it's like electricity. We
That's
don't even
engineering,
know
man.
we don't know where it comes from. Most
We
idiots
don't
think
even. Yeah, it's still theory.
We do really good engineering. That's what we
listen.
do.
Yeah, most idiots think a generator or alternator creates electric, but it doesn't create it. It creates a state where it collects that out of the fucking environment.
It promotes.
Electricity promotes the gathering of it through the creation of magnetic field and the spinning of magnets. A generator, you got pickups. All you got to do is create a magnetic field and wave a dielectric piece of metal through there, and you've created electricity.
You know who
But
knew this really
you
well?
didn't create it.
Tesla.
You didn't create it. What you did was
Les Paul.
capture it.
Oh yeah, he did too.
Because it already
He
exists in
should
the
have.
atmosphere.
Oh yeah, he knew it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't create electricity. Nature does.
Never met the guy. Love his guitars though.
We just figured out how to trick it.
Yeah, we not trick it, manipulate it. We know it comes from an electromagnetic field. We create electromagnetic field and photons begin to move. Then we can draw it. Then we can draw it out of the collection pool. That's what the alternator and the generator do. And the difference between the two is one's a direct current and the other is an alternating current.
Tesla, baby.
Yeah.
Tesla. I love you, baby.
Yeah, Tesla
Dude,
did all that.
Without a doubt, the greatest
so did
invention of all
Westinghouse
time is
and
the electric
General
motor.
Electric and
Electric motor is the greatest invention of all time. Prove me wrong.
you know the people that made the most money off
Without it, we're gonna be in
electricity,
trouble.
they had nothing to do with engineering the processes to use it or to make the light bulb. The people who actually got rich off electricity and the light bulb, they're not
They
the
stole
ones
it
that
from somebody
discovered it.
That's right.
They
Anyway,
finagled somebody.
love electric motors. Changed my life.
Edison.
Yeah.
Edison, you can't say
Well, gas
Tesla
motors, too.
without, accepting the fact and pointing out that Edison crushed Tesla.
Yep.
Because Edison was rich and Tesla was not.
Well, yeah, Edison sold out to the fucking banker boys, and Tesla's like, nah, I want to build shit. It's killer. It's free. Check it out. And they're like, no, we can't make money with that, dude. No, sorry, man. Get out of here. Get the fuck. You ain't in the club, man. You're not in that club.
Two rich dudes, Westinghouse. They were fighting over who was going to steal Tesla's technology.
That's right, Mike.
And Pat.
Yep. I know the story well. Damn it.
I know, we all do, don't we? It does, I never get tired of hearing it, though.
Yeah. Yep. Did you see the movie with Ethan Hawke?
I was eating while I'm talking.
Did you see the movie with Ethan Hawke? Anybody?
I'm sure I did.
Huh?
Who
Tesla
wants
movie?
to hit this joint?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sure
It's
I saw
good.
it. Yeah.
Well, it's recent.
Lulu?
Him and
You wanna
Edison.
get high?
I think so, yeah.
Hmm?
She's like, huh?
Dude.
Somebody call my name.
Somebody.
What's up? Do you guys need some woman braining here?
Yeah, we do. Actually, we do. I don't have a problem with it, actually.
All right.
I
watched
like
the most
women.
amazing-
I've always liked women.
I saw the
And I've
most
always
amazing-
respected them. I didn't mean to be rude. I was just fucking around. Sorry about that.
Oh, we got another person, do we?
I'm a feminist, so I'm automatically offended by your voice. So don't worry about it.
Exactly.
Okay, then
That's
I guess
no
I
good.
can't do any worse.
Talking
That's
on
a
the
good thing.
Thank you. I'm glad I'm at that level at least.
You're welcome.
I had a guy rage quit and say that.
Oh,
I don't
really?
like the tone of your voice. I'm out.
That's
We get
that's
all
hilarious.
I thought, that's the most original rage quit I've ever heard. You don't like the tone of my voice, so you're out.
Hey, it's hard to talk to somebody who you don't like. You're like, oh, fuck
Fucking
this guy.
Snow Cheese came
Yeah,
back.
I'm with that. That's why I
Snow
ban Jim
Cheese is
Panda
back.
every time.
Dude, Jim
Every time
Panda
they try to
sounds.
bring him
I
back.
can
His
smell the
voice-
insecurity in his fucking voice.
Oh, his voice just grabs a hold of my nutsack and squeezes.
Sure.
I gotta ban him. I can't
Yep,
listen
for
to
sure.
him.
Snow
I
Cheese
told
is
you.
back. Hey, Mike. Snow Cheese. He's back. You want to?
Oh, I wonder, is Snow Cheese like schmegma?
Dick cheese.
Woo, I haven't heard that word.
Is that like
Duck
sugar?
butter. I'm just wondering,
I
is
didn't
Snow
even know
Cheese
people
like
knew
duck
that
butter
word.
or dick cheese?
Shit. That word's a sacred
He
word.
is
man.
in the lobby trying to say, trying to
What?
get unmuted if you guys still want to
Is he muted?
continue. Yeah,
I
yeah,
thought
yeah.
I unmuted him when I told him to choose whether or not he wanted to have a civil conversation. My bad.
Oh, he's in detention for, I guess he's, okay.
Yo, can you hear me?
Oh, you swore in the lobby. Now you came back to the VC trying to get the people you trolled to have compassion for you and unmute you.
Hey,
Am I right?
You know, I did accidentally swear. I didn't know that would actually come up on Discord as a swear word. That's my B.
Oh, well, I'll usually unban people when they do that just because our bot's too liberal for me.
Yeah, I
You know,
agree. We can say a lot on here that we can't.
I mean,
right.
sometimes you can post a damn a video that's got a trigger word in it, and it'll put you in cognition or detention just for that,
Yeah, especially nudity of any kind.
Yeah, so we're not bad people, Snow. I just wanted to be able to have an
Yeah.
interaction where we both get our time to talk and the other person doesn't talk over them. That's a civil conversation. I'm not really I'm not the guy that likes 5 people jumping in while 2 people are having a conversation. I know that can get frustrating. It pisses
Me
me
neither,
off.
man. Especially in Discord, when there's 10 people available to talk at once. What do you say the recommended time to talk is? 30 seconds to a minute, 2.5 minutes? What do you think?
Yeah, I would say at a minute and a half, you're starting to bug me. I hate monologuers. If you can't
30
make it short and
seconds
sweet,
to a minute. Keep it sweet.
Well,
30 seconds to a minute.
Well, a couple minutes because it does take a minute to, relay some scientific principles.
Yeah.
We gotta consider we're arguing science, and some science can't be said in 2 minutes. It can be condensed though, and you can clarify it further through the conversation. That's what I like to do.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I hate dragging things on, and then you get to points where you're fucking talking about different shit than you originally wanted to talk about. So, yeah. Oh, I'm not allowed to say cuss words here, aren't I?
No.
Okay. Right.
Shit.
I can do you. Listen, I like to troll people, so I'll show you the troll. Do you want that free pass to cuss? I can
No,
give you a free.
I might need it.
I can give you the free pass to cuss, and then you can go type the word bitch in lobby, and you won't get banned for it if you believe me.
Oh, I hope not.
Well,
Okay.
Lord, I told people that. I said, if you believe me, and they still went and typed bitch in there. So you're smarter than the average troll, because I can't give you that.
Well,
I
I'd be
wouldn't
good
if I
just to
could.
have. I'll try to but it might just slip out. I don't know. I'm a civil person.
Well, you can get away with. Listen, our live stream is 18
You can say whatever you want, man.
so-
I don't.
Yeah,
Dude,
if
you're cool,
you
man.
curse-
Don't worry about it. Shit, don't worry.
I don't.
Like you said,
Yeah,
lip
listen.
side-
I don't moderate people
trying to
for
be
cussing in the
Go
live
ahead,
stream.
man. What do you got?
Like you can get away with saying bitch, but I would prefer you don't direct it towards people.
Yeah, like
agreed.
Life's a bitch.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Yeah, to say
Right.
this is a bitch, meaning it's hard to
Yeah.
relay what you're saying, isn't
Yeah.
like saying you're a bitch and your words don't matter because of it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're putting it down, that's that's uncalled for. But if you're saying, "Holy shit, this fucker was huge," like that's good for it.
Right.
I'm talking about a
I mean,
spaceship.
like I even let you get away with a your mama joke, as long as we all laugh.
Yeah.
Don't you
I
talk
see.
about your mom.
All right, so let's get to it.
Get on
So,
it. Yeah.
So, okay, then can you tell me how spectroscopy applied to attenuation or the rate of thereon due to density of layer of atmosphere?
So I was getting down to the point where I'm saying light does travel real damn far, even in a thick atmosphere, and we can tell the density of an atmosphere, and we can tell how far light travels through that atmosphere depending on the density. And that's what I'm saying. Like, if we're talking about a flat Earth, like the light from the sun should be able to travel all the way across
Well,
because we can
based
tell.
on real fucking far, yeah, but that's not a unit of measure, and we actually do have equations that express atmospheric extinction of light. So
Yeah,
too fucking far isn't one of the units of measure.
but the radius of the Earth is measurable, and we
It
know
is.
that
None of
the
this applies to the equation. Can you use the equation to express what you're saying? Because this is the thing. Attenuation is defined as the decrease in intensity of light. So you know the intensity of light, and that's the only way spectroscopy will play into it. Once you know the lumens or intensity, then you can create an equation based on the current atmospheric
yeah.
conditions. Now, here's the thing though. It depends on whether you're looking at the light at zenith, if the sun's right above you, if it's at a
Mhm.
45-degree angle, or if it's at a 60-degree angle. And there's a reason. Because at a 60-degree angle, we figure for science you're looking through a total of 5 air masses. Because 60 degrees, you're looking across the surface of Earth, and
Yeah.
that's the thickest portion of atmosphere. So this is why at dusk and dawn, the sky is the first thing lit and the last thing lit, because there's the least amount of attenuation up there.
Yeah.
That's
But
why the
we can.
ground is lit up last, because the sun has to get close enough to penetrate the atmosphere at a 45-degree angle through 12 air masses to reach the ground. And all this logically infers attenuation is addressed to the propagation of light, explains sunrise and sunset.
So do you know the intensity of the sun?
Well, that's what I'm asking you. Do you?
Yeah, so our solar panels, and we do have detectors, and exactly what you're saying, depending on the angle and where you are on the Earth, the
Yeah, I know.
intensity is different.
I know it is. So is
And
that,
I'm speaking about referencing a globe Earth. But a flat Earth, it should be different,
yeah,
but
that's your listen, it wouldn't be different because the
not
listen,
huge, not
the
as
sun
strong.
isn't a stationary light source. The sun moves from the tropic to the equator to the tropic back to the equator. So as the sun moves, the light source, this is the aberration of light and how it applies. As the light source moves, the intensity changes geographically accordingly relative to the movement of the source.
So that would right. Are you done?
Yeah,
That
I'm
would be
done.
correct
Thank
if
you.
the density of our atmosphere is the same on the globe and on the flat Earth, which I
Why
would think
wouldn't it
is
be?
intuitionally wrong. I mean, because we
I
measure
would say you're
density
wrong because
on mass
listen,
and volume,
listen.
right?
There's no difference. Listen,
Yeah.
mass and volume. Okay, we can't properly define mass. We do give it a multitude of definitions for application, but mass and volume wouldn't change. And here's the thing: nowhere in the building of the atmosphere through the current rhetoric about how it works, none of it says density is due to spherical nature of the Earth. The shape of because the atmosphere is created at ground level. You know this, right? And it moves upward. So
Yep.
why would it change if we took your globe and flattened it right out? So the amount of atmosphere released by the ground, plankton in the
Because
sea, algae on a rock, it's still the same. It's just in a
I can
uniform
tell you.
manner and not a spherical nature.
I can tell you. So
So the
gravity,
question
right?
is,
The question
Huh?
is, hold on, one more question. Hold on. Here we go.
well, no, the question is, why would it change? You're going to say gravity
I can
because
tell you.
gravity holds it down to a sphere. But why
Yeah.
wouldn't gravity work on
So here's my
flat
question.
Earth? Because here's the thing: we have no cause and effect relationship that's been proven for the current rhetoric on gravity, whether it's Newtonian or Einsteinian relative or Newtonian physics. You can't prove gravity. So just because you have
Okay.
a story about a cause doesn't make that cause true, okay? And it doesn't say that for there to be a downward force, there has to be a sphere. Just because you have a story about that and you need it for your story doesn't
That's the
mean
only thing.
it's true of the cause and effect relationship for the phenomena we see that things fall.
Agreed. Agreed. But isn't that the only thing that we see in the observable universe? Is that spheres bring things to the center?
No, we observe flat galaxies. Einstein postulated that the fabric of space time is flat.
Well,
So
that's one
here's
dimension.
it.
That's
Hold
one
on.
dimension. That's
Here's the
one
thing:
dimension.
a galaxy is the largest collection of mass in the universe or matter,
Right.
but it's spread out, and that goes
Right.
against your theory of the law of attraction. Matter
Well,
attracts mass, so
no,
matter
it gets
attracts
flat,
matter, right?
just like
Mass attracts mass. So there's no way in a gravitational relative universe that a flat galaxy
Can I
can
speak
even
for a second?
exist because all that matter would be attracted to each other and form one large sphere. And there'd be no way for
No,
the disk
no,
of the galaxy to be a
no.
flat disk.
Can I speak for a second? I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying, but
But
Earth,
this is all based on theory because nobody proved that
right, right,
a
right,
force forms
right.
spheres. And
Imagine a ball of dough
that's
and
my
you
thing.
flip it
I
up.
don't imagine what's empirical, what's demonstratable.
Okay,
Those are
have you ever?
facts.
Hey,
So
I pick up everything you're saying. I pick up it
so
all.
all right,
yeah,
hold on.
so check
Snow,
this out. You know what Newton's flaming sword is. You can
You have
apply it
not
to
let
your
me talk.
argument.
You've been talking
Snow,
for
I
20
know
minutes.
I
Can
wanna
I
I
speak for a
wanna
second?
finish it. Do you know
finish.
what Newton's flaming sword is? It's a
Newton's
premise that
flaming
says
sword.
yeah, Newton's flaming sword is a premise that says that which cannot be settled by experimentation is not worthy of debate. So you want to keep making the flat earth adhere to all your fairy tale stories that are not demonstrated to be true through experimentation, it's
Oh, so
not
you want to
worthy of
end it?
debate. Well, it's not. This is the law of logic. This is the logical premise that's
I'll
based on
start
the
here.
laws of logic. But you can,
I'm
I
picking
mean,
up.
I'll still listen to I'll still listen to you. We
Yeah.
can continue. I just want you to be aware of that. We're arguing something that's not worthy of debate.
Okay, thank you. So it's my turn to talk?
Sure, I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. I picked up all of it, man. And I like how you ended it. I'll pick up there. I think the scientific method it disagrees with that sword right there. I think if you do have something worthy of debate, you should debate it, and have
Well, here's the thing.
you should have a can I
The-
let me finish this. You have your question about reality, and then you propose a theory, you test it, and then see what happens.
There you go.
So
So
just like
the
a
sword
pizza
does
dough, when
agree with it.
someone a
Hold up.
pizza maker, let me finish, man.
Hold up.
Come on.
You agree.
Hey, man.
Listen, you agree
Hey,
with my
bro, can you
premise
not
because
interrupt me? I have a very
you said
intellectual thought
you
going.
test it. You said you test it, and that agrees with the fucking flaming sword. It hasn't been tested. It hasn't been proven by experimentation. I only wanted to
No,
point
so
that out.
don't just say
No,
you can disagree with anything that I say. Don't say it's not
I
worthy of
didn't
debating.
say that. I
Don't say
said
it's not
you
worthy of
agree.
debating. You said it wasn't worth debating, man.
Listen, debating as a fact. It's not a fact. It hasn't been tested. Hasn't been proven with experimentation.
Let's
And
debate
you
it. That's
agreed
what I'm
with
talking
that.
about.
You agreed with that when you said we create a hypothesis and we test it. This is Newton's entire premise right there.
Okay, that's okay.
That
Can I finish what I'm
the
saying?
scientific
Forget about the
method is
sword.
created
Forget
to get to
everything I
the
said about the
experiment and the
sword.
demonstration.
forget what I said about the sword. Forget about that. I'm going to go back to what you were talking about, how a galaxy can't be flat. You know how a pizza maker has a ball of dough, and how they make a flat plane of dough is they throw it up in the air and they spin it. Once something
Yeah, I know
spins
that.
really quick in the air, it turns flat. That's how galaxies are
Force.
flat. And the world, our
That's
Earth,
a true.
you know, is a
Listen.
ball averagely, but the equator
So
is
if
farther out.
inertia is more powerful than gravity, then there should be no spheres, because at a Big Bang, everything was set into motion, inert motion. You understand that, right? Inert motion. That's physics.
Yeah, inertia has everything to do with
So this
speed,
inert motion,
velocity, and distance.
how did? Yeah, I know it does, and vectors and all that.
Mm-hmm. That's
And
like
whether it's
college
scalar
physics.
or if it's not scalar, it's what?
What do you mean?
How well do you know physics?
Say that again?
If it's not scalar, what is it?
What are you talking about?
Linear.
Thank
Oh,
you.
dude, you're like fifth grade shit. Okay, dude, I think we've lost track. The train has derailed. I think we
No.
derailed the conversation here.
No, we haven't. You're saying that inertia held the galaxy together, and it
does.
fights against the collection of spheres. Well, then that would be true of a rotating mass that then formed a planet through fucking gravity. That the inert motion of the mass would keep it separate.
Wait, what did you think I said? I think you might be twisting my words.
Basically, you said because it's rotating and moving, it's been stretched out. I mean,
Yeah, it
when you
stretches
spin,
out and flattens out.
when you spin a piece of dough, that's what it does. It wouldn't do that if it was just sitting there.
So if you were outside the ISS with the piece of dough, it would act different.
Well,
If you
you can assert that, but that's something you can't demonstrate. Sorry, but you can't.
Well, you can ask someone on on the ISS.
You
know,
could, but the
David
thing you couldn't
Hatfield,
do
there's
is
people out
verify. You couldn't verify that they're actually in space and that yes.
Okay,
So
okay.
Cyrus
So
gave
you
Put your
don't
finger in your butt and then see if
out
that
into
what it comes out.
space.
Cyrus,
Man,
you're
it's
right.
so
If it's
hard,
not scalar, it's vector.
Yes.
There we go.
So motion is
Oh, dude,
defined
taking
a
Calc
different way.
4, man.
So
So you said, where did you
so
graduate from? You
linear.
got the college degree. You sound like a,
Yeah,
you know,
listen, linear
you
would be
sound
the
educated
opposite
but
of
doubtful.
circular. Excuse me?
Said you sound educated but doubtful.
It's not doubtful. I know the difference between in my course of study, which I'm not going to give because I'm not trying to give that as an authority. I know the difference between things we assume for application or the advancement of technology and things
Hey,
that people with a remedial level education assume to be a 100% fact.
I really respect that. I really do respect that of you. But don't let stubbornness
It's
and
not doubt
that
and
ability.
stubbornness.
This motherfucker right here.
Here. It's
No,
just
no,
saying,
I
listen,
respect
this
your
is what
shit.
I know. This is what I know in academic level education. Basically, I already stated it once, but obviously in a way you couldn't understand. It's becoming redundantly obtuse. So, science isn't sewed up. Everything isn't known. This is our
Dude,
current understanding of a thing or a process due to technology. So, as we learn new things, all things will change in science. Science never stays the same.
okay.
It always changes. It's not fixed or set. It's what we
That's
use
the scientific method.
when it's an applied science and the scientific method has been applied to it. We use that to advance technology. When it's theoretical, it's just a comfort, a blanket of
Hey,
comfort
Mike.
for
Hey,
people who are insecure without about
Yeah,
not knowing
but
where your place
we
is
have
in the
proven a
universe.
lot about the solar system. It's not
Hold on,
theory,
wait,
dude.
wait. Don't say
This is
we.
not theory. We
No,
have a
no.
lot to prove.
Stop. I gotta stop you there. We don't say we around here.
Humans,
Yeah,
bro.
listen.
You
If
are a human, right? You're a human, not a lizard.
here, I
You
want to
should
cover
probably
that
just
too.
speak for yourself. That's the
Human
safest
race,
option in
we as
any
the
Well,
time
human
and
race
any
here's the
place.
thing.
prove the solar system exists.
Astrophysicists wouldn't agree with you because they have a philosophy degree, a doctorate of
I
philosophy.
would like to get on
So
some real
everything
theoretical
about
that
the
you and I
universe
disagree with,
is.
not astrophysicists agree with. We can talk all day
Well, I'm
about
just telling you. You
scientists
said
disagree with
we.
each other.
You say we know, and we've tested a lot of things about the universe. But the truth is, you've never tested the universe. You can't go
Yes,
outside
I
of
have.
this
Yes, I
where
have.
we're at. No,
Oh
you
I
no!
haven't.
Oh
you can't.
no!
Okay, so
Can't
now
scientifically
it's
test
your
the universe.
I
standard.
made
That's
sundials.
impossible.
Oh my God, guys. So now it falls on your standard of what is a test.
Okay.
Does the thing,
So
listen,
the
let's start here. Does a thing need to be tangible before you can experiment on it or test it?
Natural science.
oh
We're
yeah,
talking natural science here, not
a
engineering.
stick
Keep
in
it
the
natural.
ground. One stick off a tree you put in the ground where you're sitting right now, and you call your friend in Australia and you ask him to put a fucking stick in the ground, and you guys call each other at the same time and say,
I
"Hey
know you
man,
know what
how
that
long is
shows.
your battery?"
You listen, what's the
There are
angle
different
of,
angles and different brightnesses.
yeah,
Like holy shit,
listen, what dictates the brightness or the
an
angle of
angle.
shadow uh, from light? What dictates the angle of the shadow? The angle
Well,
to the light
it all
source.
depends on where the sun.
Listen, it's the angle to the light source. The angle of
Right.
incidence will dictate the angle of shadow. So
Right, and we
if
can
you're
prove that, right?
poisoned, here's the thing. The guy on the other side of the earth isn't going to have light at the same time you are. You say it's because we're on a sphere. I say it's because of attenuation. But the angle to
But
light,
that's where we disagree. Is
the only thing you're referencing when you tell me the angle of shadow is the angle to the light source, and your entire premise based on Aristophanes that shadow might be equal to a radius if it was a sphere, or the shadow could be considered a fraction of the radius if it was a sphere. You know, they had
so
to
we
assume
They had to
it
assume the distance to the
was a
sun.
sphere.
They made up a number for the distance to the sun.
Well, you sure aren't traveling 93 million miles
Yeah, and
now, are you?
Aristophanes didn't base the assumed fraction of the radius based on the shadow. He did it based on objects in the sky that you can't physically or tangibly experiment on.
Dude, it has everything
You
to do
cannot
with
physically or tangibly experiment on stars and lights and the moon and the sun and the sky.
Listen, dude.
You cannot
Listen,
physically
hold on.
do any of it.
Hold on. You keep saying Listen.
I don't want to keep calling you dude.
You
have a
can
name?
Google. It's cool. We don't use names. We're on the internet. You can call me dude, guy, whatever. But you can also Google Aristophanes' assumption and get a fucking Wikipedia knows he made 5 assumptions.
5 assumptions. That's all.
Yeah, but
And if those assumptions
don't
aren't
leave that
true, then
assumption.
Aristophanes isn't true.
Earth's atmosphere, which you probably don't know, but I can tell you.
Well, there's
Oh,
Earth's
wow.
atmosphere.
God,
Does
this
it
kid.
reflect light? Does it reflect?
We'll get him there.
Does it listen?
We'll get him there, Glad.
The refraction of the atmospheres, it changes the angle to the light
It
source.
does. It does.
That's
But
why
we
you
can
have an
measure it and
apparent
prove it's
angle.
different in Antarctica than it is in
Well,
America.
it always
Can we
changes.
agree on
When
this,
was the
bro?
last time you went to Antarctica?
No, we can't agree on a difference in Antarctica and a difference here until we establish the ambient conditions in the two places. Refraction
Exactly. Which you can do with
refraction is based on the density of the atmosphere at the any current given
Agreed.
time.
Agreed. Which you can do at any given moment by testing. You can
It
do that.
changes.
When was the last time you did that?
Yes.
Just like the distance to rise
I'm
changes.
doing it right now as we speak, and I can do it right now.
Far out, man.
So let's. So
Cool
snow
stories.
cheese.
Oh,
One-
Christ.
one
Never
second.
mind.
Snow
You guys
cheese.
go ahead.
Let Roger go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hold on.
So snow cheese. I've posted something for you. Can you read that? Those 5 assumptions? Can you read those 5 assumptions for me?
Please.
Snow cheese.
Hang on. He might be reading them. All right, cool.
Are you there, Snow cheese?
We lost you, Snow Cheese. What happened? Lost you, baby. Lost you
So,
in the interweb.
Let me do it for you, right? He assumed that Alexandria and Cyrene lie on the same meridian. He assumed that light rays from the sun which strike the earth are parallel. He assumed that the distance between Alexandria and Cyrene is 500 states. He assumed that the angle formed by the shadow and the staff in Alexandria at the summer solstice is equal to 1/50th of a circle. He assumed that the earth is a sphere.
Yeah, and it's like you can Wikipedia that. You can get that from Wikipedia, bro. So, can my question to him is, can he give me the process? Can he give me the process? It's cool.
I think we lost him, or
He's still in the lobby, so I want him to hear it. Fuck it.
Well, he's.
Can you give me the process by which Eratosthenes, and not Eratosthenes, because there was a person before him who came up with the idea it'd be 1/50th of a circle. Can you tell me how they came up with that fraction of a radius? Oh, now he's gone.
I think he might have just dropped out, come back. He seemed cool. He was there, right there with you, bro.
He did not seem cool.
Well,
No, I mean, he wasn't cool.
now he does.
But he started to actually have a conversation.
Yeah, dude, listen, dude.
First time he came in, he wasn't even having a
This is
conversation.
why I treat people like that.
Exactly.
So when you guys interrupt it, not to be rude, but you just kill the efficiency of that. And I know it works because I've done it for 6 fucking years. It works on children. I'm a father.
Not bad. Damn it.
You got to be consistent.
No, it was good, man. It was great. It was very scientific.
Yeah, here, let me apologize for hogging it all. If he comes back, listen.
Can I get a PhD in the globe? Has anybody got a PhD for the globe?
Yeah, astrophysicist is a
I'll
thing.
give you a philosophy of it, but I don't have a doctrine of that.
Mike, I'm sorry, man. I got to keep my mouth shut. You were doing good.
Yeah, you were great.
No, you guys are. I'm just saying, if he comes back, you guys go
Yeah,
ahead.
yeah.
I'll
No,
be
if he comes
quiet.
back, we're going to pick up right where we left off. But
I got my pound of flat. That's all I need. I only need so much fat a day, and I'm good. You
Got a
know?
notch in his belt, right?
Get my natural fatty acids.
Glober fat. Just trim it.
It helps
Just trim
deliver
it.
oxygen to my cells. It keeps me healthy. You know.
trimming the globe down here. The
Now, when
fillet,
you-
the circular fillet of the
yeah,
globe.
if we use saturated fat such as corn oil, that coagulates.
It's
amazing. That hinders the delivery of system of oxygen to a cell, which is absolutely your health. If you get healthy cells, is a healthy body.
Yeah.
Healthy
I
cells
agree.
need oxygen delivered to them.
Yeah, take a lot of breathe right. You know, when you're sitting down, don't breathe. Just breathe deep.
Well, the same way I aerate the soil to grow good vegetables and good flowers. I get some big roses the more I aerate it.
Aerate it.
Yeah,
Hey.
look, I'm talking too much. Come on, dude. You don't come in there.
Nitrate it.
Take your time.
Aerate it. Don't nitrate it. I promise.
Oh,
No,
but
nitrates are
oy vey, you got to put the anhydride in the soil. We want we want you to nitrate it
fuck
so
are you
you
doing,
can
Kenny?
kill the goyim. You got to kill the goyim.
Derailed.
You can't aerate it too much, or the goyim will get healthy and they'll know where they live. You got to
That's
remember
pretty
this,
fucking
you
good.
know. Oy vey.
Don't. Oy vey. That wasn't even. You shouldn't have said that there. That was. Oy vey.
I do
That
come
was
in
a
here.
that was a faux pas there, Battle Mod. Right? Is that what they call a faux pas?
Yeah.
I'm here for the
Here,
comedy.
hold up.
Flat Earth.
I'm here for it too.
You got
Let-
everybody's
let-
got to have a flat Earth comic. Come on,
guys.
True.
You
wanna
guys
be-
got you guys got a new member. It's Boytris. Boutris. I don't know. Somebody else pronounce it, but you guys get him. I'm gonna
I'm
get him.
not looking at it.
Wait, boy.
verified.
Yeah, he's got you, bro.
I'm fragging noobs right now, so I'm like half in the conversation. Somebody else should take it.
Hey,
Yeah, you're
it's
getting a
snow
little late.
cheese.
You get a little late in the hour there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hold
Snow
on.
cheese.
Long
Oh, it's snow
No.
cheese. No, hold on, guys. He's snow
back?
cheese.
Okay.
Yeah, there you
It's
go.
snow
All
cheese.
right,
I was
bro.
Coachy.
Everybody, shut up.
Here.
All right.
Yeah, let me
So,
talk to him,
you're all
and then
wondering
hold
the
on,
sticks in the
guys.
ground, right?
No, hold on. I want to say this, and then you can do whatever. I'm going to give you the Globe Earth roll because
Bro,
you're.
don't burn my phone.
I'm going to give you this roll because it gives you more perms than just VC verified. Because you seem to be respectful and reasonable now, and capable of having an academic level conversation. So there you go. You can post images, and you could see the entire server now. Please don't make me regret it by posting porn. Enjoy.
Oh no. Appreciate you, man. Thank you very much. I will not make you regret that decision.
Well, I'll be the judge of that now. Won't
Yeah,
I?
well, yeah. I beat up on you and you took it, so you got to be a good guy.
Yeah.
I just want to
you're
have a
good,
good
brother.
conversation because I'm really that kind of guy that really wants to hear what the other party has to say.
Cool, man.
Cool.
I heard somebody take a bong rip a second ago.
That was me. I just took a fat shot.
Okay, cool, man. Right on.
Oh, rock on.
Alrighty.
Hold
All
on.
right.
Is that against rules?
Cyrus, you ready? We got to match him. Cyrus,
I just wanted to make sure I heard
got to
my
match his
hearing
bong
correct.
rip on 3.
Yeah, I'm
3.
eating right now, man. Yeah, I got you though.
Appreciate the honesty.
Now,
Coming out.
My
can't
lighter and the
swim.
hooter
That
ready.
was
Here you
me.
go, bro. I'm going to match you.
We should all get together and smoke. And have an argument. Have an argument in a big hall or something.
No, listen.
serious.
I've been giving cats my email address in the YouTube chat, and I do it here sometimes. And I just want to see, like, privately, right, without people watching, what the fuck do you really think? Show me what you got. I'll show you what I got. Let's fucking talk. Nobody else is gonna see it.
Throw
It's
down,
just
man.
you and me on emails. Okay.
Email.
You
Throw
don't
down.
have to fucking speak over each other. Just give me some fucking, like they used to do it, 150 years ago. Just emails. Thanks.
Hey, glad. Hey, be nice enough to
Here's
let
my
Dude in there every now and then if
Yeah,
you
man.
would. He don't come in that often.
Dude, do what?
Participate.
Oh, right now?
No, just if he tries to. He don't come in here that often. I like to try to make sure he gets to be heard then when
absolutely.
he
All
does.
right. So back to the sticks in the ground, huh?
Our sticks in the ground. Here we go.
All right. So what I'm saying is, Pythagorean's theorem. If you know the distance between two sticks in the ground and the lengths of the shadows, it tells you the angle between those two sticks and the radius of one Earth right there. So let's say you have, and we can write this on one sheet of paper right here. If you have a stick that's at the North Pole and you have a stick that's, in Greenland, and the sun is at one point of the spot at some part of the day, and not assuming that the world is flat or anything, just by depending on, or not saying that the world is round or flat or anything, just by the lengths of the shadows between the two sticks.
Okay.
Like one stick has a length of a shadow of X, and the other stick has a length of a shadow of Y.
I think you missed it, Robert.
Hey, real quick. Whoa, I gotta jump in, man.
Roger covered all the assumptions that are required for that. Yeah, and I'm going to repost
no
them,
assumptions
guys.
at all.
If you go back to 1111, go back
No,
to
I just
1111.
posted it. You got it. I posted it. It's
11. Don't do it. It's a trap.
Go back to 1111, please. All right. Never mind. Go ahead.
No, I reposted it, bro. You got it. Just keep on your point.
I want our boy to read that. I really want him to read this, man, out loud. That would be
Oh,
cool.
the entire link or just the
Yeah,
five
the whole
assumptions?
thing, man. The whole JPEG there, man. Read that.
Yeah, because what
At
he assumes
Alexandria,
is only true if you accept the certain
you have
premises.
to. I want him to read those out loud and
The
then
assumptions.
re-ask his
Yeah.
question. I want to have him re-ask the question.
Bro, nobody's assuming anything, but read aloud.
No. Go read it. Just go quickly. Go read that.
Oh, you want me to read something?
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit, dude! I'm on my homie's phone.
You know how to read, right? You
Password.
remember how
I'm
to.
rocking a piss as we speak.
Taking a piss. All right, cool, man.
My homie's phone. Read it to me. What does it say?
Roger, or Glad. Somebody read it.
No, I'm not gonna read it. I would read it, but I'm not looking at it.
Where's Roger?
What's
Hold on.
the whole thing?
Hold on, God damn it, I got it.
Where'd he go?
Okay, the 5 assumptions, right? That who made these assumptions? Who did it? Oh, Eratosthenes?
Eratosthenes.
Okay, here we go. The 5 assumptions made about this ridiculous thing that isn't a measurement. Ready? 1, that Alexandria and Syene lie on the same meridian. Number 2, that light rays from the sun which strike the earth are parallel. Number 3, that the distance between Alexandria and Syene is 5,000 stades. Whatever the fuck those are.
Okay,
4,
I couldn't agree with 1 and 3.
super duper, there's 2 more, and then we can talk about it. 4, that the angle formed by the shadow and the staff in Alexandria at the summer solstice is equal to 1/50th of a circle. And number 5, that the Earth is a sphere. That's the fifth what? Assumption. Okay, there you go.
You know what assumption means, Glad, don't you?
Yeah.
It means scientific empirical opinion.
Empirical, you know what that means?
I do know what it means. Do you know what it means?
No, I don't know what it means. Tell me what it means.
You're fucking kidding me? Tangible.
Empirical.
I have a guitar. I have a guitar. Is it tangible?
Sensible.
Mm-hmm.
All that.
Based on, experience rather than theory. That's what it is.
Right. You've been there, done that.
Well, isn't that a way to prove something, at least to yourself, that it's a fucking piece of knowledge?
Right. So you and I can go out there. I don't want to know where you live, but you're probably on some degree off
Here it comes.
the planet where I live, So we can both put sticks in the ground right now, or when the day's sun's up in the air.
We've never done this experiment.
We can
We've
do
already
it.
done it.
This is a 20. You program this as a 24/7 live.
We did
thing.
it on
You've done this before.
We did this back in 2017.
You have
with we had compasses, we had sticks in the ground, we had shadows, we had circles with we had geometric shapes, Pythagorean theorem, and we did it all, man. We've done it all.
We had a coloring book too, and we were coloring with crayons inside the line.
We had crayons
inside the line, dude. No way, bro.
Dude. We did this experiment, man. We did sun measurements entirely across this flat, beautiful plain that we live on.
We measured the whole goddamn thing. Oh wait, no, that's the globe claim. Sorry, sorry about that.
Oh.
No, there's nothing.
We just had a bunch of fucking retard flat earthers measure shit. It was ridiculous.
No. I mean, I was a flat earther.
We were really scientific about it. We had compasses. We had times a day. We had clocks. We had.
How many times did you do it?
We did it on all of us. Did it on one day.
All of us together. We did it once.
A bunch of us, man. A bunch of us.
Yeah, and the point is,
it's amazing footage, man.
The point is, shadows and sticks or wells doesn't prove anything without the assumptions, right? And the assumptions can't be experimented on.
No, that's not.
It is true.
Don't assume that I assume, bro. You're assuming that I'm assuming, man. That's not cool.
No, listen. When you say shadows can prove a sphere, you're standing on the shoulders of Aristotle, and
I've done it a couple times.
I know you can do it. We're not debating whether or not you can do it. We can do it
We
too.
all did it.
But without the assumption that at the summer solstice it's equal to 1/50th of a circle, which you can't prove and we can't test on because we can't
This is
experiment.
1/50th of a circle.
Yeah, so listen, we can't prove light comes in parallel. We see it in the atmosphere convergent. Sometimes we see it parallel. We can't prove which is true all the times. So light could come in. It could be an overcast day. You can hit the clouds, and we know that's when it converges, or that's when we can visually see it to converge. And Eratosthenes could have been doing his experiment on a day when light was converging through clouds. So,
or on the North Pole when it converges the most, or the South Pole.
right. So you have
when
to
did you
make
go to those two places?
assumptions to say it
Come
proves
on,
it
man.
both. Eratosthenes didn't prove light's parallel. He assumed it. Eratosthenes didn't prove the Earth is a sphere. He assumed it.
Remember, empirical.
He didn't prove that the shadow,
Right.
the angle of the shadow is equal to 1/50 of a circle. He didn't prove that. That's an assumption. It's an assertion.
Yeah, but this brings it back into the clouds and the North Pole. I was saying
clouds.
earlier, like,
What?
well, we need to
No,
know.
it puts it right
No,
what
okay,
it
well,
is.
shut the fuck up. Shut the
So,
fuck up.
so
Sorry.
take
Okay.
those
Let
5
me finish.
assumptions and prove them to be true. That's where
But
we're at.
that's only if you can't measure the density of our atmosphere. Like,
I want to measure the
it
clouds.
converges on the North and
No.
South Pole, and it converges when there's overcast.
No.
Exactly what
He's
you
up to
said.
like 15 assumptions now.
I want to
Listen,
measure the
No, we
cloud.
prove. You guys, this
well,
is
the
where we
first thing is
disagree. This is
Eratosthenes
where we
didn't
disagree.
calculate.
Let me speak for a second. I know I'm picking up
Eratosthenes
what you're
didn't
playing
calculate
back.
any of that, and he
I'm just
didn't
saying
prove
we
it
can
either.
prove our atmospheric density, and you
We
guys
can. What we
apparently
can't
don't
do
know
is
how to
prove
do
when
that.
light hits the atmosphere it's parallel.
Right.
That doesn't even address the point of the
Everybody-
assumption.
No. Light.
Go
I know
ahead.
what you're saying. Sometimes
We
it
know
comes
what
in
the
parallel,
atmosphere density
sometimes
is,
it
bro.
comes in
We've already
convergence.
given you that. We do know that. What we don't know and we can't demonstrate is light hits the Earth parallel.
Hey,
Well,
Mark.
It does that
listen.
because
I
we
don't
can
know
prove
why it
that.
would when a sphere is propagating light omnidirectional. It almost makes it an impossibility for us to see parallel light because all light rays are at a divergent course. Omnidirectional, spherically in 360 degrees on multiple levels.
What are you seeing, bro? Have you looked in a mirror? That shit's parallel.
Has anybody asked you?
Listen,
Hey,
I don't know.
Mike.
Listen, hold
Mike.
up. How
No.
does the mirror demonstrate parallel light?
Dude, like, just so you have to look at all the geometry of the size of your eyeball and the size of the mirror,
Oh,
or the
I
size
know
of
a
the
lot
sun
about.
compared to the size of the moon and
Here
all
we
that
go.
shit. But what I'm
They're the same
saying is,
size, roughly.
Well, here's
nah,
the
they're
thing:
not.
the geometry
But
of your eyes, it works on the collection of light, right, and the angle
it
of
does.
resolution, but it has nothing to do with whether or not light's parallel. We can collect
But
light from a
it has
divergent
everything
source.
to do with the
We can
density of
collect
the
light.
medium.
No, listen, you're not addressing the point. Parallel light. That's what you're trying to prove. Not
Right, parallel
refraction,
light.
not absorption, not scattering.
Miles away.
But it happens when the sunlight comes through a vacuum into an atmosphere.
I know,
Yes,
but here's the
refraction
thing. Yes, so you
and
accept refraction,
gravitational
right?
atmospheric lensing
Can I
does
ask you
happen.
something?
What's up?
Yes. Do you accept scattering of light, polarization of light, and refraction of light?
Oh
You
yeah.
you
Oh yeah.
you accept these
Oh yeah.
three premises.
Oh,
So
yeah.
when light comes through the atmosphere, it becomes polarized, which means it's separated from white light into the full spectrum, the
Yeah.
visible spectrum.
Uh-huh.
It then begins to be refracted, scattered, absorbed,
Yep.
and attenuated. How then could it ever be parallel when it's scattered and as it's propagated through our atmosphere? And that's through 7 layers of density from top to bottom. It's nothing but omnidirectional all the way through our entire atmosphere as it's scattered. The same way, if you shine
It's the
light,
average. You
if
know
you
how
go,
a crisp
listen,
shadow?
try this. Go in your kitchen, start boiling water. with the light on, see if you can see the steam. No, you can't see the steam. Now shut the light off and shine a flashlight on it. The steam will scatter all the light around and make the steam luminescent. So it'll glow.
Yeah. Yeah, because you're shining
That's how
direct.
light is. Yeah, that's how light's propagated through your atmosphere. Not parallel, but it's
You
scattered
can't,
all over. Listen.
dude. Yeah, that you're talking about reflection, right?
No,
There.
I'm
So if I
talking
shine a
about scattering.
flashlight on a pot,
Scattering has to do with refraction. Scattering is calculated in
yeah.
refraction.
No, I know. If I shine a flashlight on my pot of water,
it's not
in the dark,
reflection.
it's gonna be a lot brighter than if the pot is steaming with the daytime on.
No,
Just
I'm
because
not talking about
that's all
shining
about
light
reflection.
in a pot of water. I said shining on the steam. The steam's going to
Or yeah,
scatter the
I
light.
know.
The
Yeah,
steam
that's
will
all
scatter the
reflection.
light. It'll collect it.
All reflection, dude.
It's not reflection. It's the scattering of light, dude.
No,
Reflection
it
is,
comes back to your
listen,
eye. That's what you see is reflected light off the steam from the
that's how,
flashlight
listen,
into your eyeball.
I know this.
He knows
Light,
this.
Like,
listen,
is that
light,
not right?
Yeah.
Is that
light
wrong?
is scattered. Listen,
Wait, is
reflection,
that wrong?
it's not wrong, but it doesn't cover what I'm saying.
Okay, what
Even
you
though,
saying?
listen, so what you would say, what you're saying is refraction and scattering isn't true. It's just all light being reflected. But there's many things in that equation. It comes out in one intensity. Even in reflection, it comes back in a lower intensity. And it's scattered. It's scattered.
It does scatter.
Light up a mirror. It doesn't reflect totally 100% back to you. This is called diffusion of light.
Right.
So it's like you're wanting
Right.
to cover large areas of scientific principles that we can demonstrate with one word: reflection.
Yeah, and that only works
So
in a medium.
scattering is where light hits some, and it's
Dude,
reflected
yeah, I
off
know.
at a different angle.
Worse
There's
than
so many. There's so many molecules there that we call it scattering because it's being reflected 1,000 times. So
Okay,
you're
so let's
just
get back to the
you're
question you had
denying a
before.
principle on a principle that's covered in the very principle.
No, so you had the
It's
question:
annoying.
how could light be parallel on a stick that I'm putting on the ground if light is all refracted?
When it's bounced, yeah, you said it.
Right.
It's
So here's my
reflection.
answer,
It's
bro. It's
bounced.
the average, man. It's the average.
Listen,
Imagine you put your flashlight phone camera on your phone and shined it up against the wall.
Imagine. Just imagine.
The farther away your phone is from your finger.
Here's the thing, though.
You can draw this on a piece of paper too, dude.
I use the steam
Your
to
phone is an inch away from your finger.
You know what the steam does? Listen,
and that whole
a
system is
ball.
like a mile away. Your shadow's going to be reflected and
See, we're
all
not
that
talking
shit.
about shadows. We're not talking about a ball without an atmosphere.
Bro,
We are talking about the
Shadow.
propagation of light through a medium such as the atmosphere. That's why you.
And I'm
listen,
talking about.
That's why
it all
you
ties in
steam.
together, man.
That's why I use the effect of steams on a light because it's analogous to the atmosphere and scattering of light. A ball without atmosphere is in no way analogous to an atmosphere. It's a propagation of
So
light
I'm
in
still
the
tying it
atmosphere.
back to the sticks on the ground.
Listen. Another way to explain it is how light is scattered through a fish tank. You shine a flashlight on there. It doesn't just shine in a straight line.
Look at that picture in the fucking back chat right now.
Yeah, it doesn't shine in a straight line.
Voice
It
text.
propagates through the entire fish tank as
yeah.
it's scattered.
Look at that
Light,
picture, man.
I
listen,
can agree with that.
there's said to be 32 trillion billion gallons of water suspended in the atmosphere in a gaseous state at any given time. You can't just propagate light through that and have it flow in a straight line. It's ignorant to even imply you can.
There's water in the
average, because if
good.
the intensity is
What
so
you're
fast,
saying,
the average will
listen, what
average
you're
out
saying
for
is we can
shadow.
shine a light to a fish tank and it'll come out uniform on the other side.
Yes,
that's
a
what you're
fish will
saying.
have a shadow. If I fucking shine
That's
a
what you're
flashlight
saying.
through a fish tank,
No,
the fish
no,
will
no.
cast a shadow. Yes.
That the shadow doesn't cover the propagation of light, dude.
Well, yeah. So and that's daytime. That's daytime. Like I can be under an umbrella
Address the
and I can
question.
still see. I'm not
When
blacked
I
out.
shine a flashlight through a fish tank, does it come out uniform and parallel on the other side? Yes or no?
Uniform and parallel, it goes through.
The
It
answer
goes
is
through.
no. And your argument against it is futile because it can be demonstrated.
Parallel.
It can be demonstrated. Most light won't even make it out of the other side of the fish
It's
tank
like an electric
because
field,
it's
man.
going
It's
to be
all
scattered.
distributed evenly. Have you seen what an
No,
electric
it's
field looks
not.
like visually?
It's scattered. Light's not. Listen, light is not uniform, and it doesn't propagate in straight lines as it goes through a medium. And we know this. We can demonstrate it with lasers and diamonds and water and steam. We know how it propagates through these mediums. It gets bounced all around. That's what scattering
Yeah.
basically is. So
So
there's
the
no way when you're propagating through a medium that's bouncing and reflecting everything that any light could be parallel, period. It may have been when it reached it, but the minute it goes through that medium, it no longer is parallel. That's
yeah.
period.
I know
Period.
it's refracted a little bit, but
Doo,
it's
doo, doo.
definitely
Yes, you do.
averagely parallel right there. That's why you have
No.
shadows. That's what I'm saying.
That's
I
the
mean,
thing
the
you
back
can't
side of the
prove.
fish
You can't
still
prove
has light. You can
averagely,
see
man.
the
You
back side
can't.
of the fish, but it's still throwing a shadow.
Listen, the shadow doesn't prove parallel light.
It's the average of
The
the
shadow,
light.
You're guessing.
listen, the
fish
shadow
tanks,
is
the
reflective
average
only of
distance.
the angle to the light source.
Hey, can
That's
I
the
real
only
quick
thing it's
get him to admit that
analogous to.
it's not a direct measurement? Can really quickly you just tell us that
Well,
you
yeah,
know that that's not a
Oh,
direct measurement?
it can be a
yeah,
very,
everything he
dude. It could
says
be a
can
very
do.
direct measurement. I have a fish tank
It can be or
not
it
even a foot
is.
away to
So,
my
I'm not
left,
talking about
and
the
it can
fish
be a
tank, bro.
very
I'm talking
direct.
about
yeah, point it out,
sunlight.
Brad. Listen,
This is
we
sunlight
started
talk.
with. Can you
Yeah, same
prove
shit.
any of these five aren't
Oh yeah.
assumptions?
Oh yeah. Under an umbrella.
And you
If I hold
started
an
with
umbrella in
parallel
the
light.
sky.
No,
Hey,
no,
Mike.
the sun is not an umbrella. Try
You
again.
still haven't proved
No.
that
Okay, listen.
light is
Can you
parallel
guys
when it
shut the
reaches
fuck up
there.
for 1 minute, 60 seconds? Just
Give him a
stop
minute.
talking for 60 seconds.
Everybody shut up. Go ahead. Bury yourself in a shovel.
All right.
Here you go.
Watch this shit. I'm gonna hold an umbrella up in the sky, all right? And I can still see the roof of that umbrella. That means light is reflecting off the concrete, off of me, up and into that umbrella. Same shit with a fish tank. I shine a light through the fish tank, and the fish is gonna cast a shadow, but the backside of the fish is still gonna be visible. That means it's all reflected and all of that.
And
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so what does that
That's
mean?
all reflecting right there.
We got light reflection.
And it's
I made up a new
measurable.
word.
It's
Reflection.
measurable. The light that you see, the difference of lumens on the top side of the umbrella to the back side of the umbrella, that difference of reflection right there, you can measure. And same shit with the top side of a
You
cloud and the
can
bottom
measure
side
it.
of a
That's
cloud.
neat. So
You
who
can
went
measure the
93
lumens
million
coming
miles
off
to the
it and know the
sun?
density of the atmosphere.
You
We
can't.
can prove that. That's why
Okay, light is
There you
coming
go.
from.
Now you're getting it.
we can know the
He's getting
density
it.
of this
Finally.
atmosphere, which I think you guys don't understand. Like we can prove
Oh,
that, and it
teach
brings
me,
you back
wise
to
one. Come on,
sexuality.
sensei. Let's hear it.
Like
Teach
like
us,
we
wise.
know the density of
We
this
know.
thick
We.
air, dude.
Here we go
Do
with
you
that
not
word
know?
we again.
That's the
You
biggest
can't
problem.
say
You don't know.
we. You can
You
say
can buy a barometer.
I.
You can buy a
Right?
barometer. You go buy a barometer.
Listen,
You go
bro.
buy a fucking
I gotta
vacuum
say it
chamber.
again. So
Don't buy a vacuum chamber,
let's
dude.
take it back to the question. Can you prove any of the five assumptions are true? You started with I can
The
prove
second
light
one.
is.
The second one.
You started with I can prove light is parallel. Now I gotta point out that you still haven't done that. You just used
It's the
assertion.
average, man. It's the average, dude.
It,
Because that's what I'm saying. The shadow of a fish
no,
or an
light
umbrella
has to
in the
be
sky. Those are my
100%
two best
parallel.
analogies right here. A fish and an umbrella.
Light has to be 100% parallel for the angle of the
Not
shadow.
100%. I would disagree with that. I'm not saying it's 100%.
Excuse me, hold up. For
Hold
the
up.
angle of the
We're
shadow.
just twisting my words, so I have to say that.
To be representation of the propagation of parallel light around the sphere, yes, it does all need to be parallel. Because the premise is from pole to pole, it's a straight line, buddy. The reason that the angle of the shadow would be equal to 1/5 is because it changes all the way across that medium or meridian. So the angle of the North Pole would be a zenith. It'd be a straight down angle, where the next angle up would be 15%. But it does have to be all parallel for that to be true.
So it's like a magnet. The lights coming in to Earth from the sun are parallel, but on the North Pole they're coming in straight down, and on the South Pole they're coming straight up, and on the equator they're coming in straight directly on, perpendicular, and everything there is evenly spaced. Like, well, that's not, I mean,
Yeah,
that's not light. That's not.
that's the
I mean,
part
light
you
gets
can't prove.
bent. There's some of that.
That's the part you
But
can't
that's where
prove. Yeah,
mass,
exactly.
That's where mass and gravity comes in. Where
Oh,
It does
gravity!
it.
Word
on
salad.
Don't
gravity.
you dare! Don't
Gravity.
you
No one
dare!
says gravity attracts light, bro. No offense, but
Gravity does attract light.
so
Gravity attracts mass.
nobody says
Light
that.
has mass.
In the, listen,
Light has mass, and
Oh,
gravity
shit.
attracts mass.
You'll have
nobody
lots
says
to learn,
that.
little one. You will learn.
That's
We
a
got
whole
the
different kind of
Newtonian.
physics
We
right
got
there.
Newtonian gravity here.
Yeah,
Don't
nobody
you
in science world says that the gravity of
know.
Earth attracts sunlight. The closest thing you got to it is the Faraday effect, where magnetism
Boys.
can actually bend light, and we can show this. But I'm going to show you the difference in between what they say it's doing and what an omnidirectional light source actually does when it propagates light. It propagates it on
Okay, wait, say it
multiple.
again slowly. Back up 10 seconds.
So I posted one image. This is what you say is true, and this is what has to be true. The first image, that the sun delivers light perfectly in this manner. Otherwise, the angle of the shadow doesn't matter. And you can see this in the propagation of light at both poles. Those parallel rays are now wrapped around an angle. Why? Because it's a sphere and because the light is parallel. So if it's just a mean level of parallel, then that line becomes a wavy line, and we can no longer calculate the angle properly. This is a linear equation, is what I'm saying. It's linear, straight lines. If the lines aren't straight, then it's no longer true. And the bottom image is the way I say, and we know from a light bulb that light is actually propagates. And this would propagate like a spore, a spore, all the way around, 360 degrees in any angle you can imagine on the ball.
Yeah. So
Omnidirectional.
Omnidirectional. I love
do you think-
omnidirectional.
I'm going to change the subject here. Do you think things change physics depending on size?
No, but we're not talking about physics. And do I think things change physics? Now, we'd have to be
We're going to talk about physics.
Oh,
And we're
hold
gonna
on.
we're going to talk about the second law of thermodynamics, bro.
No.
listen,
I'm saying, like, do you think
We're going
things
to talk
like
physics.
reality is different depending
Reality of the second law of thermodynamics is undisputable.
So, listen.
I just want to get the second
I'd like
law.
to cover this. I have an education in physics.
Let's get the second law in there.
It depends on what reality.
Quantum physics, which is
Quantum
probably
physics
something
isn't
y'all don't agree with
demonstratable.
at all.
Quantum physics isn't demonstratable. But what I'm
No,
listen,
I agree with that.
what part I want to cover is you got to be specific about what reality you're talking about. Now, if we want to talk about the size or weight of an object and it doesn't change the reality of physics, I say if we're talking about kinetic energy, yes, or motion, yes.
That's like the first degree of physics we have here. I mean, there's a lot we're dealing with.
Well,
in
it's the only
reality.
applied science. It's the only applied physics. There's theoretical physics. You covered that with quantum physics. And then there's applied physics that we actually apply.
Second law.
This is the question I have for you.
Second law.
I mean,
Second law, man.
Even to believe that quantum physics is a real thing, you have to believe that reality is
If
different at
belief
different
is
scales.
required, that's because it hasn't been demonstrated, and I defer back to Newton's sword.
But have you even looked at videos or experimented with shit
I
like that?
deferred
Like
to Newton
double split
swords.
experiments?
Listen, I have. But listen, with
Isn't
the
that
double
wild?
split, listen, with the double slit, it's all presupposition.
Oh,
It's
shit.
what we
Going double
observe. It's
split?
an opinion of what we observe.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah, multiple people
although we
observe.
show,
Multiple
listen,
people.
yeah, and so it shows
Coming in
that
pretty low, man, right?
the results depend upon the observer. Well, that's true,
Isn't
even
that
if
weird?
no, it's not weird. It's true, even if we're
Not
not
weird
talking
at all.
about light existing in two different places at once. We already know it, Ken. We've shined light in a fucking mirror. The
Well,
double
yeah, I mean,
slit
it shows up
experiment
in
is
two
dumb.
places.
It's a demonstration of some shit we already knew. But
But it's
what they
something we
do
can't
with it,
prove why it happens. We can prove why a laser can show up in two
we
different
don't
spots.
need
It's just
to.
an angle.
You
We
can't
don't need
prove
to.
fuck
But
all,
And
would you
man.
like
listen,
to?
Shut the
Like,
fuck
listen,
up.
why we even?
Stop it. You
Wouldn't you
can't
like to
prove
prove
fuck
that?
all, man. There's
listen.
no fucking way.
That's why I'm an engineer,
That's not
man.
physics,
You're
I'm
an
though.
out to
engineer.
fucking
Yeah,
prove
I'm an
bullshit.
engineer.
I'm
What
trying
kind
to
of
care
engineer?
about this.
Let's
I'm not
go,
trying to
man.
sit here and talk
You're like
about
the
it.
train
Let's
driver
prove
type
it.
engineer?
Wait,
I'm
did he just say he was an engineer?
He did.
engineer,
I
bro.
did. I did. Mechanical. And, I'm
Mechanical.
trying to get on the quantum
Oh,
stack.
cool. That's my
Another
field.
mechanical.
But
Oh
hold
shit!
on.
You just stepped into a pile of
Yeah,
shit.
that's my field.
Well, I'm glad I
Cyrus.
stepped in the pile of shit with these shit fucking bags right here. I'm glad to cuss for you.
Well, let's not go
I'm
there,
sorry.
bro. Hold on, guys.
You want
Yeah,
to talk
cool,
shit?
man.
Quit.
My bad.
Just
I'm
chill
new.
out.
Fuck. Shit. For fuck's sake, Ken. Come on.
Yeah. Take a sip of beer. Take a sip of beer. We're good. We're good.
Dude, I'm about to roll one up and
I mean, if you're a mechanical engineer, did you finish your education? Have you passed the principles test?
Bro, I just have a real question. Y'all have
what
been
year?
bachelor.
What year
You
did you
guys
study
have
thermodynamics in? Hold on now, my Spidey
We got to
sense.
get back to the engineering question real quick.
Yeah.
I'm gonna quit.
Once
I'm
we
gonna
get
quit
past
saying
that,
shit
man, we'll
about
be
it.
good because I'm an
I
engineer.
actually
Mike's
want
an
to know.
engineer. We got a couple
No,
of
I'm gonna
engineers
stop.
around here, man,
I'm gonna stop.
that
I've
are
been telling
very
too much. I
engineering
want to know.
people.
No.
I
Keep
want to
talking,
know
please.
why
Don't
you guys
start talking
believe
now.
in a flat Earth. So,
Hold on,
are you
guys.
guys just so
Know what
skeptical,
year?
Fuck
or do
up,
you
man.
actually
You
have
fucked
any
up.
proof?
You
Yeah.
need your belief.
Hold on. Well, listen,
Hold
I'll
the
force
fuck
it.
on.
Listen, I'll force the line on. Listen,
Fucking belief? I
did
believe?
you pass the principles of engineering or not?
No, I'm working on it.
Okay, so here's my next question. If you pass just the principles of engineering, would that make you a professional mechanical engineer?
No, it would not.
What other
Nobody's a professional.
actually there is professional engineers, and once you are one, you'll be a member of
Nah.
this. Once you are one, you'll be a member of the Society of Engineers. So what other tests would you have to pass? I'm not talking about your college courses. There are tests at the end of the course that you don't even have to take the course. If you can pass these two tests, you can become a professional engineer without an education at all. And that applies to journeyman. So I could journeyman you. You could learn experience from me. And if you can pass the fundamentals and the principles of engineering, you'll be an engineer.
How many
For all
tests?
intensive purposes. It's not common sense.
How many tests?
That's what I asked you to clarify, that you are either in an academic platform to become an engineer, or if you're just some fake, or if you are a
So, are you
professional
implying that
engineer.
you have been through this?
Tell
all?
me some subjects, man. That
I'm
you
not implying. I am a professional engineer right now by trade. Highway engineer is my classification. Now I have a degree. I have a degree, bachelor's of science with a major in mechanical, but that didn't make me a professional engineer.
Of course not. So you're talking
No,
about
that's
these tests
just a
with a
degree.
professional of...
Yeah, if you want to be a professional engineer, you need to pass certain tests to get that PE license.
How many tests is that?
Well, if you can't say you're in it, listen, when you say you're an engineer, you profess that you have the academia to back it and you're a professional engineer. So here's another thing you can be. You can have a degree in engineering, you can work in an engineering department, but you're still not an engineer. Why?
Hey,
You don't have the licensing to require.
Ask the question.
To make that statement.
Can you answer my question?
What's the Clausius inequality?
Dog.
What's up?
Son.
You're a mechanic, bro. I dropped out of mechanical engineering, and that shit is still fresh in my head. So I told you you're fucked. Like there are two mechanical engineers in this
If
panel.
you can't answer my question, why are you even talking about this? To
I'm not.
become
I
was
asked
waiting
you
for
Clausius inequality.
Oh, wise one. I don't even know your name.
Let him go. Let him go.
Yeah, I was waiting for you to repeat your question. I'm not gonna lie. I'm on live so much.
We have derailed a few times. Not gonna lie.
I forgot what your question was.
It happened.
But
the amount of tests you're talking about. I know you got the background, but this pro, how many tests you got to take? Is that you're talking about the test of fucking something?
Yeah. Well, I'm wanting you to qualify the fact that you're an engineer. That's what Cyrus.
No. Okay. No. Listen.
So how are you an engineer then? Let me put it that way.
I'm studying to become. I'm not
You're
proclaiming
still
that
studying.
I am. I'm not saying that I've done
What
10
year?
tests to prove. I mean, but how many tests are you saying you got to prove till you take a fucking...
What year? Only 2 tests. What year though?
Yeah, I already covered those 2 tests. That's the thing.
You're on the what?
Dog. Hey, you know what?
I didn't hear you. You're on the 4th?
Let's change the topic. Yeah, I'm on the 4th year.
No, let's not change the topic. No.
Let's not.
So you studied heat transfer already?
We're not changing the subject.
I did cover those
I
2
tried to
tests,
change
though.
the subject to aliens.
It's fundamentals and principles.
Why you run away from engineering, man? Like that's like my favorite subject, bro.
I'm a member of the Engineer Society.
Stick to that.
Yeah, I build guitars and pianos for a living. What do you got?
You know Mensa?
Careful, I broke.
Mensa. We've heard of Mensa. I've heard of them.
Mensiere, is that Latin? No, I'm not sure what that means.
Yeah.
Mensiere.
What is that?
It's a high IQ society.
Yeah. They test you on.
I know what it is.
No, they don't test you. You need to prove your.
Listen, that's not the order of engineers.
They ask you questions, man. You got to answer them, man. That's testing. Last time I checked.
Nah, Mensa is not doing the testing. Mensa accepts the people.
So that's not. I'm just saying that's not the order of engineers. That's not the engineering society.
Yeah, it's short. Hey, I got a question for y'all. Y'all been questioning me. If there were like one big reason why you've chosen, like, have you all been flat earthers for a minute, or have you been Glovers and flat earthers?
5 years. How old are you, man? How old are you?
Yeah, I don't
out
play
here.
parties.
Actually, 6 years.
Holler
Man.
back at us when he wants to back up the fact that he actually has engineering knowledge or took advanced physics classes.
Get back to that.
Well, because that's the thing I respect.
We'll get back to that.
Like, we're STEM people. We're STEM people, so we know that shit, right? And what
we know
my
how.
question is, I love your guys' skepticality.
Intelligent people know there is no we. Secondhand knowledge cannot be considered a we. Educated people know this. You say we too much to be educated for me.
Listen, young man.
No.
We only deal in empiricism.
With the scientific community, we do these tests.
Vodka.
Can you be specific about what test? So,
dude, I'm like really skeptical about your line of work, man.
Glad you're, dude.
Well, listen, I'm skeptical about your education because engineering is specific and it's applied to specific contexts.
Like the type
specific processes, and so is science. Science is very specific. So when you're vague and you try to critique my fucking education, I'm gonna talk over everybody. Because if you were educated, you'd have specific arguments under specific context, wherein you applied specific physics to that. When you say a general term like "What about physics?" This is
Sticks in the
asinine.
ground. I brought it up.
That's not physics. I'm being specific. I'm about to get hyper fastidious I'm about to get hyper
Idiot
fastidious
on your ass.
about your ignorance.
Have you put 2 sticks in the ground and called your homie? Yeah, you said you've done it
2
in
sticks in the
2017, but
ground.
Oh
probably
my
once.
god, dude! I don't know when we tore that apart. As an intelligent, educated youth, you can. How can you even keep going back to the authority of that?
Dude, because it's facts. How are you?
Hey, hold on.
How
dude.
did you prove light was parallel? We didn't even get past that one.
I cannot prove that, but I can.
That's
tell you
right. So
by
it's not a fact. It's a
speculation and
fucking
empirical
assumption.
proof.
Oh my God! Listen, those are two. That's an oxymoron statement because speculation is not empirical.
Okay.
Hey, man. Hey, listen, real quick. Can I blow up your spot?
Yeah. Blow.
Hey,
Just
dude.
don't be gassing me. Don't be farting in here.
I would never do that to you, Battle. But so when did you go to both polls and test your claim?
Yeah, rip that fucking ball.
I'll ask one more time. When did you, Clover, this is for you. When did you go to both polls and make your claim? Or the one you made earlier? Hold on. I will finish. Yeah, it's quick. We haven't talked a lot, so I will finish. So tell me about the North Pole and Greenland. Remember you said that's up somewhere over up Greenland, okay? When did you make that experiment happen? Or were you just spitballing based on assumptions from hundreds of years ago?
Yeah, no, not from hundreds of years ago. I was just spitballing examples that you could do today. Or,
Okay.
you could call your friend from Australia.
Yeah. But see, do you see how that's not empirical whatsoever?
Well, it's not, but I'm saying it's solid evidence that you could do. None of y'all want to do this for real.
Wait.
I'm bringing up real evidence. I've
Hold
done
on.
it before.
Hold on.
Yourself.
Man, you got to chill out. That weed's not indica, is it? So, what I'm trying to do is just get you to realize that. See, Battlemod likes to get into specifics because he's super smart. He gets hyper specific. That's his favorite word, and it makes sense. And that's good. Battlemod was the guy you were talking to, the hyper intelligent, hyper specific man, right?
Old wise man.
The boomer.
No, he's not. Don't say he's old. Just get out of here with that nonsense. He's a bright young man. No, anyway. So
come on.
He's a fucking boomer.
So I just want to know when you performed any of these experiments to prove some stuff. Now we can move on from sticks and shadows if I'd like to, because I'm sure the audience is bored of it. I'd like to go to something like, when did you measure 93 million miles and back, which is 180 million miles? Who measured that between here and the sun?
I fucking
3 questions.
Aristotle, and I did back in high school too. I would have to bring it back to the 6 and
Hold on a sec. Hold on. The first thing, you got to make one claim at a time, kiddo. Getting ahead of yourself. Cart before the horse. So,
Cart before horse.
When did Aristotle do that, and were you there to see it?
You guys don't do your research, do you?
Actually, the problem is, my friend, we've done so much research, most of it turns out to be bullshit. How's that grab you?
Because you don't want to prove it yourself. You don't.
It's not a want. No, sir. It's not a want. You think I'd be 7 years into this game and I'd just be sitting in a chat room talking shit? Is that what you think?
Yeah, that's exactly.
Yeah, I've lost most of my friends to this because they're fucking retarded. I couldn't speak to them about this because they wouldn't listen. They wouldn't listen. They would do what you're doing now.
Do you test
See what you're doing right now? Hold on. I have one more question, and then I can't stand you anymore. I have one more question.
What's up?
Did you come here to learn or not?
I did. I really did.
Okay, that's a yes or no question. Thank you. You said I did? Yes. Great. I'm done with this kid. Done.
All right. Done with the kid.
So you don't want to tell me what you have to say.
Listen, man.
After I told you yes, I want to learn.
Oh, dude,
that's fine. There's plenty of people here that will put up with you.
Wait. This is Cyrus. We haven't spoken before. Hello. But how do you say your name? Boyutros.
You?
Boyutros. All right. Well, Boyutros. Hey man, why'd you lie about your education?
Why would I lie about studying mechanical engineering?
Doesn't sound like you studied it.
Why is that?
Well, name me some second-year subjects. How about that? Some courses.
What? Thermo, circuits, materials, fucking chem. Oh, what do you need more?
About some 30-year courses.
30-year?
Third
year? That's some
year?
bullshit.
No, man. No, not 30.
You take the fucking. What are you saying, bro?
Taking fucking piss.
You have an associate's degree in mechanical?
Bro, I came here to learn. And what's your point? I've given so much
That's
of
a
my
no.
perspective.
That's
on
an
the
answer
flat
that
earth
I'm not
bud.
accepting. I'm
This
not.
is the weird shit because he was naming off some proper subjects, but now it's like the obfuscation parts. Like,
Enough about
I'm
me. Enough
confused,
about
man.
me.
Okay,
Enough
fine.
about him.
Seriously,
Enough about
what's up
him.
with you? Why do you believe in a flat earth? Like
It's
your
not.
friends left you.
It measures flat, kid.
Your friends left you because you said what to them?
Have you seen the laser test?
Listen, okay, real quick. They didn't leave me. I had to stop talking to them because every time they would start to talk about new space travel developments and such, I'd say,
Like
wow,
SpaceX?
these people believe everything, all of that. These people believe that you can violate natural law and send humans into space flawlessly, I might add. Nobody's died in space yet. Flawlessly.
Oh, no, a few people have.
Oh, did they die in space?
Yeah.
Who did it? Who died? They died in space,
Dude,
huh?
look up the Apollo missions, man.
He died in space, man.
Damn, dude.
I don't know what's going on here.
Never mind. Case closed. He got me.
Yeah, case
We're
closed,
just having a
dude.
piss.
Like we
glad-
can't even have a conversation about the Apollo missions.
Yes,
no,
you
we can't.
can.
If you want to bring some stuff about it, yeah, let's do it.
We can talk about the moon landings. We can talk about
This actually, I learned a lot. I really did learn a lot.
spectroscopy. What do you want to talk
How
about?
about some last year electives?
We can talk about
my mind is stuck on
gravity.
that.
Hey, he said he's still in school. Give him some credit.
Oh, are you? Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's still in school.
Oh,
He's still
I'm
in
not
school,
sure.
man.
I'm not sure about anything that he's saying, man.
Yeah,
Are
so
you-
you can
He said
assume
he's
he's
an
maybe a
engineer, but
sophomore.
he's still-
You can assume he's
Okay.
maybe a sophomore in his
Hey,
bachelor's
can I
area.
actually get you guys' input on the flat Earth?
Freshman.
Like why
I
y'all
go
believe
freshman.
And it's because it measures so, man. It measures so. That's
How
why
does
it's
it
fun.
measure?
Laser
please
test,
explain
FE
it. Like,
core,
speak for 2.5 minutes about it.
Okay, may I?
I'm gonna put something in the voice text.
The longest test done by FE core was 25 miles, something like that. Lake Balaton. Have you seen that one?
I have.
He
Okay,
hasn't.
check our voice
Yeah.
text. I'm gonna fucking oops. Well, that's fine to have, but I'm gonna spam my gold nuggets for you here, and that was not sexual sounding at all, by the way. Oop. Gold nuggets. All right, check the voice text. Get learned, my friend.
So what's your problem with the FE core laser tests, if you have one, or two, or three,
or
None?
as many as we can get?
Yeah, I mean, you asked, I answered. There you go. That's
So that's the test with the big long pick, right?
big long pick. What?
What? Explain what that is.
There's 3 there for you.
There's a paper. No, they have a paper on this. Let me get you the PDF. That way.
On what? The FE core?
Yeah, there's FE.
I think I have it, but it would take me forever to find it. So guess what? You're doing it.
We have it on the server, bro.
Yeah.
On the server somewhere.
Is it in laser tests? Or where would it be?
Boom, boom. There it is.
There it is. Boom.
Boom.
Thanks, Spiral.
See? It's in the ether, man. It's in the ether 9000.
Exactly. Aether.
There's a
Well,
PDF.
cool.
Go over
Yo.
Mr. Engineer. Let me know what you think.
And that's a long one, so give it a good study if you're truly interested.
If he is an engineer, he's going to go silent. He's going to go over the paper. Then he'll turn on his mic and be like, okay, I found this or that.
Yo,
if you start talking, then, yeah.
Yo.
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Y'all not looking this shit up?
You're not. It's right here. We got
It's right here. Yeah, we put it in the voice text.
My
Thanks
homie's
to
phone.
Spiral of Love.
I don't got the password to my homie's phone. This bitch is off.
Hold on. Oh. Okay.
Some snow cheese.
Now we'd have to email it to you or DM you. Do you have a thing we could DM?
Bro, nah, fuck that, dude. I want to even take a fucking bowl shotgun a beer and pass the fuck out, dude.
Okay.
Wow, you really sounded like that you wanted to do only that, and you are no longer interested in the conversation. Cool, bro. Hey, guess what, bro? Hey, man, chug a couple for me. Just shoot a couple back, man. Fuck.
No.
Fuck, man.
Like, I asked for 2.5 minutes spiel about the fucking test. That's all I ask. 2.5 minute spiel. While I take this bull, tell me all you know about the flat Earth. All right.
Do you know where to
Give me
come
all-
next time you want to learn something?
Right here. Give me 2.5 minutes while I take this bull. 2.5 minutes.
Go ahead, man.
You do it. You do whatever you need to do, partner.
Free, bro.
Do it. Let me hear what you got to say.
All right.
Me?
Well, let me tell you, man. We shined a laser across, and there was no curvature. There you go.
No, come on.
Yeah, here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Bro.
I'm gonna simplify it. Hopefully this sticks in his mind. So when you do a laser experiment, you need line of sight.
Sorry.
Once again, one more time.
No, that's not my question.
When you
I wanna
hold
know why
on,
you know
when
about
you
flat
do a
Earth,
laser
bro. That's not my
test,
question.
you need
Come on,
line
dog.
of sight.
You're giving me
not
nothing.
curve
Let me
of
tell you something.
sight.
Hey,
I'm
Glad
giving you
Flow.
Line of
everything,
sight.
you're
I'm
giving
so
me
glad,
nothing.
bro. I stopped drinking because this is why I stopped drinking.
Yeah.
You just stop fucking understanding anything. It's like
Because you don't answer my questions.
God.
I've answered
No,
all your
no,
questions,
no.
and you answered none of my questions.
No, well, I was just
Somebody
talking.
needs to shut up while somebody's
Sober
talking.
man now, so that's why.
All right.
But anyways,
Later, dude.
all right, man.
Fuck
Have a
outta
good
here.
night. Or you could chill if you want. I don't care.
Nah, get the fuck out of here.
I tried to answer his question, but he doesn't want to listen.
He came to get drunk and troll. That's what he did.
Mm-hmm.
So, whatever.
You can drink, don't troll though. You know, I'm smoking. Yeah.
Hey,
No
not only that.
no drinking and trolling, man.
Here's the best part. We had an excuse to bring up more of this evidence that destroys the globe model. For those of you just tuning in, the voice text, Livestream voice text here in Discord has gems, gold, silver, all kinds of different rupees, things sparkling in the way of information. So you need to come down here and get some of this info. We got the FE core. And make no mistake, FE doesn't mean flat Earth. It means field engineers. So they're a core of field engineers. And that means they know a lot about the surface of the Earth. And they did a laser test over long distance, and there's no curvature. So if you want to know about that, come on down.
Boom.
That's that. Thank you.
Because we have tested the model and know the Earth's not so big you can't look for curvature or measure it. That's a good point to cover, bro.
But he's not listening, man. I'm trying.
Well,
I'm just trying to, crack the fucking surface or whatever the fuck you call it, but nothing.
Well, listen,
Everything's reflecting.
We heard him when he came in, right? He listened more than he was when he came in.
You're right. But he still has a case of high reflectivity, Gotta bump it down.
Oh, yeah. But keep him around. He'd be good for ladies' night.
He's chill. Yeah. See ya.
Mayor, I think I'll send him a friend's request because I would like him to be here for later.
Yeah, when he's sober, that may be all right. So listen, check this out. We got a guy in the YouTube chat now talking about the Earth flatness calculator. What in the fuck is that?
Well, that brings up a good question. How many flat spots does it take to build a globe?
That's a good point. My other point was, how is there a calculator when we haven't claimed a shape? Go.
We could start to be specific. Well, Mike, it takes a flat Australia, a flat Kansas, 20 salt flats, 30 flat tundras.
Don't forget the oceans.
Right? Anybody else want to throw some flat spots in there? Because there's like 130 flat spots in the world. So it becomes a soccer ball.
It would be a soccer ball, yeah, at best.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
A panel ball.
Yeah, it wouldn't have too many hexagons. It'd have like 7, maybe. Because they have to be huge flat spots.
20 saltines. I think they're Oreos, bro. What you chewing on, Mike? Cookies? Chocolate chip?
Oh, well, yeah, I was going to answer that. Nope, it's tacos, bro.
It's not hexagons anyway. It's 5 points.
Tacos, crunchy. Oh, my God, they're fucking good. Fresh from the garden lettuce. I put cucumbers on my tacos, too. If you haven't figured it out yet, Battlemod loves cucumbers. I put that shit on all meat.
Like pickles or no, just cucumbers, sliced cucumbers.
Well, both, but I
Pickles.
prefer sliced cucumbers. Even with my steak, I like to grill some cucumbers or fry them.
Huh.
You
Fried
never had? He said,
No.
You
Yeah, I
never had
never.
a fried?
Yeah,
It's
never.
just like cooking a plantain.
I've never had
Pla-
one of those either. Yeah, plantain.
Plantains are good.
Hey, check this out, guys. So he says, one of these guys says, Earth curve produces the distinct horizon line. So I said, no, it hold on. So I said no, and the only line you talk about being curvature is a horizontal straight one. There's no curvature, and the one you talk about being the curvature you claim is horizontal and straight. So you can't be serious. Not only can we not find curvature anywhere, but the only one you use as proof, again, is a straight horizontal line. It's Bush League, dude. This is sophomoric. Come
I want
with
to
better
cover
gravy,
that.
please.
That's not even Bush League. 2014 called, and they want their argument back, bitch, because it ain't even an issue nowadays. Anybody in the advanced level of this argument, it's already a given. That's not the geometric horizon. Why? Because the distance to that horizon, it changes due to atmospheric conditions. There's no way the horizon can be the leading edge of a sphere. Period. Not
Correct.
with as many different ways as they say light works. You cannot call the horizon a sphere. That's
How can you do it?
How is it not just refraction of light?
Not only that, dude. Listen, the horizon never bends. It rises with you, the horizon. It never bends, ever, anywhere, no matter how high you go.
A
No matter how
phantasmagoria
high.
is, right? You know what phantasmagoria is? It's a reference to Morgan Le Fay, and it's magic. Phantasmagoria. It's Morganian magic. Morgan Le Fay, you know who that is, right? Or you guys don't know who Merlin and Morgan are.
Are those blue switches? Yeah, they sound blue.
Blue. Oh, that motherfucker got some magical blue lighted keys. He got mechanical motherfucker.
It's mechanical keyboard.
Yeah, if you don't know who Morgan Le Fay is, man, you've probably been trapped by a succubus once or twice in your life.
I know LeVay. Levy or LeVay?
Morgan Le Fay. Fay, F-A-Y. La Fay.
Sure.
Merlin. She trapped Merlin. So Morgan, Uther was her dad. Uther. Here's the thing. Uther's name was Pendragon. She steals the magic of the dragon and uses it against Merlin, and her father was Uther Pendragon. So that's like an analogy for the spirit of law versus the pen or the letter. She stole the law through the pen or the words that it takes to speak creation. You know, she stole the chant of creation.
Looking at a wiki page right now of LeFay.
Oh, Morgan's a sexy ass bitch too, you know.
Sick, yeah, I thought it was a dude.
That's a well, they got a tranny playing Morgan now. Oh, Morgan is a dude. You're right.
She's a chick. Yeah.
That same dude played in Twilight. That's not a chick, dude. That's a dude.
Where?
Yes, it is. God damn it, I'm sucked into this conversation. Yes, it is.
And how she
Kristen.
became Morgan. How she became Morgan Le Fay when her dad was Uther Pendragon, or if you translate it, Arthur Pendragon. But her name is Morgan Le Fay. She didn't marry nobody. She screwed her brother, Arthur, and had a child, you know? You guys watched King Arthur, right? Where his own child, you know, she cast magic on Arthur and had sex with him and had an inbred child that she used magic to make perfect and made him go kill Arthur, try to take the sword. Because she wanted the sword, right? Excalibur. So what she wanted was to steal. And the story doesn't make any sense because Morgan Le Fay is one of the queens of magic. So she wanted to steal the magic from the Lady of the Lake, which basically doesn't make sense because the Lady of the Lake is a queen of magic. So is Morgan Le Fay. And so they would have been on the same team. You can even look at images where in certain stories, the queens of magic, including Morgan Le Fay, came to Arthur's aid when he was hurt and then took him off to a magical land, to try to recuperate. Just depends on what version of the story you're looking at. And that's the Arthur story, not the Merlin story now. Because the lines get blurred when you go to. Yeah, I'm a King Arthur nerd. I'll quit.
Yeah, you are.
Same, bro. I've watched all the stuff. I've even read a couple books on it.
Yeah, hey, if you watch, you've watched King Arthur, the Sword and the Stone, the movie.
I
Yeah.
watched the latest one, which
Now, when I was when I was a child, when Arthur and what's her name were getting married. Damn it, I can't remember her name now, but she stabbed him in the heart. Who's his old lady that fucking screwed the night? But Merlin and Morgan Le Fay, they walk off into the woods, and she's telling him she's somewhat of a sorcerer too, and he's asking her about chemicals, because it's all chemical in nature, and she's telling him. They walk past this stone. It's a big stone, and it's got it's a, what do you call them? Like a tabernacle, like what's his name? Moses built at the bottom of the mount. What those temples or a sacrificial ceremonial shrine. So, but there's a rock, and it's likened to a shrine, where you can sacrifice on it. But it has the face of a gray alien carved into the stone. And I noticed that at like 12 years old, dude. You can watch the whole movie just to see that moment. Or you can, Google on YouTube, Merlin talks to Morgan Le Fay at Arthur's wedding. And then you can slow it down as they're leaving till you see the rock that's got the alien face in it. I know because I went looking for it, but it's subliminal programming.
Oh, they do that.
So what I gotta wonder is, in the 70s, was that an alien gray face, or was it Satan's face, or are they just trying to show me the devil, Lucifer, aliens, what? What did Hollywood intend with this scene and that image on that rock? Because you can't miss it. Somebody put it there.
Right. Nothing in Hollywood is superfluous.
Right, and the word I was looking for is altar. It's an altar or a shrine, They're worshiping at the gray alien's feet, at the altar of gray.
It's interesting because the word alter means fake identity too. It means like you have an alter ego,
altar,
you know?
yeah, altar just.
And the altar, I was just going to say
manipulate.
the altar in the religious sense would be an altar to the one true. It would be an altar, I don't know. Maybe not. I just playing with the words in my head.
Depends on how you use it. That's one of them words that's defined by usage. You know what I mean? But as a noun in the religious sense, it'd be a table in a Christian church. You know what I mean? So yeah, or a table on which you do blood sacrifice. They also give you a spiritual meaning to an altar. A raised area in a house of worship, God's table. A sacred place for sacrifices and gifts offered to God. But to alter a thing, what's it mean to alter a thing? To change it from its original. But that's spelled different, you know.
Yeah.
Alter.
Or an ulterior motive.
Yeah.
Alter the course of your direction.
Well, we can also define it by Latin law, where a privilege alter or altar privilegium is giving privilege to those who are lifted above the law. Or just like the ground, it says you can rise up the ground, it's just an altar. It could be a mound of dirt used for sacrifice. But in Latin law, altar means to rise up above the law. So here's an example. The king's above the law. He has the alter privilegium, ulterior privilegium, which means he's lifted above the law. And so is his bloodline, because they have divine right of kings, and it's a divine bloodline, you know, privileged bloodline. And 90% of what they say goes back to Latin law. It's in universal law too. I like to look at things in a legal sense. Now, all people who have studied phonics for word phonics, they change the words and rearrange the meanings, but they never do it on a legal level. And if you do it on a legal level, you define a word legally, and then you go through and change the phonics and still define it in the Latin sense of legality, then you get a whole nother story. If you look at the Bible as a legal book and you define every word in it as legality, and it is. I mean, thou shalt not murder. Well, murder has a legal definition. It's legal terminology. Love is a legal word too, and most people don't know that. Love is defined legally. All words have a legal definition. Most people don't know that. You know?
Hard to come back with that after something so profound. Just makes you want to sit and think about it.
Get used to that around here.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, I like to manipulate people to look at everything that is said in a legal sense. And the reason I co-sign this that most people can understand is you have a right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. Now, if anything you say can be used against you in a court of law, that means your words have a legal definition, which all words do. You can define them by Latin law, Latin derivatives, or you can go to Black's law. You can look at how many different legal definition dictionaries they are. You can get multiple different definitions. But most judges in America, in a court of record, you know, they use Black's law. but they all are derived from Latin derivatives or royal law or ecclesiastical law, which 90% of ecclesiastical law is written in Latin. I mean, I can give an example. So, a drunk, a plebeian drunk, will say, an uneducated poor guy, he says, well, you say, man, you're kind of drunk. And he'll joyfully say, yeah, I had too much to drink. A rich guy, versed in law, wants to announce that he's inebriated. He says, in vino veritas. In vino veritas. And what he said is kind of poetic, there is truth in wine. And what he's saying is, what you said about what I'm drinking is true. I'm drunk. He just said it in an educated manner. But he said it in legal terms, so he clearly defined it. This is the thing that rich people do that plebeians don't. So it's not the money that separates you. It's their astute attention to the detail of the law. Because a lot of times in business, knowing the law can make you richer. They call this shrewd business. I call it underhanded dealings. In other words, I can screw you out of money and it's legal, but it's not moral. So the better so money, a lot of people with money know this. Money makes money. Just depends on, what you choose, where you choose to put your money. You can buy a classic car, put a certain amount of money in it, flip it, go back, make your profit. You can buy a house, pay other people to build it, add value to it. You buy $10,000 in materials, pay $8,000 and $20,000 in remodeling. You bought a house for $5,000 on a tax repo site, and now it's worth $250,000. So money can make money. You don't even have to do any work. But if you know certain laws, you've doubled the amount of money you make. Especially if you know how to write your own papers, take back your own annuities, and actually not have to pay taxes in America. So it's not illegal to know this, and it's not illegal to not pay taxes. You can not pay taxes, but you have to be your own person, which says, I govern myself. No man, other man can govern for me. No other man can represent me. I alone represent this temple. That's my body. I'm a man. This is my body. That's how it's labeled. That's how you write your own papers. It's like you write your own blueprint, And so it's not illegal to know all this and do it. But what it is illegal to do is teach other people how to do this. And because it's a federal offense called undermining the economic stability of the corporation in the United States of America. Now, understand what I said in corporate sense and legal sense. And so, America is a corporation where you have uniform codes and proprietors. If you're a citizen, you're a proprietor of the corporation and you're party to the Constitution and you're property of the corporate entity, which is a legal fiction. You're no longer a man. See, a man created that system, a man created that word, and you're now a citizen. God made men. Men rule over themselves. They tell you over and over again, from Nero to Napoleon Bonaparte, unless men can govern themselves, then man has to govern man. So if you can govern yourself, then you can learn the law, you can learn where you are, and you can speak for yourself, and you can do this in a legal sense. Now in America, it's legal to teach you this. There's Australians on here that can get away with teaching you how to do this. Higgs studied it, and you're in English legal settings. He knows all this law. He knows how to write your own papers and all that for anybody that wants to learn this. I can't teach it. I'm American. I go to prison for teaching that shit. And from the family I'm born in lately, they just want to put me in prison anyway. You know what I mean? So because we argue with whether or not my family argues law in court and whether or not it's constitutionally correct. They want to write laws without nobody critiquing them. They want to say, we dictate what is constitutionally correct and what is not. And that's not true. The Constitution is a contract written between two parties, the people and the government the people assign to protect their civil liberties. So if they want to change our contract, there has to be an agreement. Because first off, when we empowered them to protect our civil liberties, we didn't make them a party to our Constitution. They're a party to our Constitution through citizenship. So in that sense, they're an equal party member in the covenant or contract of the Constitution. A Constitution, covenant, and a contract are all the same thing in law. So they're not the trust or primary debitor. They don't own our Constitution. It's a two-way thing. But like they say, even multiple presidents have said it. If you're not going to govern yourself, we're going to govern you. But man must be governed by law. We all know this. That's the civil agreement. The original civil agreement is that we need laws to govern men that don't govern themselves. So, I mean, it's in the law, thou shalt not commit murder. And so even in the Bible, it's shown that the wage of sin is death, right? What is sin? We have to say, well, what is sin? Sin is transgression of the law. The law. It's not specific to whether it's God's law or man's law, but transgression of the law. And because it's a biblical concept, sin, we could say that sin applies only to God's law, but this isn't true. Because sin, I'll tell you what sin is. Sin is a geometric description, right? So sin has to do with math. Sin and cosin. So a sin is any deviation from a straight line. If you have a straight line, then it's tangent line, a linear line. But if you arch that line, it's a sin because you've deviated from a linear path. So a sin is a deviation geometrically from the straight and narrow path, the consistent straight level path. So sin becomes true not only mathematically, biblically, but empirically. So sin is the transgression from straight and narrow. And who delivers the wage of sin? Well, good men. So they police the law. We make the law. We don't govern ourselves, so they police it. And they instill what they say are good men, but we all know absolute power corrupts absolutely. So what it takes to deliver the wage of sin is a righteous mob. So the righteous mob doesn't do it unilaterally. So one man based on feeling doesn't just say, this is what we should do to somebody, and bam, that's the way it is, because absolute power corrupts absolutely. So it should be a group of people who say, okay, the law says eye for an eye, tooth for tooth, blood for blood, flesh for flesh. But even though this guy killed somebody, we don't want to kill him. And here's the reason why. Because it's a life for a life. So, they take a life for a life when they give you a life sentence in prison. They're still adhering to the universal law, natural law, ecclesiastical law, and God's law when they give you life for life. If you get nat life in America, you no longer have a life. They took your life. Your property is state. Your state property. But you're already state property. So what you need to understand is you really haven't been anywhere. You were state property to begin with. You were no longer a son of God, a man, and a creation, but you're a citizen. And you're property of a legal state. So really, you are already in prison. The prison is the laws and the bars. The bars are the concepts. And the people who lie to you and say they have the ability to change the words. And with the words, they change the entire matrix of the meaning, which changes the law. So they have the control. So when you were free, what you were was a state prisoner who actually is in population. You're out in general population, which is they own the state. You're a prisoner in your nation. Proof of that is you need permission to leave it. Can't just go to Mexico, bitch. You can't just go to Canada. You're in general population in this prison facility. And if you want to, as a prisoner of this facility, go visit another facility where you have to get a visitation pass. So you're just a general population convict in a state penitentiary known as the state name. You're a Michigander. I'm a Michigander. But the federal government owns the state, so you're federal property. So if you want to leave the federal domain, which is your federal prison, then you need permission to do that. So you fuck up, you break the uniform code within the system, and now we restrict your prison becomes 4 walls and a window with bars. You're no longer free to go out in general population. But if you act right, we'll let you go out in a general population full of convicts. But the truth is, we're all convicts. We're all oppressed. We're all prisoners to a state and a federal. I mean, when you're on probation, you're in a state prison. You can't leave the state on probation without fucking permission. And you're sure the fuck not going to leave the federal domain on probation. It's just not going to happen. They're not going to give you permission. If we let you go to that other prison in Mexico, you might become their property and you'll never be back. But one way or another, you're somebody's property. So the question becomes, whose law do you want to follow? And I mean, you can go back to being a man or a woman that God created and just be put in another prison if you think you don't got to follow God's law. There's a lot of ways. See, they almost condemn you to hell. And we live in hell because we transgress God's law. Nobody follows God's law. So there's no morality here. So a world governed by ethics can be hell. A world governed by morality wouldn't be hell for anybody in it if you really thought about it. But you got to put deep thought into that one. And I'm monologuing. I'm not in the rage mood today, guys. Come on, somebody fucking interrupt me. Glat? I rant too much, damn it. I don't want to rant.
Sorry. Listen, I mean, I can talk to the YouTube folks. Well, I'm eating, yeah, but...
Well, I'm just saying, when I rant too much, man, I end up depressed, damn it. It fucks my emotions, bro.
Don't worry, I'll keep it light. Let me finish this bite.
I remind myself of the prison I live in, you know.
Why don't you start posting some of your cars and speak about that and your motorcycles?
Hold on.
Because then I got to go open up a bunch of damn files.
All right, check it out.
Then I'll end up talking about that. But then that somehow, and I know I can do it, that'll just be a convict hobby that keeps the convict happy. Because that's all it is, really. Illusion of freedom.
Sorry, I'm still trying to see. The problem is now they know that there's only one mod now, and they're gonna come try to fucking, you know what I mean, like flood me with nonsense and garbage and distractions, and not globe evidence. I want to respond vocally to a couple of them if I could.
Did you say there's only one mod in here?
In the YouTube chat, yeah. Oh no, there's 2 old dudes in there, I guess. But I'm trying to not.
I'm always in there, bro. What?
I'm trying not to.
Who you want moderated?
No. I'm trying not to time out or ban anybody. I'm trying to get these people to think critically. Whatever, dude. Then come on in and do what you want to do. I wanted to give a shout out to him though, Mike JH82, who I think is Sean Hawkins, but I can't prove, and then G Man with 2 N's.
Yeah, Sean Hawkins does like to use my name a lot. He's trolling me.
Michael J.
Milo.
Smith.
Yeah, Michael J. He's just trolling me.
Okay.
He's
No,
making
here,
fun
listen. Batamon, I got a question for you because these
Listen,
guys.
he calls me a 80-year-old boomer too, and I'm not 80, man.
No, I don't think so.
No,
but
I'm not. My birthday's 72. 1972.
So there's a lot going on here. I wanted to kind of try to distill in it because I'm not going to keep typing all this nonsense out.
Get it, bro. I'm going to get me some no-bake cookies. I'll be back.
Okay. So where do we start? I'm not going to start all the way back. Why does the position of the sun always match globe predictions but never flat ones? I don't know. I don't make a claim about that. We're talking about the Earth, not the sun. So I hope that makes sense. I'm pathetic. Celestial sphere is another equally serious problem. Again, that's the sky. It's two strikes there for that group of quote-unquote posits. Let's see what else we got. 6 years and not one demonstration of the day-night cycle on a flat Earth that matches reality. Yeah, man, thing is, it's irrelevant because the Earth is flat regardless of what happens in the sky. I think that's the third time I've had to say that now. Is anybody seeing a pattern? Anyway, and then they move on to continue to talk about the sky and not the ground. Because Earth's the ground, it's not the sky. Sky is different. Do you know the term mutually exclusive? Look it up. You might not have heard it until just now. So,
hello.
And hello? Who is this? Hello?
Soup.
Soup. Hi, Soup.
Yeah.
What's going on, dude? I'm fine. I'm doing just fine.
Good to hear.
Yeah.
I'm with my friend Sard.
You with your friend what?
He's with me. Sard.
Sard.
For some reason. Yeah.
Oh, I see him. Okay, cool. Soup and Sard. Sounds good to me.
Hey, how are you?
Hi, Sard. Well, shoot. Welcome to the server, guys. Are you guys flat earthers, globe earthers, simulation kids? What are you doing?
I'm personally undecided.
Okay.
Yeah, me as well. I just want to get a little bit of your thoughts, so I can come to a decision.
Okay, I've never done this before, but I'm going to do this. So we usually a lot of times we start with a set of 3 questions that are really simple ones and help us both get like a baseline as to both where the information is currently and your level of understanding of that and such. And it's actually just the level of understanding of kind of basic physics and what the globe claims. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
They're simpler than I just made it sound. So they're yes or no questions. And the thing I haven't done yet is, if you two, Sard and Soup, want to do it at the same time, that'd be okay with me.
Yeah, sure.
So we don't waste any time. Is that cool, Sard?
Yeah, sorry, I was muted.
Yep. Okay, super. And they're quick, easy questions. They're not gotchas. They're just, see where we're at. Okay. So first question is, do you know of any time in history when somebody measured directly and physically the curvature of the Earth and how they got that direct measurement?
No, I do not.
Sard, what do you think?
I don't believe that there was any time that happened.
Super duper. Me neither. I can't find any. I mean, I measured it and I've observed from very, 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 very flat. So anyway, absolutely no curvature. Good. Well, okay. You don't know whether there is curvature or not, and I'll say, in my experience, there isn't any. Let me make that statement. The claim isn't Earth is flat. for those of us who have measured it, we can say, so far it's flat. The big claim we're working with is the fact that the globe doesn't match its own math whatsoever. The reality doesn't match the math, see? And that's what we're really trying to tackle. Because it measures flat, and then they want us to talk about the sky, and that's strange. Okay, so the second question is similar to the first. Just yes or no. Do you know of any time in history when somebody has directly detected the rotation of the Earth on its axis? When did they detect axial rotation?
No, I don't know of a certain time or date that happened as well.
Sard, what do you think?
I'm not sure that that has ever happened.
Cool, me neither. Okay, third question, and then I'm done ruining your night. Third question is, do you know if it's possible to have gas pressure without the walls of a container to press upon?
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Okay, so take a tire, and you've got the rubber for the tire, and you've got the rim for the tire, right? Those are two things that you need to have a fully functioning tire. What's the third thing that you need, though? You need the tire, you need the rim. What are you going to put inside of that between the tire and the rim?
Air?
Correct. Pressure, correct?
Oh, yeah.
Right. So it's going to be gas and air pressure inside of there.
Okay.
Now, the reason it's called pressure, and this probably will make a lot of sense. You'll be like, oh, really? That makes total sense. Because pressure, the word pressure, the base word pressure is to press. And if you don't have anything to press upon, the gas molecules and air molecules can't press upon anything, well, then you don't have a pounds per square inch pressure measurement. You can't, there's nothing there. Does that make sense? It's pressing against the container. That's why you measure the container for pounds per square inch of pressure, because it's pressing. Okay, does that make sense?
Yeah, sort of.
So,
Yeah.
sort of. Okay, so after explaining that, is it possible to have the gas pressure in the tire without the walls of the rubber to press upon? Can you have the pressure without the rubber?
No, I don't think so.
There you go. Exactly right. That's what I think too. What do you think, Sard?
I don't think so.
There you go. See? Easy as pie. You put up with me for 4 minutes. Welcome to the server. Let's see. Yeah, if you have any questions for any of us, just let us know. Love explaining things to people.
Yeah, for sure. Let me take a minute to think of some, and then I'll get back to you, okay?
Sounds great, buddy.
Great.
How about you, Sard? What are you thinking about?
I'm honestly trying to think. Sorry, I'm on my phone texting my mom real quick.
Well, that's important. I'll leave you be. Well, I guess I'll just respond to the YouTube here for a second then. So I'm out of integrity, according to Mike J. And then argue against. No, we're not arguing against what we can see with our own eyes. In fact, if you weren't so deep in your cognitive dissonance, then that's just what it is, and that's okay. You can accept that at some point. But We are trying to show you we can see with our own eyes without having to trust that somebody else had figured the rest of it out. Right? Oh, I see a flat horizon, but I was told it's curved there, and that's why boats disappear the way they do. So I'm just going to go with that. No, I don't care what I see. I don't care what I see at this point. I'm way too lazy to do the research and tests and experiments on my own. So it's a globe. Super. Flat Earth is obsessed with pressure, gravity, and anything that distracts from being questioned about their claim of a flat Earth. And I said, how? We're constantly asking you to demonstrate to us that it's not flat. That's all we're asking for, really. And you keep talking about the sky. Every single time. I don't know what it is about the sky. Yeah, dude, it's magical looking and stuff, but it's not proof of anything the ground is doing, I promise. Is that okay with you? Can you just accept that, please? Can we move on from this? Stop being children at each other? No? Okay, super. We're obsessed with pressure? No. I'm interested in pressure because I want to know how there can be gas pressure without containment. Even with a gradient now, you'll bring the gradient up. If I don't bring it up first, you'll bring it up. You can't have pressure, any degree, high or low pressure, without walls to press upon. That is how it works. What else? Gravity. Well, we argue about density and the relationship of the object to its medium. It's fluid dynamics, but you don't want to go into any of that. So that we're at an impasse there. You just say the word gravity and you expect it to disprove what's going on in reality when we have, at the very least, explanations. You can't even find gravity on the electromagnetic spectrum. That's not good. Okay, so let's see what else we got. If the sky's nothing, so Ben says, if the sky has nothing to do with it, you should easily be able to prove it with a simple demonstration. Okay, come to my house. What do you mean demonstration? That's not empirical. What do you want me to demonstrate for you? Even though you're making the positive claim and bursting into our house doing so. You can have a flat plane or spherical object without pressure, though. You can have a flat plane or a spherical object without pressure. Absolutely. Flat things exist and spherical things exist. That is a non sequitur, my friend. Try again. See why I don't want to be typing this shit out? But he seems to want to. And again, I hope everybody's paying attention to how pathetic that is. I don't know what he wants to accomplish. I wonder if, see, that's the thing. These folks know there's not going to be an agreement ever. So then they know that, and that's why they keep coming in with their nonsense and misquoting people, straw manning people, these kinds of things. Honestly, I would hate to do it. Hate to do this job. Ben, why do you do this? Why do you come and lie to people all day and get paid for it? What's going on? What's wrong with you? It's voyeurism, kinda. They're supposed to observe and report. But they're also supposed to obfuscate, and all they want to do is throw our image under the bus because they don't have any real evidence. That's basically what's going on here. Conspiracy nuts. There can be an agreement if y'all just catch up to reality. Is kind of what that is. You don't have to be embarrassed that we found the truth first. We stumbled upon it, right? I mean, it wasn't like a contest, but don't be jealous about that. It's fine. It's truth whether or not you have feelings, which is all our chat is lately, is hashtag feelings from you guys. But I can handle it. I'm an old hat. So anyway, patently wrong. Show me the patent. Show me the experiment. Show me the citations of any data where they got Earth curvature or they detected the rotation. Let's just stick with those two. You should only need one. I'll give you the two. We don't even have to talk about gas pressure, even though it's based off of your positive claim. Give me curvature. Give me rotation. When did they directly, tangibly, physically, empirically measure that and detect that? Thanks. Appreciate it. Oh, and my email address is glatflobe@gmail.com so that we don't have to act like children in front of the audience. That's why you're doing this. You're not here to have a discussion about anything. You just want to keep us talking and think that you can make us look like shit. Well, whether or not that happens, I'm going to kind of stop that on my end, and you're going to need to come to me with globe evidence for me to continue talking to you about this kind of stuff. For real. I might not engage in the chat too much anymore, and I'll always be in the VC, but this is just, I mean, I can't handle the, it's, oh man, if it's not insults, it's just saying nuh-uh to what we say and to the information that we've gathered in our empirical research. So anyway, I don't know. I think these kids got me on a roll here. I'm passionate because I want you folks to learn. I want you people to learn the truth. That's all. That's all it is. I don't have any other motivation to be here. It would be such a waste of time if it weren't for the truth.
Hey, Glad?
Yes.
I came up with a question.
Alrighty.
So do you guys...
Huh?
Go ahead, dude. I'm not gonna interrupt him.
So do you guys like what is your view stance on the space?
Go on, Glad. I ain't answering it. That's you.
Oh shit, sorry. What did you ask? Sorry, one more time.
What's your stance on space?
Space. Okay, first, what is space to you? What does that mean?
Like the observable universe, like the moon, the sun, like space, you know.
Well, okay, so let me tell you that space isn't just what you would consider outer space. Space is everything. It comes from the Latin word that means all that there is. So technically, the universe is where you're at, where I'm at, it's everything. We're in the universe. So, yep, it exists. But I know what you're referring to, and that is the idea of outer space, correct?
Yes.
All right. So first and foremost, we have to address the second law of thermodynamics. I really hope there's some people in the voice text that can help out with GIFs. But if not, I'll do my best. So gas pressure. Remember we said earlier, we talked about you can't have gas pressure without a container for the gases to press on, right? It just can't happen. Like a pop can, right? There's the pressure in there. Once you go, all the pressure is gone because you no longer have a solid container, right? With me so far?
Yeah, sorry, I just clicked on this thing.
And now you're getting a call. You want to take that?
No, I'll just ignore it. But I was just clicking on this channel someone sent in the live stream chat.
Do me a favor, focus for just 5 minutes if you could, please. Can we do that?
Yeah, I'm focused up.
All right. So what did I just say?
You told me to focus, but I started getting a call, so I got distracted. Sorry.
No problem. We'll do it again real quick. You can't have gas pressure without a container, right? You take the pop can and it's pressurized, but then when you go and open it up, it becomes unpressurized and therefore not contained, correct?
Right.
Okay, so since we can't have gas pressure without a container, but they claim that we are an open system to an infinite vacuum, which we may or may not even get to later. But basically what that means is if we are contained, which we are because we breathe and live in gas pressure, right? Hydrogen, nitrogen, all of these gases that are necessary for life to even do anything here, weather, all of it, gas pressure, air pressure, right?
Right.
Okay. So since we have that pressure, we are contained because the pressure the containment is the necessary antecedent to the pressure. You have to have the container before you have pressure. Some people like to use the analogy of if you have a steak sitting in front of you, well, what does the steak mean? Well, if it's beef, what happened? It came from a cow, right? So the necessary antecedent for steak is
I don't know what an
cow. So antecedent, yeah. It means basically, so the steak can't exist if the cow doesn't exist. Does that make sense?
And in this situation that we're looking at, what is it?
So, okay, and so it correlates because you can't have gas pressure without the container. Can't have steak without a cow. They need each other, right? Does that kind of make sense? To exist, the steak came from the cow. The pressure comes from the containment.
Okay.
Right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay. Old dude, see if you can post the NASA cartoon ones too. The ones that show solid liquid gas in boxes, and then there's another one that just shows molecules bouncing around in a container. Kind of breaks it down real easy to see. But anyway, okay, so saying that, this whole thing has to do with entropy. So what happens when you open the pop can is that you get the top, and the pop can releases everything, and that's called entropy. And what's happening is the gas and air pressure inside of the can that once was in there has now an opportunity to leave. And by leaving, it's actually doing what is called seeking its equilibrium in the medium, right?
Right.
Okay. So that's what the air and gas pressure is doing when you remove the container. So how is it that we can have this pressure, and it has to be contained now for it to exist at all, steak, cow? How is it that we have this gas pressure next to an open system to infinite nothingness with no barrier? How is that possible?
No idea.
Right? That's crazy, right? It's like, wait a second. There's a container. What the fuck? Anyway, it blew my mind when I first thought about that. So, sorry, go ahead now.
Glatphobe, do you think the moon landing was fake?
Do I think the moon landing was fake?
Yeah.
Let's see. I have zero empirical evidence that the moon landing was fake or real. Does that make sense?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
I've seen so much compelling evidence or someone's personal evidence that, that's how it works. Their empirical to them evidence is very, very compelling to me. Yes. But also, the only other reason I don't believe in the moon is for what we just talked about. It's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. You would have to be able to visit that, i.e. be in an open system, i.e. not live amongst gas pressure.
So do we live in like a snow globe almost? Would you say that like the world we live in is like a snow globe? Like
sorry. I thought I could be heard. No. See, we'd have to get outside of this contained area, which so far isn't possible. If you know how we can have gas pressure without a container here on Earth and demonstrate that, that'd be great. But until then, we know that pressure means we can't leave because it's contained. That said, that would be why the moon landing couldn't have happened. But what was your other question? I'm sorry.
Like how, if the Earth is just flat, are we like inside of a snow globe or something like that?
Snow globe.
There's still like
right.
Like stars
So
and stuff.
since we can't leave, we can't get to a vantage far away enough to see the whole thing. So we don't know like the whole entire shape of it. Right? There's no way. If you can't get out, you can't see the whole thing. Right? Then you don't know.
So how would we get out of that, like theoretically?
Well, I don't know. It would have to violate natural law, So I don't know. And it violates these natural laws. I can read them off to you. They're in the voice text. I'll just read the list of them, and then you can look them up later. Can you see the voice text?
I think so.
Okay, it's just right above where you clicked to come into live stream. It's just right above, says live stream voice text. But anyway, so gas pressure without a container, i.e. the globe presupposition, violates these laws in relationship to gas and pressure and such. Violates Boyle's law, Charles' law, Gay-Lussac's law, Avogadro's law, parts of Dalton's law, etc., etc., etc. Brownian motion. There's so many of these things that are, so far we see six laws that the globe presupposition violates if you try to live in that world, right? The world we live in has these natural laws. The globe world can't. And that's what we keep running into this brick wall of like, well, we can't go any further because all of these measurements are limited in their scope, and they violate all of the natural law that we've had, that we know, that proves itself to us in physics every day. The globe can't seem to match up to physics.
Okay, so how would like stars move and stuff like that? Like how would the sunset or sunrise,
Sunset and sunrise are different from the stars. The stars, let's see, I don't know what the stars are, bro. No idea what makes them
I would like
move.
to actually touch on this one.
Okay, go ahead.
So, sunrises and sunsets only work because the Earth theoretically spins, correct?
I'm not sure.
Because if the Earth was flat, like you say, then how would there be different parts being a part of the world being lit up at different times?
Sorry, I thought someone else wanted to answer that. No? So, I apologize. Can you ask that question one more time? I was paying attention to something else over here. So, now, see, you're asking me to focus. I apologize. Go ahead.
Oh, look, Sard in live stream voice text, you can see a demonstration of how it would look like.
Oh, right. Now, that's not our model, but that is a representation of, I guess, everything that we've found so far. We've come together and put it together like this. That's not a setup model, right? But it's the best we've got so far for like an idea. Again, because we can't leave this place.
Okay, so if that's like the base idea, how would sunrises work, Like,
well, eventually the moon catches up to the sun, like they do their own thing like that, but they go out, so like they go out and in with the seasons. North is the center of what looks like a dish, and the sun and moon, because of the seasons, so like it'll just get closer to the center or further away from the center as they rotate above us. Sorry, what were you gonna say?
what was like how do sunrises work,
Well, take a look. See on the land.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Eventually, the sun just goes out of view and doesn't illuminate the entire world because it's simply not powerful enough to do that. And then there's atmospheric scattering, there's light extinction, there's all kinds of things that make it so you just can't see forever. And again, that the sun, it apparently can't light the whole thing. Not powerful enough to do so.
So does the sun move then?
Sun and moon are moving above, yes. As it appears, by the way, if you were never told about a globe Earth and you were raised just outside of all this, you know what I mean? All you would notice is the sun and moon moving. You wouldn't feel like you were moving at all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So does the sun like go farther away, or like does it come down into like the void or something? Like how does that work?
What do you mean?
When it's like fully like nighttime. Oh, but because that this doesn't make sense because the sun's like rotating left. Like the sunrise is going down.
Well, that's the
It's
thing.
not,
It looks like it's going down, but that's just the way your eyes are seeing it.
So we don't actually see it just go down under the horizon. It just looks like that.
Yeah, watch that video. Old dude posted.
Okay.
You can do it now or do it later, whatever. I'm gonna go to bed here in about a half hour, but and I don't know who else is gonna be up, but yeah. So, but it doesn't matter if you want to watch it now. That's cool. So we can talk about it. Well, hold on. How long is it? Yeah, 13 minutes, dude. Yeah, give it a look.
So does the is NASA like what is NASA if the Earth is flat? Like where are they going to? What are they studying? If it's just are they being like hired by like the Chinese or like Russian government or something?
Oh, I don't know about any of that stuff, man. See, I like to keep it simple with the basics. I've been looking for curvature for 7 years, can't find it. Excuse me. I've been researching and trying to find out. So, like, I know how that you calculate RPM, right? Revolutions per minute and such. And I just want to know how they got the RPM of the globe. You know what I mean? Who measured that? Who got it? Who was out there? Like maybe out. You'd probably have to be outside of it, and you know what I mean. Like you get an RPM of things inside of a car because you can see the entire apparatus, and it's measuring something that
Wouldn't you be able to if you can scale distance within the stars, right, or something like that, from like on foot, right? You would be able to see the distance that the Earth is moving as it rotates, and then get a baseline of how long it would take for the Earth to rotate.
Hold on.
That makes sense.
Are you basing the Earth rotation theory off the assumption that the stars are moving?
They wouldn't be moving, right?
No. On a globe, they'd be moving, sure, and on the flat Earth, they're also moving. I'm not sure what you're saying.
Well, if you're able to get a definitive distance between you and something in the sky.
Oh, there you go. That's the problem. How'd you get that distance?
I'm not sure, but sure there's a.
Well, okay. So this is what let me tell you what they do. The Globe Camp, which is all the pseudoscience that is pushed in your schools and on your TVs.
Well.
Damn it. Tell me the topic, what you just said. I'm sorry. I'm fucking wasted tired. But I want to get through these points with you. What was the question again?
He was talking about if you could figure out the distance to one thing in the sky.
Oh, yeah, you can't do that. You can't measure from yourself to anything outside up there unless you know a way to do it. It needs to be a direct, physical, empirical, like tangible, hands-on measurement. It can't be an assumption based on anything at all. And so my question, I guess, is what would be the mathematics that you would try to use for that? And then once you explain it, I'll tell you why it's wrong.
Well, I'm not sure, so I'm not.
Oh, okay. Because a lot of what they do is it'll be assumptions based off of numbers that were already based off of a presupposition that was a theory once before. You see what I'm saying? It's a lot of gobbledygook that can't, it's unfalsifiable. Tell me, if you can measure from yourself to a star and you get up to that star and you're touching on it and you're feeling it and you got the distance that you've measured with you, okay, then we can talk about, distances to stars. But until someone makes that direct physical measurement, and trust me, man, all you're going to find is calculations, stuff made on a computer, made in someone's mind, made in a class. What?
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, kind of. There's a lot of stuff behind you going on.
Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, so I just wanted to go. I assume that Sums, Soup, and Sard are all friends.
Soup and Sard are friends. I don't know. Oh, yeah, Sums. Sums, are you friends with these other guys?
Who?
Cool. I don't know.
Yeah, we are.
All three of you guys. Okay.
Okay, yeah, I'm just wondering if you guys know A, the distance to the sun, and B, how that was arrived at.
Hey, Crypto. You mind taking over, man? I gotta fucking get some rest.
Yeah.
Have a good night, Black.
Hey,
Black
you two boys. Listen, you guys are really respectful, and it's awesome talking to you. So come on back, would you
appreciate
please?
you being so nice, Glap.
Yeah, you bet, guys. And Crypto's just as good. He's a sweetheart.
All right,
guys. Take her easy.
Yeah, sometimes I can be a dick, but most of the time I'm not.
Yeah, he's a sweetheart.
Anyway, yeah. So do you guys know how the distance to the sun was arrived at?
No, I would have to research that to know that.
Okay, so look at the transit of Venus, and what they did is they observed the Venus transiting across the sun. They assumed that Venus was the same size as the Earth, and then calculated based off of that assumption. And that's basically where all of the distances to all of the celestial objects comes from. The assumption that Venus is the same size as Earth. Which is fundamentally unknowable. So it's okay if Venus actually is the same size as Earth, but unless you actually go and check that that's the case, check that Venus is a rock floating in space, because that's also an assumption. So you've got the assumption of Venus being a rock floating in space, you've got the assumption of it being the same size as the Earth. Once you've got those two assumptions, you can then calculate the rest. Problem is, of course, if either of those assumptions are off, then you have nothing. You have no model. There's nothing. You're basing it off of fantasy.
Okay, that makes sense.
So when they say, "Oh yeah, sun's 93 million miles away," have that in mind, that they made some very erroneous assumptions to come to that figure.
All right, do you think the moon landing was fake? Like them like calling from the moon and stuff like that?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, completely impossible. There's a number of reasons why it's impossible. But yeah, I mean, we can. It's not really a subject I care too much about. But I'm 100% sure that it's fake.
Are you like in your kitchen, bro? What's that background noise?
No, I'm in a coffee shop, so that's probably.
Oh, okay.
So let's even just pretend that they could have made it. Let's pretend that they could have made it to the moon, right? And that they did go there. Like, do you think that they would have, when they supposedly called them, they were on a corded phone?
They were on a what phone?
A corded phone.
A corded one? Yeah.
They probably don't remember corded phones, truth.
No, I mean like wouldn't they just use a satellite from the moon to the satellite to the Earth, and that's how wavelengths are that's how they travel.
Do you know satellites exist?
I have a satellite on top of my house.
Pardon? What?
You said
I think you mean a satellite dish, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Right.
That's what I mean.
So, wait, you don't think satellites exist either?
Well, not in the way that they've told you.
So, what's the way that they've told
then?
us? Yeah.
Let me give you an example before we go into it. So, let's just say that I tell you I've got this amazing car, and it's like, it's a Ferrari, and it's red, and it's got these beautiful wheels and all the rest. And then you
Okay.
come to my house, and you're like, well, it is red, but it's not a Ferrari and it's not this, that, and the other. There's like a partial truth. What they tell you about satellites is like partially true, in my opinion, anyway. There are things above our location, and maybe they are conveying signal. I don't know, but are they orbiting? That's unproven. That's unknowable. And actually, there's significant. Oh, actually, just posted something. There's a lot of proof to show that actually a lot of them are balloons rather than actually kind of like just tin cans floating in the middle of nothing. So it's probably worth having a look at those videos that Truth Prevails is posting.
Yeah, if you go outside, I mean, I'm pretty sure you can look up and see what looks like really small stars moving.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying. It's like, you know, I mean, I'm pretty sure that there is stuff, but does it match the exact description that you're told, or could it be something different?
So what do you think it is? Just like a
Well,
bright like ball?
I just said. So let me give you an example, right? Do you ever look in the sky and see an aeroplane?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, how big do aeroplanes look when they're at like 35,000 feet from the ground?
They look kind of like a bird when it's up close, you know?
They're very small, though, aren't they?
Yeah, fairly small, yeah.
Yeah, so they tell us these satellites that are a similar size, but 250 miles away. Do you think you would see an aeroplane from 250 miles away?
No.
So
the satellites are definitely bigger than airplanes.
Not much. Like if you've ever seen like one of the bigger Airbuses from
some of them are smaller than aeroplanes.
Yeah, exactly. So I would say that they're of comparable size if you're talking meta sense. Regardless, you're talking about 7 miles versus 250 miles. So there's an enormous difference there as well.
Yeah,
really
I think what Soup was referring to was the stars, not the satellites, because the stars are definitely much bigger than planes. They're huge.
No, he was talking about satellites.
No, I was referring to the satellites that you can look up and see.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the stars.
But so you know how big is star.
Yeah, stars would be a different topic. Satellites are allegedly many, many times further, but a similar size. You wouldn't be able to see them if they were as far away as they say they are. Just as a basic, they're lying to us kind of proof.
Wait, so where does all the money go for from the government to NASA? Like, since it's like a corporation, you know?
Well, NASA is part of the government.
Yeah, but they still get funded for it. So like,
sure, but they're part of the Air Force. So
so they just make Air Force planes?
I don't know. You tell me.
Well,
bear in mind,
it seems like a lot of people have like jobs and stuff, you know.
Yeah. Well, okay. So people get paid, so a lot of the money will go and pay, of course.
Oh, where did the like rovers go? You know, where do they put them? In like the Nevada desert or something?
Let's talk about the money first. What is money?
It's as of right now, it's currency. It's the fiat currency.
Money and currency are actually fundamentally different. Oh shit! 1 second, I've got to go. I'll be back.
Yeah, anybody want to answer me?
What?
What is NASA? What kind of
I'm sure he'd be right back. He had a logical thought process that he wanted to take you through by asking you to get your point of view and how much you understood about what actual money was and their purpose for it. Do they really need it? Like I don't want to assume which direction or exactly the path that he was going to take, but I mean, I've got.
Yeah, you don't want to assume ever.
I've got my own things that I say about it. Which one is that and his is probably going to be different, but my opinion is they don't even care. They don't even need the money, but because the ones who, I mean, really, honestly, they don't, because the ones who control the world, and like they have no need for money. However, it is the only need that they do have for it is the fact that they make us need it, right? So it's a tool for control, and even the players lower down on the totem pole, like the puppets is what I want to call them, they even are like on certain levels and tiers or whatever according to money. So
Oh,
they
so
they
they
need
built
money,
like
but
NASA to like control all
well,
of us.
I'm saying when you go all the way up to the top, they don't really give a shit about money. The only thing that they use money for is for control, right? It's a means to control us.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
so we don't like buy stuff with it or anything. It's not like useful at all.
Okay, I'm not talking about the average person. I'm talking about the ones at the top, the ones at the top of the pyramid.
Like Donald Trump.
But if you want to look at the puppets, right? The puppets that's further down on the tier, and
Like the
whenever you
working
get back,
class?
Crypto,
Who are the at the top, if I may ask? I'm
hang
just
on just a second. I just want to tell Crypto
You're
whenever you
making
got
a
back.
strong comment. That's why it's a very strong statement. So we just need to be.
Well, I haven't even got to finish what I was saying yet.
All right, let her finish real quick.
So you don't
sorry.
even really know what I was going to say. I was just going to tell Crypto whenever he did get back to just hop back in, and I would shut up, and let him take it the direction that he was going to take it. But even the puppets that are lower down on the pyramid who do need money and do use money, and their level of rank on the pyramid or whatever is based upon money and how much control that anyone has over them or what they have over the people. But let's just talk about the money that they do get. They get more than 70, what is it, million or billion per day? They get a lot. And if they're going to do these things in Antarctica, all these missions and everything that they do in Antarctica, I mean, this is my own assumption, right? They're not going to tell us all the things that they're doing in Antarctica because they want to make us. They only release like certain things that they do. Like they'll say they're studying the ice, they'll say they're drilling in, but all the things that they're really doing, they're not going to tell you. So they have these black budgets where they can take the money and they funnel it again. You know that they have black budgets in every
so they're
realm
like money
of
laundering.
government. So this would just be another one. It's just like when you put that much money into something, you can pretty much use it for whatever you want to. You can use it in the north, you can use it in the south, you can use it whenever and wherever you want to.
Wait, so why wouldn't they just put it into like military or something like that, or just put it into like the treasury? Since it's just
I think that
It
we
is-
don't have answers on these questions.
It is
Because
part of the military.
if somebody lied about something, now you are asking why would they lie and what is the reason and da. If I know that, that means that I know everything. If I know that, I will tell you, but that will be I know fuck everything. But we don't know that. We know something else. We know we can show you how they are lying.
okay.
Which is why I'm just telling
How?
you like opinions of what it could be. It's just speculation, just pure speculation.
Okay.
How? Okay, let's put like this. You believe, I believed, everyone believed that we are living on the sphere. Is that true?
Yeah.
Okay, they are lying that.
What?
So
they are lying that thing. Do you know why?
How do I not know you're lying?
Okay. Look at this. The Earth has the how to say oh my God. The Earth is with radius, has the radius,
Yeah.
It has radius.
Yeah, it's like 3,959 miles, because of that
Okay.
is sphere, because it has radius. On that given math, that numbers, we go outside, and to check that, and you need to have drop, every 8 inch per mile squared, And when you go outside and try to how to say to fit that numbers that to see that drop, there is no drop in nature.
So what he's saying is, when you measure the Earth, it's there is no curvature at all found. So the radius is falsified because it would have to the Earth would have to drop away at a certain distance from where you're standing in all directions at a specific rate, and it's not dropping away at all. But my question to you about the money is, why would that matter? If you don't know what they would do, and if you can't come up with a motive or can't come up with an alternative reason for them to be taking this money, then in your mind, does that make what they're claiming that they're doing with it valid, just because you can't think of another reason that they would be taking the money?
Well, I mean, from what I'm saying, they're making like robots and stuff like that, and
Yeah, they're doing
making
pretty
like
useful
spaceships
stuff.
for like SpaceX and shit. You know.
Or making something in front of green screen. Is it easier something to do in studio or in space?
Oh, so yeah, actually, Elon Musk does like live stuff.
Question: Is it
You can watch
easier
it.
to do? Is it cheaper to do something in studio or in the space?
But I've seen the rocket
No,
fly
we've
over my
he's
house.
done it. Like
I'm asking you: Is it easier to make something in studio
Yes,
or
it is.
in?
Yes,
that's a
it is.
very dumb question.
It's a dumb question. Great. Did you watch any NASA mistake?
Mistakes.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna get into the old one, but I'm just
Maybe
gonna
we could
say
just get
that I've seen the
into
real
Let's
rockets.
say I'm calling that
I've seen
Sasha,
real
mistakes.
rockets.
Sasha, just 1 second. I actually want
Okay,
an answer
sorry.
to that question, even if it's a stupid question. What do you guys think? Do you think it's?
All right,
Do you think it's
have you do you guys have proof of NASA doing it in green screens?
No, I'm just trying to get an answer.
Oh well,
Yeah,
obviously it's cheaper
it's
to
just
do
a
it in a
very
green
obvious
screen.
obvious
No,
question.
Yeah,
but
That's
it's
why
an
movies
obvious
are
question. That's
possible.
why I called it
okay,
dumb.
that's nice. But you actually have propaganda people saying that it would be cheaper to do it than fake it. So I can actually link that here. I mean, would it?
Someone's making a coffee in the background. I can't really hear you.
Okay, is that better?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Okay, I know my microphone is. So you actually. So when Sasha asked cheaper to do it in the studio,
Well, yeah.
problem is, 1 second.
Okay.
The problem is that there are people actually putting propaganda to say that it would be cheaper to do it to fake. Okay, so it's not as dumb a question. Probably because you guys are actually more intelligent than Adam and everything else. But that's another.
Thank you. I appreciate the compliment.
So if you're augmented reality, an example of it in the live stream. So you can pretty much use the chroma key. You can use green screen, blue screen, red screen, whichever one you want. Right? You can use that, and you can make it look very believable. So if you see it on a video, and if it's something that you can't verify, and they're known liars.
No, I was saying. So, do you even think you got cut out? Truth prevails, TM. Do you even think what?
Do you think making a trip to this medium of a 10 to the negative 17 toward pressure is possible. Do you think that it's possible for that to even exist? The air that we breathe, okay, let me just answer it. I'm not going to ask you. So we breathe pressurized gas. We live in an environment where we have pressurized gas to
Yeah.
breathe, right? So what do you got to have pressurized gas? What's necessary to cause gases to create pressure?
The atmosphere, which is it's like it's a Can you answer that? I'm not sure.
You don't know what you have to cause gases to create pressure. You don't know. Is that what you're saying?
No.
Well, I mean, I can wait and let you look it up if you'd like to. But
Do you know trash prevails?
funny, dude. Very funny.
We know.
Not.
We all know here. We all know here. You want to know?
So you gotta look. You gotta have a container to even have pressure. So unless you can demonstrate that you can have pressure without a container, then this claim that there is even a medium that exists out there like that it's not even possible.
Yeah, but wouldn't like air molecules be wouldn't they weigh more? Wouldn't they be greater in the atmosphere, creating pressure for us in
Man,
gravity?
atmosphere is air.
Yeah,
You
I
understand?
get
So-
that, but what
So
consists
if you
of
think
the
that we're being
atmosphere?
contained, if you think that we're being contained,
I don't think I
what's
know
containing
because
us?
Yeah,
I
what's
don't.
containing
All right,
us
but what's
exactly?
containing us? Like a wall, or like what's the deal? What's the deal
Container.
with that?
I don't know.
Container.
What?
Haven't been there.
Kitchen container.
Container
Haven't been.
containing us.
So we
I
live in a
have.
box. Like we live in a
Oh,
glass
if
box.
you're gonna ask a question, can you at least let me freaking answer it? 'Cause,
Well,
Yeah, sorry.
look, none of us have been there. None of us know. You don't have to know. You just
Well,
need to
what?
know that we have pressure. Therefore, we must have one.
Okay.
Well, what if you go in like a hot air balloon, like really high up, but you don't find the container? Then what?
Can you put like this? Can you find gas pressure without container?
Well, you need something to create the pressure, right?
If you can present gas pressure without container, then we will not speak about container.
Can you say that one more time?
If you present the gas pressure without container, then we will not speak about container anything.
Okay.
Do you not understand that this is the problem? We can't go to the places that they claim that they're in. We can't ride the rockets, right? We can't verify these things that they're claiming that they're doing by going there and testing it. And
yeah, but have you
and
guys been
nobody
on,
and no
airplanes?
and no one can demonstrate gas pressure without a container. And until someone can, then any claim of them going to this so-called outer space or vacuum of space is impossible. It can just be disregarded without evidence because there's no evidence of it.
Well, if you go on an airplane and travel somewhere, and it goes up in the air and you fly it, you can stick your hand out.
It's
And
simulated, dude.
yeah, and you can feel the pressure. You know, there's less oxygen, and there's pressure. That's why you're in an airplane with like
Well, what
a
keeps
different
other
level of pressure.
what
Hold on
keeps
a
other
sec.
gases to not go into vacuum?
One second.
It's a sealed
Guys.
vacuum, you know.
Guys.
Hey, Cryptox.
Yeah. No, I'm talking. Why are you guys trolling?
We aren't trolling.
Okay, he just said that if you go in an aeroplane and stick your hand out the window, then you can feel it. Obviously, you can't stick your hand out the window. So
No, but
Right,
no,
that's
yeah, we
why.
were just trying to get to
No,
the
no.
point.
That I'm using an example because that's
Yeah,
why
we
it's
were being serious
closed,
about
right?
that.
That's why the airplanes are different pressures, right? Because that's why it's not like a convertible airplane, you know. That's why it's closed off with different pressure and like machines to fix that.
And so what's your point?
That the bubble that you guys are talking about isn't real.
Is it what that airplane has with the gas pressure?
What'd you say?
And you're the one saying about no, I don't. So this dude, I don't even think you guys aren't serious. You don't even really care. But go ahead.
We want to just like we're trying to just get to like understanding like what you're trying to say.
You need to have a container for gas pressure, which implies a firmament of some sort, a covering or dome, some sort of way to have the gas pressure, something for the gas to press against.
It
That's
doesn't
what's
have to be.
implied.
See that I understand that made more sense to me. Thank you, Meteor Lark.
Thank you.
Meadow Lark.
Okay, so to answer your question directly. Sorry, can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Obviously, you can't stick your hand out of an aeroplane. But let's just say that theoretically you could. The pressure that you feel on your hand is temporary. What we're talking about is sustained gas pressure next to an area of extreme low pressure. Okay? This is impossible because it would equalize. And that's the problem we have with the model, is that you actually are invoking an impossibility.
Okay.
My buttocks.
But then I have to ask, wouldn't the bubble just be the air molecules being heavier? It's not like a tangible
What
thing.
bubble?
It's just
What do you mean by bubble?
You're talking about like the container, you know? Like wouldn't that be the container?
Yeah, but no one has what that actually is.
What?
So I don't know that that's a bubble or a box or anything else. I've no idea.
Well, I'm not saying like specifically a bubble, but like it's what you guys are talking about as a container.
No, we are saying something like this. Gas pressure.
Yeah.
In any citation of this world, it's written like this. You cannot, for the gas pressure, you need the walls of the container. That means we have gas pressure here. How we can have gas pressure here without container? And in every citation is written, we need to have container.
Yeah, but I'm saying the container is the heavier air molecules in the air that separate us from the.
Listen, this. They are saying that we are Earth with atmosphere. That mere gas, but
right.
even that it's. I will not say that it's no sense. Atmosphere. Atmo mean gas. Gas has no shape, but doesn't matter.
Are you saying that the container for the gases are gases?
Well, Yeah, the air is heavier in the atmosphere.
Okay, you are saying that air will contain helium or something like that.
I didn't say helium, but it could, yeah.
How?
If there's heavier molecules, you could contain another molecule.
Why would
But
you?
do
Why
you
would you
know?
think it? Why would you
Why
think
would,
it does that? Have you ever seen it do that?
have I seen it? I don't know if I can see molecules.
Have you ever seen anyone be? Have you ever seen gas contain gas?
Have you? Yeah.
Have you?
I
Do you
can't think
have
of
any
a.
example of that?
Well, I haven't seen it with my eyes, but I know how
But
molecules work.
exist. Ah, okay. That mean, can we see with our eyes that?
Uh, no, but I'm sure there's ways to see it.
We cannot see
Like
that with
machines and
our
stuff.
eyes, but it's true. Is it? We cannot see that like experiment. Somebody showed that it's existing, but it's true.
Saying contain gas is a little theoretical. Most of the time, we need a container of some sort.
Okay, I understand now.
Because to not know, it's also all right, you know.
My buttocks.
And to tell you a story, these molecules or whatever you're saying, gas, they are saying that this is traveling through that medium vacuum of the space, 66,000 miles per hour. That all this atmosphere, it's also spinning, not spinning, going around the sun. All that molecules is going, and when you jump on the air, also you are traveling 66,000 miles per hour. Can you imagine that?
Yeah.
But can you imagine that these gases are all together around the Earth all the time, and they are moving in that speed, you know, and plus they are also rotating around the Earth because Earth is also has axial rotation in that medium where gases shoot to despair in all that space, but they are not doing that.
Well, the Earth is rotating at the same speed, so that's why we
But
don't feel
what's
it.
keeping gas together with the air?
What keeps gas together with the air?
Yeah.
My buttocks.
I'm not sure.
Well, if the air was traveling with the Earth, how would we have wind patterns? We have wind going north, south, east, west in a different direction from the spin, so that's kind of contradictory.
If you want to remain in this conversation,
Well,
if
I'm
you
saying
want,
the
listen,
Earth.
guys, if you want to remain in this conversation, you need to quit unmuting and saying my buttocks. It's dumb, it's stupid, and it's just, are you 5?
But
yeah, we're sorry.
Air go in too many different directions for that to be a thing.
Well,
How
I'm not
about to
talking
think with your head, you know? Don't think with other head. Think with really your head, only with your. Don't think whatever I said and whoever before me said to you, like your books, you know. Don't think like that. Think with your head.
Sorry.
Think with my head.
Yeah, with your brain, with your logic, with your common sense, with your human common sense. Think only like that.
Yeah,
Think about something what somebody told you, you know.
So,
So you
with
have
your logic, Sasha,
okay.
have you ever seen the Earth being realistically flat?
Yes.
But you've seen it?
Yeah. You know why?
Yeah. Can you tell me?
Because you have that radius I told you before, you know. And then you need to have, and then you need, on some distance, you need to have drop. The Earth should drop, you know, because it's sphere, you know, it's starting to drop. In Do you understand that?
Well, what's starting to drop?
Because we are on the sphere, on some distance, the Earth should to drop. Is that true?
I thought we were on a frisbee.
No, man. Listen, you ask me why I'm sure that I'm on the if I see the flat Earth. I said to you yes,
sorry.
and now
Okay,
you're
so yeah, I understand.
about
Sasha.
some frisbee, you know.
Yeah. So
You
we
want to
don't
hear?
move at all. The Earth doesn't spin and move at all.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nobody proved that spinning.
Okay, makes sense. So if anything,
Let's say like this. Okay, great. Who proved the spinning? Google. Who proved the spinning? And then you have John Smith, 1927. Use this, blah blah blah, and it's showing. And then you have 1974. Miller, blah blah blah. Then you have 1992. Then you have 2017. You know.
Yeah.
But you don't have that information. Nobody proved nothing.
All right. So back to what I was saying is that basically if we don't move, then the sun must be moving around us. Is that wrong?
It would have to be moving while we're motionless and at rest.
Perfect. So in that scenario, sorry, I got distracted by Crypto's message he sent. Yeah. So back to that was the sunrises and the sunsets on the horizon. So how do we see sunrise now?
Listen. Where is the sun when you are speaking now?
Right now, I'm in the state of California.
What is the sun in your head?
In my head?
Yeah.
It is a star.
Okay.
That's a fact. It's a star.
No, nothing is fact, man. How we know that?
Because it provides heat.
Actually, it's a local light source.
It appears to circle over the flat plane. It's like looking down a big, long hallway. The ceiling will eventually merge with the floor, and the sun would be like a sticker on the roof of the hallway that would eventually merge with the floor. So sunrise would be like looking down a hallway on a flat plane, essentially.
Let's put like this. How you will verify something that it's something?
By looking at it with your eyes.
Really?
If I may just add here. Firstly, the sun exhibits no behavior like a twinkling star. The sun circles above our head.
Star, though.
No, incorrect.
Not a planet.
It's told to us that it is also a star, but stars twinkle various colors. Our sun is a yellow glowing focal point that we get to see move across our sky. That's point one. So that's
not across around.
They're not comparable.
I'm sure
they're not comparable to use the same name, but even more so, which makes it even more ludicrous, is that we're told that we live on a planet. The original root word for planet is planeta, which means wandering star, which means you living on a star. It means Earth is a star, the sun is a star, and stars are stars. Even though the Earth is a rocky body mass, the sun is a glowing orange orb, and stars twinkle in our night sky. But we're living on a star, circling a star amongst other stars. It's retarded.
Yeah, the reason that the sun looks so much different than the other stars is because it's way closer to us than them.
Truth. I don't appreciate what you said.
The great thing was this. You asked me how I know that Earth is flattened, and I started, and you went to the sun, you know, and I wanted to come back to the Earth if you want, you know, and I asked you, on some distance, should to be some drop on the sphere or not?
Yeah, I just didn't get an answer to my question.
No, listen this. You are, let's say you're ant, small ant on the basketball. Okay? It's the same with the Earth. On some point, you will not see other ant, you know?
Yeah, you can.
Because, man, the question is,
Oh
that
wait, never
sphere
mind. Sorry,
does.
I misunderstood. I
Do you
misunderstood.
understand? Do you understand me? If you're
I
living
don't
in a
understand.
sphere, you
I
have to
misunderstood.
have. If you're on the top of the sphere, does Earth dropping away from you?
Wait, are you sure?
Oh my
We would
God!
expect 8 inches per mile squared of curvature on the ball. We're not seeing that with laser tests or long distance observations. So the globe is highly questionable at this point. It appears to be a flat, level plane.
The radius has been disproven. So it's one of those misnomers, exactly like Meadowlark just said. The sphere has a radius, which means it's always curving. So there has to be this always curving evident at some point. So where on the Earth can we see the Earth curving away from you as you get to the backside of the sphere?
My buttocks is widened.
The Botox answer is this: nowhere, my friend. If you go in nature to check.
Well, I don't think you can get high
You
enough to
can
see
see the ball on TV, what NASA present, but when you go to check that in nature and see where is that horizon, because ships going over the horizon, over the curve of the air, that curve doesn't exist in reality. That's the problem.
And the idea that you have to get higher to be able to see this curve is also quite fallacious, because based on their calculations, there's curvature from mile 1. And most of us can see 6 to 10 miles on an average day with decent visibility. So at 6 to 10 miles, there should be 600 feet of drop evident from ground level. Any object that is not 600 feet at a 10-mile distance should be completely obscured by this evidentiary curve that would be there all the time in all directions. Because remember, you're always living on the top of your sphere. That's why up is up for you. And the person standing on the side of the sphere, he's also just experiencing it as though he's on the top of the sphere. It's a very metaphysical idea whereby two people on opposite sides of the earth are both at the top of the ball, because only when you're at the top of the ball does it make sense that up is up and down is down. So this entire religion that we were all involved in worshipping the sun at the center and that Earth's a rocky body circling the central sun, is a religion. And you have to start off every sentence with I believe. I believe the sun to be. I believe the earth to be spinning. I believe the earth is curved. I believe the earth's in an orbit. I believe, because none of them can be factually proven.
But my buttocks, they're huge.
Excellent point.
Okay,
Well done,
they want to troll on the end. They didn't want to listen. This is go out and bye-bye.
We wanted. I personally wanted to listen.
No, but the
I
guy
just
with
don't really
Botox.
understand, Sasha.
Yeah, but who is guy who is saying this bullshit word? What's
I'm
that?
not.
What's that?
I'm not sure. I'm genuinely trying to understand what you meant by the
Incorrect.
going
No, your
higher.
disingenuous nature has been demonstrated.
I haven't
So
said anything
thank
so
you for
far.
that.
I haven't said anything so far. You can check
Except
the
your
live
ass
stream.
cheeks are white, right? Which was
Maybe
very
that was
relevant.
another guy. Yeah, that's soup. Can you
They're
Wait,
widened.
soup? SOOP.
Sorry, I'm done. I'm sorry. I'll mute.
Yeah, you are done. You are now out,
Wait,
man.
excuse me,
Oh,
Sasha.
my buttocks.
Yeah. You can continue trolling, man.
My buttocks are gaped.
Okay.
And this is definitely the best that your side
You guys stop. Flat
You're
Earth.
not the first one to come in here thinking that he's above the information being told to him.
Wait, Flat Earth.
Acting as though making up
I
stupid
understand.
comments about your buttocks is, you must be in your teens, because that's obviously what's relevant to you right now. What
Yeah,
we're
I
trying
know,
to
Flat Earth.
do is try and
I
teach you
will
something.
start. I will finish. I will tell you one thing.
Wait, Sasha,
Nobody.
please, before you go.
This is very great thing. I will not say anything more than this. Nobody here wants to convince you to even you became flat earther, you know. You can stay and to believe in globe. Nobody wants to touch your beliefs, you know. But if you want to look into information and if you want to really find out what is going on, you will find out that for yourself. That's the only I can tell you. Nothing
Yeah,
else.
I understand, Sasha. Flat Earth. I just want to know what, because I wasn't listening because I don't know what Hoop was or Soup was saying. I'm just trying to learn, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm telling you, nobody really wants to convince. We have some information.
Yeah,
Take that
I'm
information.
not being
Yeah,
disingenuous as Flat
that's
But you
Earth.
great.
are. But you
And
are.
what,
No,
Would
no.
you ask your teacher? Would you ask your teacher about what color your buttocks is, while
wait,
your
what was
teacher
that?
is
Flat Earth,
trying
what
to
was that?
explain something to you that you don't know?
Wait,
Would you
sorry,
do that
Flat
to
Earth.
your teacher or your professor
Would I do
or
what
your
to my teacher?
lecturer?
Yeah,
No,
would you
that
do
was
that?
so flatter.
Wait, would
He's
I do
saying
what
that.
to my teacher? Flat Earth?
Did my statement not come through?
No, I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Okay, so normally if you want to listen, close your mouth so that you're not speaking over me while I talk,
Yes, sir.
and then it'll soak in. If you were sitting in front of your teacher at your high school or wherever, and your teacher's trying to explain something to you which you don't understand, would you start referencing your white buttocks? If your
Who said
lecturer
that?
with your tertiary degree was trying to explain something to you that you didn't understand, that the lecturer understands really well, would you start referring to your white buttocks? Would that be a genuine response to a teacher trying to teach you something? That's for you, Sard. Did
No,
it come
sir.
through this time?
I was not the one saying that.
Wow.
I think it was Soup. He's muted. He can stay muted.
Yeah, good.
All right, then I apologize if I've mislabeled you there.
Yeah, I was genuinely just listening in. I was not saying any of that.
I told you. You can go. You can speak with these people,
I
and they
understand,
have.
Sasha. I
Listen,
understand.
they have so many things to present. If you want to listen that things, that will be all right. After that, you can say, "Ah, this is bullshit. I'm going to back my life. This is blah blah blah." But you can look in that information, and that's it. You know, nobody wants to how to say convince or push people something. Oh, listen. The God sent me a message. The earth is flat. No, it's not that.
Yeah, Sard, I think Sasha said a really important point earlier, is that no one here is trying to convince anyone, because you shouldn't be able to be convinced by talking to someone. If
I
I say
understand.
something to you, it shouldn't change your entire worldview because of one sentence I said.
Yes, I understand.
What should occur is that curiosity is sparked. So your teacher says, "Have you heard about hydraulic pressure?" And then you say, "No, I haven't." And then she says, "Well, go look into it." And then you go and do all your own research. And then you come back to your teacher and you say, "Wow, that's exactly what I was looking for. This is what I wanted to implement. I need to use hydraulic pressure. And this is the forces. And this is the mathematical equation." Because you went and did your own learning on the subject, which then means you know hydraulic pressure is the right answer because of your own research on it. Now, the people that are in this room are, it's quite a fascinating thing. It's that we're trying to help others see the truth for what it is.
Yes.
And we're getting tagged with these fallacious sort of names that we're there just to try and disinform people or try
Wait,
and
wouldn't that be
mislead
convincing
people.
then?
So, who in their right mind goes out every day to deliberately try and mislead someone? Not many people. Yeah, you might troll occasionally from time to time, but you're not going to dedicate hours of your life every day in the attempt to try and mislead someone. That's a waste of your life. And we all agree on that. And no one here is trying to mislead. And everything that we say, or a lot of us will say, "Don't trust me on what I just said. Go check this for yourself." So when Sasha said, "Who proved the rotation of the earth?" If it was something desirable, there would be the experiment in the 20s, the experiment in the 40s, the experiment in the 70s, maybe even an improved experiment by the 2000s. Maybe by the late 2000s, we're using brand new technology which further proves the rotation of the Earth. The man who proved the rotation of the Earth in the first place would be held on a pedestal similar to an Einstein or a Newton or a Faraday or one of those greats. They would be placed as, this is the man who did it. And who was the guy who determined that there was curvature? It was this man, and it was on this date and this experiment. And this was the shirt he was wearing while he fucking proved that thing. There would be so much recorded evidence for these grand achievements. And then when you go and start to research and you see how the only thing they've ever said proves the Earth spins is a Foucault pendulum. And a Foucault pendulum swings backwards and forwards. So it's like the clock, a grandfather clock swinging. And it's presumed that the Earth rotates underneath that swinging pendulum at a 15 degree per hour rotation. That's very noticeable, not negligible. 15 degrees in an hour is effectively 15 degrees is a massive chunk if you look at a protractor. So there would be this noticeable rotation. It's just not evident anywhere else, no matter how long you suspend something off the Earth. So that pendulum just swings for 24 hours and supposedly shows rotation. But I can suspend a hot air balloon for months and it shows no rotation. So which one should show rotation? If a 24 hours shows rotation, then 2 months should have shown 30 rotations. This is the crux of this, is that as you start to research it yourself, you will see what they postulate as their evidence is very weak. The actual proof that would be required to accept that kind of an idea would need to be on a far higher quality. So it's an interesting journey. The only person who will ever convince you of anything is yourself. And that's what we in here are essentially trying to say to the new people that come in here, is saying, are you curious enough to actually go find out for yourself? If someone's making comments about buttocks and pale buttocks and stuff, effectively they should be playing with silly putty or drawing with crayons on a big A3 piece of paper. And therefore that's not the type of mind that's going to want to prove it to themselves. And it's so easy to identify the real listeners like yourself, Saad, that are trying to wrap their mind around new information. And for us, what we're trying to say is we've got the evidence. We've got the proof. We've already disproven the radius. We've disproven that curvature exists. We've disproven axial rotation. We've disproven that a high-pressure gas can exist next to a vacuum. We've disproven that there's stellar parallax. The stars don't change. Every 365 days, they reset back to their exact starting point that they were the year before. We've disproven that the moon is the cause of tides. We've disproven that the moon reflects the sun, in that the moon actually produces a cold light. All of these, if someone comes in here, they should be asking, how did you disprove that? Please show me the evidence that you guys have found that allowed you to form the conclusions that you have. Whereas 90% of people coming in here say, you don't have evidence. The moment we start to present the evidence, they say, I don't want to see this evidence, place their fingers in their ears and start shouting, pale buttocks, pale buttocks, pale buttocks. So it's really peculiar that the very different types of people that come in here. But like I say, no one here is trying to convince anyone. We're trying to find people who want to research the truth, and then we just want to sprinkle some breadcrumbs. You pick up the breadcrumb and you go on your journey. You've got your own specialties that are probably superior to mine in certain aspects. Each person has a competence. So pick up this baton, Go and search it out on your competence and see if you can prove that the Earth is a spinning water sphere moving at Mach 88 through space while moving at Mach 200 around the sun, and the sun moving in another astronomical speed, and that the Earth spins at faster than a rifle bullet on its own axis, and yet no one has ever felt it. If you can prove that in your own field, please come back and present that to us, because we've had every field in here. We've got degreed individuals, we've got mastered individuals, and PhDs that have come to this topic in an attempt to try and disprove it, and end up providing us with fantastic evidence that actually supports it. Did I lose you?
Yeah, he went out, I think.
Yeah. Imagine you met up with some people and they wanted to give you some financial advice so you can become rich, and you say you don't want to hear it. Where else in your life would someone be giving you free advice and you reject it completely, put your fingers in your ears and start shouting the same thing? How did those guys come in here, Sasha?
Sorry?
Were you here when the guys came in? Where did they come
Oh,
from?
well, I don't know. It was 3 of them, I think. But this last guy looks, yeah, how to say, honest, and the last one.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe it's too much for him now. I don't know. But he knows now. I don't have to say anything of these people. Every time when they come, I will tell them the same thing. If you want to hear, this is and we can present all of this information. Whoever wants, many of them, they can ask some questions, and then we can move again to that information. And what you are not satisfied, okay, go back to your life, and everything is okay. Or research more, or whatever you want to do. It's on your own. You cannot push nobody to do nothing. Oh, in the same time, if they want to ridiculous that, I want to stop that. Stop it. You cannot make some bullshit words, and but that's a little bit of ego, and because it's always easier to be on the side of majority, and you think it's better to be here, and I will ridiculous that other part who is minority. But I don't want to listen anything else. Information. And that's the only point important in this server. Information. We have this information. What is the information? It's not information that I'm telling you that is flat. Information is that what is behind that what I'm saying. And behind this we will present if they want to see.
Yeah, it's almost as though the world has gotten to such a state where there's only posers or people posing as something else. So if you want to be seen as intelligent, you put a jersey around your shoulders and put on some glasses. Now you're posing as an intelligent person. If you want to be seen as intelligent, you put on a white coat, like a doctor's coat, and then I wear this thing and I say these words, and people will think of me like I'm clever. And then you see people who want to be transgender. Some of them, not all, but some, are choosing and wanting to pose like one of them and will start dressing up like them because just wants to be included in that community. And I think that the people that come in here are assuming that we're posing as flat earthers, where we wake up every morning and we try and put on our stupid hats so that we can be stupid for the day, pretending to be a stupid flat earther. It's just it's a sad thing that people are not just being themselves and who they are. They're trying to pose as a group or identify with a group and then assume that we in here are doing that. How sad your life must be if that's your only existence, trying to choose who you're going to pose to be.
I don't know, is it my English when I start to explain that on the sphere you need to have drop? Is that obvious for anyone? If you are living on the sphere, on some distance, it must be drop. Is that not clear for someone? I cannot get it. That somebody cannot get that picture of geometry.
So you're describing it very factually. I understand it. Maybe I'm used to your accent, but I think you got to talk like it to a child. So think about how you would say it to a child. Maybe, does the earth drop away? Is better to say than, is there drop? Then someone who doesn't know what drop is, they thinking like, if I drop my pen, what does this guy mean by drop? But talk like to a child, because these people really are childlike.
Yes, but how to say? When you speak about sphere, you need to have that immediately. That in your head. I'm thinking like that, like a sphere, and it's starting to curve, and there is no. It's so simple.
Yeah, you must be deadly in your primary language.
Yeah, but you are on cube, and then you have four sides, and then it will drop afterward, You're on pyramid, and you can see the, I don't know, 3, 4 sides. That's the point. You know how the geometrical object will behave under the U if you are on that object. Geometrical. In this case, sphere. It's interesting that people are not thinking that sphere should curve in nature. They have no that in mind.
But I still also think that when you say to a baller curvature, he means vanishing point. and there's always vanishing point. So therefore, there's always curvature in their mind. In a flat earther's mind, curvature is horizon line. Where's the curvature left to right? Not to vanishing point. And that's often where we'll argue for 2 hours about where's the curvature. They're saying ships disappear when they sail away from you. You're saying, but the ship that sails on the horizon for 100 miles doesn't. But they say, but it's always vanishing into the vanishing point, so therefore there's always curvature. So we have to get even the definition of what we're going to describe as curvature. We have to settle that before we go forward to show them it doesn't exist. Because they still think vanishing point equals curvature.
Yes, but we can then dimension. We put the data and then it's not fitting. And it's not what we said. It was 1000% mistake, now it's 2000. In some example, even more. But they didn't see that, they don't know that thing. And they don't want even to see that. We cannot come to that point.
But I think with you, Sasha, the guys are very impatient with you. And they don't give you the 10 seconds you need to get your point out. And when they start interrupting you midway, they've stopped listening. And then they pretend as though you didn't make a point, but you did make a point, but they just didn't listen to the point being made.
I know we can speak of so many things about moon, sky, NASA, gravity, whatever, but we will come back on the end. I will come back always. We can speak 10 hours about all these issues, but on the end, I must come back to the earth. And that's me. I don't know. Whatever. You can prove me gravity, great. You can even prove me gravity. And what will that happen? That will not have help to me. Nothing with the shape of the earth. Because I will come back and say again, I want this measurement be right.
They're incognito. Like Neo in the Matrix when he's like, no, it can't be.
Yeah, but also research about NASA. These guys, they never saw, that guy with the wire. He never saw the puppet. He never saw all the things we saw I saw the 6 hours of, I am calling them mistakes in the space, They don't know about this. And then you have question, why would they lie? Man, I saw how they're lying with my eye. Everyone saw with their own eyes. Why we have string and wire in eyes? You can see that. Why people fading in real time? Is that possible? No. How is that possible? Only with editing. Okay, great. But that mean why people fading in live stream? We have ghost in but people don't know that. We have Boris and Bert, Russian astronauts, doing half an hour nothing outside of. He has some kind of modern sword in space, and they're doing nothing. In Jaron made some jokes about that video, but did people see that? That's only about speaking about NASA. George Bush, George Bush. This is the best one. George Bush passing in a wheelchair, and behind you see the astronaut with blue screen. And we saw that. Maybe you cannot find that anymore on but still, it's still. I think somebody has that video or clip. Why we have blue screen in ISS? My God, we don't need blue screen there.
ODD TV. Payday Monsanto. Let's get it, homie.
They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite.
They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. I came here to kick some ass just like Roddy Piper. These motherfuckers that walk among us, they got me hyper. But don't be chewing that bubble gum, it's got aspartame. It's a chemical directly targeted at your brain, just like the fluoride that they put in the water supply. And all the engineering we got in the sky. I'm trying to tell you, and I hope that you're hearing me clearly. This ain't no bullshit speculation, conspiracy theory. They live and they're controlling every move you make. From the apartment that you live in to the juice you drink. They give you television to help you ignore this prison while feeding you genetically modified organisms. They want us like the Walking Dead, just obey and consume. Don't worry about anything, keep awaiting your doom. To all my warriors out there, this is indeed my call. It's time to put a fucking end to this elite cabal. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite.
When they try to prove their spinning ball Earth, it's remarkable. All their arguments are absolutely fucking farcical. It's clearly been shown your problems aren't resolvable. Your theory has been blown into tiny little particles. The pharmacological drugs they got the masses on precludes them from putting their rowdy Roddy Piper glasses on. And even when they do, they're unable to gaze too straight, cause for most of them it's way too late for them to see past their conditioning. They will not be listening to anything outside their paradigm imprisonment. They are ensconced in a nonsensical certitude, brainwashed by devils to revel in their servitude. It's idiocracy, pure hypocrisy. Waking these dummies up, it used to mean a lot to me. But nowadays I wanna tip their canoes, and as they drown, tell them this is what you get when you snooze.
They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite.
Either put on these glasses or start eating that trash can.
Snacks.
up to outer space, or maybe meeting other beings from another place? Have you ever wondered what it's like on other planets? Then you watch a science show and come to believe you understand it. You feel empowered by the knowledge and you feel enlightened, listening to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But then you wake up and you start to see the obvious. Life is just a lie and this whole world ain't what we thought it was. NASA's missions to the moon were never completed. They just filmed them in a room and people believe it. I used to wonder what it's like to be an astronaut. Now when I see them acting, I can't help but to laugh a lot. They give us cartoons and they claim that we live on a ball, but it's flat and it's not moving or spinning at all. Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go. History has been rewritten by winners of wars. The Jesuit order, Khazars, Freemasons, and more. They pulled the veil over our eyes, and it's time to awaken. Through organized indoctrination, our minds have been taken. It's time we take our power back and we rescue our people. The Vatican and the bankers are like Resident Evil. They may have had the greatest plan that was ever concocted, but Illuminati never thought that they'd ever be spotted. They're manufacturing reality all in our heads. They tell us if the earth is flat, then we'll fall off the edge. But if it is a spinning ball, we won't fall off it then. And gravity is our imaginary magic friend. Why is water always flat when unmanipulated? Why are pictures of the earth computer generated? Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
It's becoming 100% crystal clear that you and the other space programs that are in operation are connected and are deceiving the entire world. More and more people are waking up every single day, and we are now able to see right through you. But what we really want to know is, why are you lying? Sincerely, me and the great people of this earth.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
The captain thinks the world is round, see? But we all know it's a flat, right?
Of course it's flat. Sure, I know the world is flat.
Well, so do I. Everybody knows that.
Really understand sometimes what a terrible burden it is to know some of the things that I know. To try to wake people up and impart this knowledge to them. And find out that they just have walls built in front of them. They want to be slaves.
Now I risk sounding like a conspiracy theorist, but it's no longer a theory. What I'm about to say is fact. The secret organizations of the world power elite are no longer secret. They have planned and are now leading us into a one-world communist government.
ODD TV. Take a journey with me deep inside the rabbit hole. Wake up, my friends, there's some things that you have to know. Everything you ever thought you knew, it has to go. For instance, NASA is the world's largest magic show. 9/11 was a planned demolition and Sandy Hook was a scam. Come on, man, are you tripping? Constant programming being crammed in your vision. Just take a step back and examine this prison. Turn on the news and they're trying to blind you. All they ever do is tell you lies and divide you. There's nowhere you can even hide, they'll find you. Illuminati all-seeing eye right behind you. It's about time you find out we're being lied to. They're attempting to control the mind that's inside you. Hide you from the power that designed you. Does anybody have a problem with this? Well, I do. I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. They say they got it, but they're never coming up with proof. If you're looking, then they got you jumping through these hoops. The lies always continuing to rise and busting through the roof. I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. They say they got it, but they're never coming up with proof. If you're looking, then they got you jumping through these hoops. The lies always continuing to rise and busting through the roof. They're lying to us about everything. How can this be? I know I'm not crazy, and yet I'm questioning my sanity. I see what the Illuminati's doing to humanity. The truth is stranger than fiction. We're living in a fantasy. What I'm witnessing is unreal. It's a one-way battle for us cattle going uphill. If we don't stand and fight now, then no one will. Our children will never know freedom. It's a done deal. The future's not looking so promising. It's the poor who go to war while the rich keep on profiting. It's us that they're slaughtering and money that they're honoring. And soon it's gonna be the new world order that they're offering. It's mind-boggling how so many don't seem aware. And if they are, it's like they really just don't even care. Our world is broken and I'm hoping it can be repaired. But we'll have to fight for it, so just be prepared. I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. They say they got it, but they're never coming up with proof. If you're looking, then they got you jumping through these hoops. The lies always continuing to rise and busting through the roof. I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. They say they got it, but they're never coming up with proof. If you're looking, then they got you jumping through these hoops. The lies always continuing to rise and busting through the roof.
Forget the politicians. The politicians are put there to give you the idea that you have freedom of choice. You don't. You have no choice. You have owners. And they own all the big media companies, so they control just about all of the news and information you get to hear. They got you by the balls. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking.
where things are changing. History is in the making. We stand up, our guns are blazing. No more sleeping, no obeying. They live, and it's time to know that I woke up and I won't go back. Fuck the elite, don't cut them no slack. Get them at the roots and they won't grow back. And I won't miss them. For way too long we've been a victim. Now we're glitches in the system, clawing our way up just to get some. Look at how they treat us. Program since you were a fetus. I see reptiles, I see demons sucking on some baby penis. Welcome to the Matrix. This is the base of your enslavement. Most people just don't want to face it. They'd rather be taxed and stay complacent. Not me, not ODD. Wait till the CIA gets a load of me. No Agent Smith controlling me, but for me, that's the way that it's supposed to be. I'm watching. You gotta use your eyes all the time, because the one-eyed man is king in the land of the blind. You could come with me and you will find that you are the master of the construct of your own mind. All the walls within you, never press pause, don't stop, continue. Just look at the mess that we got us into. Now it's time to fix it, otherwise we're mental. We stand our ground, you dive right in. We're natural against machine, we're factual. You're stuttering inside of pillars crumbling.
And I will even say this, such an impression is a clue that at some past time point, a variable was changed, reprogrammed as it were, and that because of this, an alternative world branched off.
I got you stuck off the realness. I got you stuck off the realness. I got you stuck off the realness.
ODD TV.
Stuck off the realness. Time we find out what's real. Take the red pill and face our enslavement. But don't nobody wanna say shit. Without y'all, man, I can't do a thing and I hate it. Yo, there's gotta be a way we can change this and expose those who remain nameless. Illuminati agents, assailants with knowledge handed down from the days of the ancients. Got us living like vagrants under surveillance while we're working for these minimum wages. Then go back to our cages where we're late making payments on a regular basis and just watch entertainment where they could just rub the shit all in our faces. I'm so sick I can't take this, so I'm looking for ways to escape from the matrix. It seems death is the only option, but that doesn't mean I'm pulling out my shotgun. My body's locked up, but my mind is sovereign. I feel a little better being free of the doctrine. But the truth is a gift and a curse, something that I'm always dealing with and it hurts. Can't sleep at night and it gets on my nerves. Sometimes I wish I could live in reverse. Go back to being a kid again, eating cinnamon toast crunch, not knowing much about the world we're living in. Everything was so promising, hopes and dreams were just blossoming. Conspiracy watch wasn't on the curriculum. Instead of sitting and wishing that some of these things could be different, and always paying attention, vigilant citizen. I know you believe you're autonomous, but that's simply preposterous. I'm telling you that freedom just isn't genuine.
The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. We decided long ago that the dangers of excessive and unwarranted concealment of pertinent facts far outweighed the dangers which which are cited to justify it.
In this present crisis, government is not the solution to our problem. Government is the problem.
And everybody gets mad at me for looking for the truth. Is so sad to see, but that's just the way that it has to be. ODDTV blasphemy. I guess your brain doesn't have the capacity to understand that freedom is a fallacy. You rather stay in the herd mentality and keep going in your false reality. Humanity is going in the wrong direction. Insanity we have down to perfection. No consciousness and a lost perception. Are we ever even gonna start reflecting? Probably not, but that's okay. We can keep living life like a masquerade. Keep living like slaves till we pass away, and our kids are the ones that'll have to pay. We'll keep on going right down the drain till we're hollow drones. We walk around like some zombies and can't get off our phones. It's got me feeling like I'm the only one all alone, and wishing there was a new place that I can call my home. But since there isn't, I'm still right here and I'm dealing with it. Getting high just to get by, cause I'm not feeling this shit. Those in charge of what's going on never will admit it. It's time we rise up and reveal the wicked.
Soldiers, don't give yourselves to brutes. Men who despise you, enslave you, who regiment your lives, tell you what to do, what to think, and what to feel, who drill you, diet you, treat you like cattle, use you as cannon fodder. Don't give yourselves to these unnatural men, machine men, with machine minds and machine hearts. You are not machines, you are not cattle, you are men. You have the love of humanity in your hearts. You don't hate, only the unloved hate, the unloved and the unnatural. Soldiers, don't fight for slavery, fight for liberty. In the 17th chapter of St. Luke it is written, the kingdom of God is within man, not one man nor a group of men, but in all men, in you. You, the people, have the power to create machines, the power to create happiness. You, the people, have the power to make this life free and beautiful, to make this life a wonderful adventure. Then in the name of democracy, let us use that power. Let us all unite. Let us fight for a new world. Decent world that will give men a chance to work, that will give youth a future and old age a security. By the promise of these things, brutes have risen to power, but they lie. They do not fulfill that promise.
Put the truth in the movies and lies throughout the news. They manufacture opinions and form all of your views. Everything we think we know is actually opposite of the truth. But what do you do when reality's fraudulent? The whole system is rigged, it's an illusion of choice. You can keep screaming and yelling, end up losing your voice. What's the point? What's the point? That's what I ask sometimes. Roll a joint, smoke that joint, and then I smash some rhyme. I'm still a slave, but that boy overdose is hard to control. How far will he go? Much further than you possibly know. ODDTV, I've been doing this. I have to get deep, because half of you are asleep, the other half are just sheep. Wakey, wakey, wake the fuck up, man. I'm really sick of this. They rub the truth all up in our faces and it's ridiculous. They always keep the odds stacked against us and we can't seem to win. Seeing all the things I've seen, I'll never sleep again.
Everything is a lie. Slave till the day you die. World full of boogeymen. I'll never sleep again. Rules that you must obey. Can't seem to get away. It's making my head spin. I'll never sleep again.
Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Never sleep again. Time to wake up. never sleep again. We live in a prison cube, ruled over by the hexagon. Nothing but witchcraft and black magic spells in your lexicon. Search till the day you're dead and gone. There's gotta be some way out of here. Looking up at the sky, just watching chemical clouds appear. They got these toxic heavy metals filling up your body. You're a zombie, unaware that you serve the Illuminati. Man, how's your head feel after taking that red pill? When you learn the truth, it's scary. You can barely stand still. The Matrix is a computer-generated dreamland. Most certainly you're a worker bee for the queen, man. They lie to us about outer space and the earth is flat. They're killing us with the food they sell us. What's worse than that? You may wake up, but that doesn't mean the world's gonna change. It can stress you out, make you depressed, or fill you up with rage. We're in a cage, the whole world is nothing but a stage. And we're almost there, so be prepared for the coming age.
Everything is a lie. Slave till the day you die. World full of boogeymen. I'll never sleep again. Rules that you must obey. Can't seem to get away. It's making my head spin. I'll never sleep again.
Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Never sleep again. Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Never sleep again.
Everything is a lie.
Everything, man.
Slave till the day you die.
There's no escaping it.
World full of boogeymen.
They live.
I'll never sleep again.
I'm an insomniac.
Rules that you must obey.
Obey, obey, obey.
Can't seem to get away.
No, I can't get away.
It's making my head spin.
It's not the world spinning.
I'll never sleep again.
Never, ever, ever.
Chemicals in the sky.
What the hell are they spraying, man?
Nobody wonders why.
Those are just clouds, bro.
Organelles in my skin.
This can't be happening.
I'll never sleep again.
I can't do it.
Things are not what they seem.
Everything is opposite.
Wish it was all a dream.
I'm wide awake, though.
When will this madness end?
It's not looking good.
I'll never sleep again.
It's just not possible. This is the resistance and I'm not giving in. Breaking the paradigm everybody's living in. No more spinning on a ball, that shit was just pretend. And I'm not gonna say it is just for the sake of fitting in. The truth is different to people because illusions vary. The truth is hidden, the truth is missing, the truth is buried. The truth is beautiful, truth is ugly, the truth is scary. That's why telling the truth is revolutionary. The truth is something that these people just will not provide. That's why they gotta keep sheeple completely occupied. Now our food and our fruits and veggies are modified. And that's what happens when common sense is just not applied. They govern your mind, that's why it's called governmental. Everything that comes out of their mouth is utter dribble. And we just sit here every day, it's always uneventful. That's why I'm out here causing ruckus, man, that's what I'm into. Forever I'm defiant, remaining non-compliant. No, I'm not staying quiet, never remaining silent. Doing everything that I can just to create a riot. I want the truth and I'll do whatever it takes to find it. Have to be asleep to have the American dream. There's bloodlines and they seem to think there's a supreme. Democrats and Republicans are sharing the scene. It's no different than the WWE. Everybody's an actor and the world is a stage. We're just some slaves, never knowing the world is a cage. They got us worrying about chasing fortune and fame. They train us to ignore these things and it's more than just strange. But I won't do this anymore, man, I'm taking control. If you don't do it for yourself, no one's saving your soul. It's better that you make it whole than they'll make it a hole. Ripping it, tearing it, twisting and taking it slow. I've never been the type of guy that would tolerate ghouls. They try to take us and brainwash us in all of their schools. They're lying to us every day while we're watching the news. But I refuse to lose and no, I won't follow the rules. Forever I'm defiant, remaining non-compliant. No, I'm not staying quiet, never remaining silent. Doing everything that I can just to create a riot. I want the truth and I'll do whatever it takes to find it.
Loud and clear.
Thank you. Non sequitur. Your facts are uncoordinated.
Warning. The following live stream is intended for an uncommon audience. Those suffering from religious celiotitis, idiotic use of the word scientism, or geoplanetary flatardation are advised not to watch any further, as this could result in symptoms including feeling triggered, loss of wokeness, or the need to comment in all caps. However, if you think bold ideas are righteous, unique perspectives are gospel, and strong opinions are sacred, then we say hallelujah. This is Non Sequitur. Never follow. And now, here are your hosts, Kyle Curtis and Steve McRae.
Came in at the end, debated, and then said, "Hey, do you mind if I sing for you guys as an outro?" And I said, "Are you kidding? Yes." Okay. Sorry, I was in the middle of a story and I could not stop, so I had to get that out. But welcome back to Non Sequitur. I am Kyle Curtis. Steve McRae is, I think, to my left today. Hello, Steve.
Hello.
Still alive. Did you see that hashtag replace Steve is trending?
Is it? You guys just taking bets on my future of living by the end of the week, aren't you? And by the way, again, if I die, contact me via your cell phone, and I'll tell you.
We're going to talk about that.
Think of you.
Yeah. We're going to talk about that. And David is producing as always. That voice in the back, and we have joining us. You probably saw him recently because he was here just it's been 2 or 3 days, I think. It seems like a lot longer, but Dr. Robert Sungenis is back again with us. Hello, so Dr. Sungenis.
Hi, Kyle. How are you?
Excellent. Welcome back, sir.
Good.
And also joining us, the face you can never forget, Allegedly Dave. Hello, Allegedly Dave.
Hello. I'm not sure why I'm the face you can never forget, but
I would say more the voice.
Yeah, it's allegedly nice to have you back, sir.
Yeah, I saw what you did there.
Thank you. So, okay, let's get to what we have coming up for the week. First, a bit of bad news. As many of you know, I was looking forward to tomorrow's encounter with the people from Soul Phone, and I got an email this morning saying that the gentleman's wife's father had passed away. And so we do wish the best for his family in that situation. He didn't cancel. We are going to be still doing that show. It's going to be on the 23rd now instead of tomorrow, but still a little disappointing. But in those situations, what can you do? So we will be back with them on the 23rd. We're still going to figure out something with tomorrow. So if you guys out there have any ideas, please let us know. Just kidding. Okay, let's go to what we've got coming up for Wednesday. And that's going to be Dr. Misha Griffith. She is going to be doing a presentation on Cold War dissidents and how they helped save several lives. It's a very fascinating story. I've been brushing up on it. It's going to be Wednesday at 8 p.m. And on Thursday, we have a gentleman that I actually met on Twitter, but he's running for president. There's no slide for this one, so if you're still looking at the same one, this is why. But he's running for president in 2020. His Twitter handle is the Caliph of God, and he has some very interesting views on things that I think will be fascinating to listen to. But we wish him well on his candidacy for president, and who knows if Trump can win, literally anyone can win. So, and then we move to Friday at 8 p.m. Eastern, the debate that is 2 years in the making between Red's Rhetoric and Jeranism. They did a debate 2 years ago, didn't end so well. They haven't spoken. Well, Steve, have they spoken since? Besides, back and forth through videos. You're muted still. Okay. So this will be them coming back for. It's a big deal. So we're looking forward to having both of them here on Friday at 8 p.m. Eastern.
Can you hear me, Kyle?
I can now. Yes.
Okay, God, I don't know. That was weird, but no, I don't think they've had any contact with each other.
I can now. All right, we'll get into tonight's debate. Before we do, Steve, no more news from the.
No, nothing today. No phone calls, no text messages, no nothing. So maybe
Okay.
he's taking the day off from harassing us, I guess.
Good. So I'll postpone my American Idol search for a little bit.
If you replace me, find somebody that can sing.
I will, totally. Allegedly, Dave said that he could, so maybe him.
No, I don't think so.
So let me go ahead and tell you guys how this will work. We will have a total of 4 timed rounds. We'll do each 10 minutes. The first round for them to introduce themselves, and we'll start with Dave. He'll introduce himself and where he stands on the position. Then we'll go to Dr. Sungenis for 10 minutes. We will come back to Dave for another 10 minutes, and then back to Dr. Sungenis for another 10 minutes. After that, it will be an open, free-flowing conversation between the two of them to ask each other questions and have a discussion that way. And then at the end of that, we will have any questions that you guys have. Of course, read all of the super chats. They are all read on the show, and that will be it. So without further ado, we will start the discussion. And allegedly, Dave, sir, the first 10 minutes is for you to kind of say hello again to everyone, and then tell us why the Earth is flat.
Okay, I'm Dave, known as Allegedly Dave, and I got into the flat Earth because I watched a video which introduced me to the curvature calculation, and it basically told me that let's step back a second. The curvature calculation is 8 inches per mile squared to find how much the horizon will obscure any object that is at a certain distance away. So armed with that calculation, because I thought, well, hang on, that calculation sounds or makes the Earth sound very small. So I went out looking for curvature, and I think my first stop was in England, a place called Plymouth. There's a lighthouse which is 8 miles away from shore, and I was looking at this lighthouse from almost at the water level, and I could still see the bottom of the lighthouse, and that was 8 miles away. Now, and I can't remember offhand what that calculation is, but it should be something like 16 or 32 feet below the horizon at that distance. But I could still see it. So I went around looking for all sorts of things that I shouldn't be able to see. And surprise, surprise, I could see them. I eventually got myself a Nikon P900 camera, and I was bringing boats back that were supposedly going over the curve. So I got kind of hooked at that point. So I started looking at other things such as gyroscopes, and finding that gyroscopes are showing that the Earth is stationary, and it's obviously not moving. So we have gyroscopes in aircraft that show that gyroscope in an aircraft in the artificial horizon that is spun up when that aircraft is on the ground, so it gets a reference to the ground, and when it starts in straight and level flight, when the plane starts to go over the curve of the horizon, over the curve of the Earth, the gyroscope should stay upright because it's got a property called rigidity in space, and it should appear that the artificial horizon is rolling backwards, right? But it doesn't do that. So I started looking at all sorts of different things, including looking at NASA, which is the only proof that we're on a spinning ball, and finding everything that NASA puts out. Every time any of us start looking at NASA footage, we start finding mistakes. Things like, while you have a trio of astronauts bobbing around, you see a water drip in the background. You see bubbles in so-called space. You see all sorts of anomalies, especially green screen anomalies. where they shouldn't have to use green screen at all. So, and every time you try and look for any proof of the round Earth, you can't find it. So it goes against, what we naturally believe about this Earth. We have senses that tell us how this Earth is laid out. We see, stand on the beach and we look at the sea. It's flat. Yeah, our senses tell us that we aren't moving. We have senses to tell us if we're moving or not. And I know we're told that, or I know we're supposed to only sense acceleration, but the Earth apparently accelerates and decelerates in its orbit, because it's not a circular orbit; it's an elliptical one. So there's acceleration, deceleration, but we don't feel it. We don't see the effects of that acceleration and deceleration. So everywhere you look, you cannot find any proof of the flat Earth. We have to take the word of experts, so-called experts, especially at NASA and all these space agencies. But if you cannot rely on what they're telling you, then how reliable is it? You cannot take that any evidence they produce, as truth. So when you actually look into, the origins of this round Earth idea, you find that it's the same players from the same clubs, secret societies, who 500 years ago got together and basically put this idea out. And I know it goes back a little further than that, a lot further than that, but you find that the forerunners of those same secret societies, had members who were pushing the same idea. So it just turns out that the same people who created this round Earth, spinning ball lie, and the theory of the evolution and the Big Bang theory, are the same ones who are currently ruling this Earth today. And that's the primary reason we've got this round Earth system, because if you believe in this round Earth evolution Big Bang universe, then it doesn't leave any room for a creator. And when you take away a creator, that allows so-called powerful people to insert themselves above you and rule you. But if you know that this is a created place, which is what the flat Earth eventually or inevitably leads you to, then there's a creator, and you are the chief of the creations here. So that means there's nothing in between you and the creator, and so nobody can insert themselves and tell you, above you, and tell you, do as we say, because we're more important than you. So that's the true basis of why we have this ball Earth lie. I'm just an ordinary bloke here. I'm not an expert in anything, but one becomes an expert in things because of the passion you have to find out why. And this is what thousands of people around the Earth, still stuck in the old world lingo. Thousands of people across the plane are sort of becoming, because when you have a passion for something, passion for learning, you pick up all this information and it sticks with you. So that's really all I've got to say on as an opening argument, because I'm just an ordinary bloke, but these proofs are evident when you look for them.
Okay. All right. That was about 7 minutes. So, Dr. Sungenis, next 10 is for you.
Okay. That Freudian slip you just had.
You know what? I got to point it out because I feel bad, because I want to be clarified. I think you did make a Freudian slip that you had said that there's no proof of the flat Earth. Did you mean the round Earth, Dave?
Oh yeah.
Okay. I don't want to mischaracterize. I feel bad him saying that. I was laughing, but
look, I've got 55 years of programming to overcome. So
I hear you. I just want to get you on record. If you know, that's fine. To clarify that. I don't want to misquote or straw man anybody. Go ahead.
I was actually talking about the other Freudian stuff.
Oh, was there more than one? What was the other one?
You missed that one, Steve. He said, when we go around the earth, he said.
Oh, that one. Yeah, I heard that one. Yeah.
You can go around the earth like that.
I heard that one.
Yeah.
The other one was the other one. There's no proof. He said, there's no proof of the flat Earth. Okay. Go ahead.
All right, Dr. Sangenis, your 10 minutes starts now.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. I've listened to a lot of flat earthers, and I enjoy listening to Dave because I think you guys all come out pretty much of the same mold, and that is you have some good points, you have some bad points, and I'll get to the bad points in a minute. But the general statement I want to make is that each generation really has to struggle with what they've been taught, and they have to ask the $64,000 question: has what I've been taught true or false? And some issues rise to the surface a lot faster than other issues, and those are the issues that we deal with. The flat Earth has been one of those for about the last more than 125 years. It's risen to the surface. I don't know exactly why, but it is one of those issues where each generation really has to work it out for themselves, and there's going to be debate back and forth about this. Even though some people think it's obvious on one side or the other. So, I appreciate the exchange, but again, this is just part of being human. We have to struggle with these things, and sooner or later we're going to come to some resolution. But right now we're in the struggle. Let me just remark on a few things he said because I think they're good talking points. For example, he talked about boats that he saw disappear over the horizon, and then when you use any kind of magnifying instrument, telescope or P900 or some good binoculars, you can bring the image back, and that is certainly true. But that doesn't prove the Earth is flat. All that proves is that a device that can magnify the scene much further than you can see with your unaided eye is going to bring back into focus at least some of that image. Now, the problem, though, with that is it never brings back all the image. It will bring back a good portion of it, but there's always a portion that is really beneath the horizon that you can't bring back. And the farther that boat goes out to sea, the worse it becomes. You reach a point where your binoculars or your telescope may not even be able to bring back that boat because it's so far out. And if it does, it's either going to be out of focus, or you're going to see that most of the boat is above the horizon, but there still is a portion that is below the horizon. And that's the key issue. Why can't this magnifying device bring back the whole boat? You see, that's the issue that the flat earthers have to answer. So let me go on. Did somebody have a question? No? Okay. Maybe I'm hearing things. Okay. So, and he talked about gyroscopes, and especially gyroscopes in aircraft. I've dealt with this a lot. I've talked to professional pilots who are certified, and they say, answering this question is like answering the question of whether you stop beating your wife. Whether you answer no or yes, you're going to get into trouble. And the reason for that is this. There are devices in aircraft that are very sensitive machines, and they use what they call pendulous vanes. And these things, pendulous vanes, are very sensitive, and they will determine any kind of change in the gravity potential or any kind of change in the inertial forces that are around the Earth. And both of these things, namely the Coriolis force, working with gravity, both of these things will affect these machines in aircraft. And so those pendulous vanes will move just very slightly, and as they do, they will cause the plane to level out over the curvature of the Earth. And it's so minute that you cannot tell that plane is adjusting to the curvature of the Earth. And the pilots will admit this. They know the machines are there. Not many of them know how they work, but they do work, and they're adjusted just that way so that they do calculate the curvature. And even if you have a gyroscope, Dave, I think, is talking about the fact that the gyroscope will stay in one position. Well, that's because of the Coriolis forces. There are three directional forces in the Coriolis force, and each of those three keep that gyroscope in the position you point it. But that Coriolis force changes as you go around the curvature of the Earth. And so the plane has to adjust to that. Even though the gyroscope itself is going to stay in one position, the plane is having different Coriolis forces on it and different gravity forces, and it will have to adjust to those. And that's what those pendulous vanes do in that machine they use to keep everything, so that the plane stays at the same level above the Earth. So dealing with the NASA issue, I understand why people have gripes about NASA. As a matter of fact, I was on your show a couple days ago, or no, was it last week? I was with Subarats, and we were talking about NASA. And there's one story that I wanted to relate to. I think is pretty apropos here, and that is, and I don't know if I did mention it or not, but there was a discussion between Eric Dubay, who was a flat earther, not a Christian flat earther, and Neil deGrasse Tyson. Did I mention that on the other show?
You did not.
No? Okay. So Neil deGrasse Tyson goes up to Eric Dubay, because they happen to be in the same room somehow, and says, what would convince you that NASA went to the moon and actually landed a man on the moon? And Dubay comes back and says, I want to see the equipment that they supposedly left on the moon. And deGrasse Tyson says, no sweat, no problem. Takes him over to his computer, starts dialing in to the website, brings up a NASA website that has the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbital Camera and the pictures that this special camera is supposedly have taken of the moon surface. And he shows the picture to Dubay, and Dubay looks at it and he says, I don't see anything there. They could have faked this. They could have made this, that, and the other thing. And Tyson gets so frustrated that he says, that's it. I give up. There's nothing that's going to convince these flat earthers. So I got curious, and I went to look at these photos at the NASA website. And I looked at them, and you know what? I would have had the same reaction that Dubay did. I would have said, this doesn't prove anything. Because all they have of these pictures, one of the pictures is supposed to show you the lunar rover, right? And all you see, literally, is a white rectangle in the place where the lunar rover is supposed to be. And Tyson's trying to convince Dubay that this is the lunar rover when you can't see anything of the lunar rover, no detail whatsoever. Now, I find that quite ironic when you go on, in comparison, when you go on Google Earth and you zoom down to your own hometown, and then you get closer and you can see your own house. You can actually see the tiles on your roof, and sometimes you can see the bushes and the trees in your own house, and you can even see your own car parked in the driveway. Okay. That's amazing that a camera hundreds of miles up can actually zoom in and see where I live. And yet this Lunar Reconnaissance Orbital Camera, specially designed by NASA to take photos of the lunar surface so that we can see what's there, actually shows nothing. There's not one piece of equipment that they show. All of it's covered by either white circles, white squares, or white rectangles. And so, who's pulling the wool over whose eyes here? So, I understand NASA can do certain things, but here's the bottom line. Because NASA may fib here, fib there, that doesn't mean they're fibbing about everything. That's a logical fallacy, you see. And that's something that you really can't take for granted. You have to understand that, we do live in an evil world. We do live in a world where people make up things to make money, to get fame, and all this stuff. But it doesn't mean that everything they do or say is a lie. You'd have to have a lot of proof for that. You just can't have some piece of evidence that says, oh, here's where they lied, or here's where they flubbed it up, and then make a conclusion of that, okay? For example, we have satellites, and Dave, we were talking about this Steve, talking about this the last time, at Lagrange point 1, which is actually 930,000 miles away, We have the Discover satellite there. Now we have the SOHO satellite there. That's 1 million miles away. At Lagrange Point 2, we have the Wilkinson probe out there taking pictures. But we don't need to be that far away to take pictures of a spherical Earth. All we need are actually weather satellites. Weather satellites are 22,000 miles above the Earth. And that is almost what? 2.5 times the diameter of the Earth. Okay, so the diameter of a spherical Earth is 8,000 miles. These things are 22,000 miles away. That's a pretty long way.
20 seconds.
Yeah.
20 seconds.
20 seconds. And they're able to take pictures of our spherical Earth. And as far as, the Earth moving and all that, well, I'm on your side, Dave. I'm a geocentrist. I don't know if they told you that or not, but I don't believe the Earth moves. I don't believe it rotates. I believe the universe rotates around a fixed Earth, and I can prove that dynamically, that is with physics, and also geometrically.
Okay. All right. Perfect. All right. Dave, next 10 minutes is for you whenever you're ready.
Okay. Well, you seem to say or kind of hint that, almost like there's some kind of problem with us flat earthers, that, we're looking for something to give our lives meaning or something. I didn't want to be a flat earther. Yeah. I didn't want to subject myself to this ridicule. Not only ridicule, threats of physical violence even. I wasn't asking those questions. Before I stumbled across a video, which wasn't a flat earth video, it turned out. It was just talking about scientific experiments. I wasn't asking those questions. I stumbled across a bit of information and I wanted to check it out. And it led to the flat earth. That was it. Now, you mentioned when I told you about the curvature or not finding a curvature and being able to zoom into to a ship that supposedly went over the horizon. Well, that idea of a ship going over the horizon to one's naked eye is a 500-year-old proof. It was the first proof that the Earth was a curve. Okay. So everyone would say, yes, you can stand on a beach and watch a ship go out to sea and watch the hull disappear first and then the mast. Yes, okay. So with our naked eye, yes, we all believed it because that's what we see. But now that we have the technology to actually look and see, well, no, that 500-year-old proof does not stand up. Now, you mentioned that, yes, you cannot see after a certain distance. It appears that the bottom of the boat is obstructed. But what you actually see, you actually see it with a P900 or any such camera. What you find is there's an atmospheric effect. I think it's called a fata morgana, where the top of the ship is reflected in a narrow band, which hides the true horizon, right? And you get a false horizon at the bottom of this effect, and you get an inverted image of the top of the ship. So it looks like, the ship is going down, especially when that fata morgana gets large compared to the size of the ship, as it gets further away. Then you see the mast get reflected, and it looks like it's just the mast. But literally what's happening is that you've got this atmospheric effect hiding the true horizon and the rest of the boat. We can see that when we look, again, zoom in on the last part of any part of land that's going into the sea. Yeah, if you zoom in it, you see this band giving the effect of floaty land floating over the sea. Obviously, land doesn't float over the sea. It's literally being reflected, and you've got the false horizon that looks like the sea, and you've got this floaty land above it. So no, that's, your ideas there don't hold up. Now, you also mentioned the gyroscope and the pendulous vanes. Well, at first when I started looking at this, I didn't believe the pendulous vanes worked, but I looked further into it, and sure enough, I held my hands up that, those pendulous vanes could work, and they probably do work. But the fact that they have to use pendulous vanes prove that the gyroscope is rigid in space. Okay, so there is a static experiment. It's done by a guy called Rob Durham, and he has one of those high precision electric gyroscopes, and he sets it on the table, and its position is marked, and he sets it going for 6 hours. Now, in 6 hours, the Earth should have turned about 90 degrees, and so the gyroscope should move accordingly because it's rigid in space, but it doesn't. So again, that proves that the Earth isn't moving, and it also suggests that the pendulous vanes aren't actually being employed. Just because they have these pendulous vanes doesn't mean they're actually working when the plane is actually flying so-called straight and level, so-called straight and level. I'm trying to rush through my points here. I don't know what time I've got.
Okay, you've got 5 minutes left.
Okay. You also mentioned Coriolis effects on planes. Well, Coriolis effects, don't work on planes. When you fire bullets at long distances and artillery shells at long distances, well, apparently you've got to take Coriolis effects into account. But planes, well, they're in the air for much longer, and they don't take Coriolis effects into account. I.e., you don't fly north to go west. That's the thing. It's so conflating Coriolis effects and planes doesn't work. Another point, you said, this was a very quick reference you made about these Coriolis effects, and I can't remember how you phrased it, but allow a plane to maintain the same height above the Earth. Well, it's not. It's what's maintaining the plane's height above the Earth are the plane's control surfaces, which have no relation to the ground. It has only a relation to the air that it's moving through. So that's why if a plane was flying through the air, over a curved Earth, then if it was flying straight and level, it will, end up in space. It would have to dip its nose. I think if a plane is flying at 640 miles an hour, it would have to dip its nose more than a mile every minute in order to stay around the curve. But again, it doesn't. So again, you can't say, it sticks above the Earth because of some relationship it has to the Earth. No, it's again, it's its control surfaces that determine its pitch and its height above the Earth. Okay, you also mentioned about the moon landing and what would convince somebody that the moon landing was real. I would say that if there was a camera left on the moon that had 24/7 live stream from the moon, that would convince me. But for some reason, nobody in 1969 thought that might be a good idea. But there you go. You also said that NASA might make a fib every now and again. Well, no, NASA lies at every opportunity. As I said, every time you scrutinize any of their footage, right? You sit there long enough. Sometimes I've sat and watched NASA videos for 3 hours at a time. Right? You sit there long enough, you will see a mistake. You will see something that should not happen in zero gravity. You will see things like green screen glitches. There's one famous one that's came out recently where you see 3 astronauts and they say goodbye, but the camera lingers on them a bit too long, and all of a sudden their outline the colors bleed across all their outlines, and you see the green screen around the edge. Definitely a green screen glitch where they switched it off a little too early. There's tons of these things. Every time you look, you find the mistakes.
1 minute, Dave.
Okay, the last thing I'll talk about is satellites. I've got lots more to talk about them, but I'll just give one point. We can lie in a field at night, at midnight, and see satellites, apparently satellites going overhead. Well, I drew a picture of the Earth to scale and drew 2 lines around the Earth, circles around the Earth, one at 99 miles, the limit of the lower limit of low Earth orbit, and another at 1,200 miles. Well, you know, the 99 mile was like, you know, a few millimeters, and the 1,200 mile was about 2 centimeters. Right, so when the Earth is in shadow, so you've got the sun one side of it, the Earth is in shadow. Any satellite in that band, which is where most low Earth orbit satellites are, well, you cannot see them because they're in the Earth's shadow, and satellites don't have lights on them. So there you go.
Okay, and Dr. Sanchez, this will be the last 10-minute round, and then we will go into a open format discussion.
Great. Okay. Dave first started off saying that I either said or implied that he was doing this to give his life meaning. I did not mean to say that or imply that. If I did say it, I don't remember saying it. So I trust your motives are pure, Dave. And I would not try to stick that kind of label on you that you're just doing this out of, you know, fame or fortune or anything else. So let me lay that to side if you don't mind. Now, dealing with the ships over the horizon, you know, I find it interesting when flat earthers are confronted with this fact that ships eventually will go beneath the horizon. And then they will invoke the mirage effect and say that what we're really seeing is a mirage. I find that interesting because when the issue of looking at the Chicago skyline is brought up from the famous Joshua Nowicki photos, he saw the Chicago skyline from the other side of Lake Michigan at Grand Mere State Park. When the solution to this problem was brought up by Tom Coombs that it was a mirage, all the flat earthers were saying, "Oh, it's not a mirage. You know, you can't answer it that way because a mirage has 4 levels, and this is the Fata Morgana you were talking about, by the way. It has 4 levels, and one of them is inverted, so you can't use that because we see the buildings as they are, straight up and down, with no inversion at all. But then when it comes to the boats, well, the way the flat earthers explain the boats is what really happens here is a Fata Morgana, and you have the inversion, and that's what you're looking at. You know, so I find this kind of playing one side against the other a little contradictory and a little disingenuous. Okay, so now the thing about the boats is, I mean, to me, it's a logical fact that the further the boat goes out, or farther the boat goes out, let's say it goes out, you know, 100 miles. Okay. Are you telling me that you're still going to be able to see this boat with your P900? Or let's say we got the Mount Wilson telescope. That's a 100-inch telescope. And let's say somehow we mounted that so that we could watch this ship go out 100 miles. Now, if the Mount Wilson telescope can see out into outer space millions of miles, surely it's going to be able to pick up a boat 100 miles away. But the fact is, it can't. No magnification we've ever had has been able to see a boat beyond, say, 70 miles or so, no matter how powerful it is, because eventually that boat does go below the horizon and the story's over. Okay? That's the thing that you have to answer. Now, you talked about the gyroscope, and you says it stays in the same position, and I agree to that. Okay, and the reason for that is because the gyroscope is not being controlled by gravity. The gyroscope is being controlled by the Coriolis forces, and they have 3 directions to them. That's why it always stays in the same place. So, because if you're going to use a gyroscope, the natural question to ask you is, okay, Dave, what makes the gyroscope stand in one place while everything beneath it is moving? You don't have an answer for that. The answer is that it is the Coriolis force. Okay, that's the only thing left to control that thing, and it's a force that's orthogonal to the centrifugal force. So we know it has to be behind the gyroscope. Now you were saying that where is it here? You said the Coriolis effect does not affect planes. Well, that's exactly what I said. It doesn't affect the plane, it affects the gyroscope. What affects the plane is the gravity, the pendulous vanes inside that machine that keeps that plane level, that is at the same height above the earth. That's all controlled by gravity. The reason you don't see the horizon falling back, it happens very slowly. That was my major point, that the horizon goes back very slowly because the effect of the gravity on these pendulous vanes is very small. You can measure it in minutes, and you hardly see anything because the plane is moving so slow compared to the size of the spherical Earth. Okay, so let me just make that clear. Gravity affects the plane. The Coriolis force affects the gyroscope, and that's why the gyroscope can be in a different position than the plane is when the plane is adjusting to the gravity of the Earth as it goes around the spherical Earth. You said that NASA lies at every opportunity. Okay. Now, again, it's easy to make assertions like that. It's much harder to prove them. You can see bubbles in water chambers, and you can see green screens, and you can see all kinds of things that NASA does. They would claim that these things make their job easier, and they maybe don't care about, fudging it a little with a green screen because, the public already knows what the truth is. And so we can use a green screen and it won't make that much difference. To you, it does make a difference. To a lot of other people, it doesn't. But this whole idea that, that you have to have this position where NASA can never tell the truth. And that's an audacious statement. That really is. And I can see why you say it, because if NASA has one photo, just one out of the tens of thousands that they've made, but one photo is true of a spherical Earth, your whole movement, and I know you don't like to call it a movement, but your whole understanding of a flat Earth dies immediately if there's one photo. So I understand why you have to take this all or nothing position, because you have no other choice. Now, you're up against a lot of other evidence from other countries who all have weather satellites. Japan has it, China has it, India has it, we have it, the Russians have it. They all have weather satellites. They all take pictures of a spherical Earth. Nobody's taken pictures of a flat Earth. So now you have to include not only NASA in your boogeyman kind of look upon this agency. Now you have to include all the other agencies in the world. And I think I know what you're going to say. Yeah, they're all in a conspiracy together to control us, to make us slaves, all that. And all that sounds good, Dave. It all sounds great, Yeah, well, there's people in control, but there's a real world too. That's the other side of your story. And that is all these nations are in competition with each other. And that's why the Russians and the Americans were in competition to see who could put the first satellite up. And the Russians beat us to it. And so we got into the race, and we were going to beat the Russians. And that's why everybody thinks we have a fake moon landing, because they wanted to top the Russians. The fact is, these people are in competition with each other. They're not going to help each other. And this whole idea that they're in a big cabal, that everything they do is a lie and all this. Again, you have to prove that, Dave. You just can't take one or two instances and say, well, here it is right here. Here's an instance of a bubble going up in a water chamber, and that means that NASA lies every time. You can't do that. Okay, that's not the real world. How much more time do I have?
You have 2 minutes and 10 seconds left.
Okay. So while I'm here, and since I finished what you had said, I want to give some things for you to think about maybe in your next talk. And that is, I want to know what you do about the southern stars. You know, we have the northern stars, and then we have the southern stars. And the northern stars are centered around Polaris. The southern stars, Sigma Octantis, it was usually named the South Pole star. I want to know how your model fits in all those southern stars. I also want to know what you do with Antarctica. As we have customarily understood Antarctica as a continent, you have to believe it is at least a 75,000 mile ice wall around your spherical Earth. I want to know how you explain that. I also want to know how you explain how your sun and moon move. What's causing them to move? What's causing them to remain above the Earth 3,000 miles? What is causing them to move at different circumferences around the Earth to create the seasons? That is, how does the sun and moon know to start switching their radii so that they can actually start circling at the Tropic of Capricorn instead of the Tropic of Cancer?
20 seconds.
To create the seasons. In other words, I want to know the forces that are in control of your system. Where are they? If you don't have any, then you really don't have a system. All you have basically is a geometric system. And so I'd like you to answer that. I think that'll do it.
Yep. And actually, you could have just asked those questions directly because it's now open into the discussion round. But you can start off by answering one of them, and then you can take them point by point if you'd like. However you want to do it, Dave.
Okay. Right. Well, you talked about mirages. I mean, you know, mirages are inverted. Yeah, they're always inverted. Yeah, the Joshua Nowicki one, right? The weatherman explained them as a temperature inversion. Yeah, that's not what we're talking about when we're looking at boats at a distance. It's not a temperature inversion with light bending, you know, above on the layers of hot air or whatever. No, this is an effect we see every time, you know, close to the surface of, you know, close to a surface. We see that when on a hot day, a car is coming towards you on the road, on a straight road. We see that car reflected, you know, just the inversion of that car reflected in the road, you know, looking like it's going through water when there is no water. Yeah, that's the effect. We're not talking about this mythical effect that was described in that Joshua Nowicki thing. That was just made up.
Okay. If you think it's made up, Dave, well, there is a science of lenses and light and understanding how light bends, and it's called refraction. And that is a fact. Okay, that can't be argued with. The question we have is refraction occurring over Lake Michigan when Joshua Nowicki sees the Chicago skyline? Okay. Now, let me finish first.
Yeah.
Refraction is caused by a temperature inversion. Okay. We have in April and May is the only months he can see the Chicago skyline from the shore of Michigan. You can't see it any other time. The reason is because the water is a lot colder because we just got done with winter and the water has not warmed up yet. It's usually about 38 to 39 degrees. The air temperature, on the other hand, can rise to about 55 or 60 degrees in April and May, because we get some hot days and cool days in April and May until it actually starts getting really hot in June. In that condition, you're definitely going to have air refraction because all it takes is a cooler air on the bottom and warmer air on the top, and you have refraction. As a matter of fact, that refraction can be so severe that it will follow the curvature of the Earth. And that's exactly why Nowicki is seeing those buildings on the Chicago skyline, but cannot see them in other parts of the year.
Interesting, because funnily enough, since that news report came out, people have been sending in photographs of the skyline throughout the year. Okay, and two people, Rob Skiba and Rick Hummer, rented a boat, went across the Great Lakes from one side, heading towards the skyline, were able to see the skyline throughout the entire journey. Yeah, that doesn't happen on a temperature inversion. As you said, it takes very specific conditions to create this thing. These are seen. This skyline is seen throughout the year, and as I said, Rob Skiba and Rick Hummer saw this skyline throughout the journey, across the lake to the skyline. So no, I'm afraid that argument was moot.
All right. Well, I saw the video that Skiba made of that. Okay. Skiba set out to do one thing. He set out to show that the Chicago skyline at 46.7 miles was not a mirage. He was correct. Nobody argues about that. What we're talking about is when Joshua Nowicki is on Grand Mare State Park, 60 miles away, not 47. Okay. We shouldn't be able to see any of the Chicago skyline if the earth is curved, yet he sees that. That's the issue. Whether you see the skyline or you don't see the skyline. Skiba had a totally different issue to be resolved, and that is, can he see the skyline the whole way from 47 miles out to Chicago? Yes, you can. Nobody's going to disagree with that. But the question is, how much of the building does he see? Every time Skiba takes a picture of the building, the bottom part of the building is not in the picture. And the closer he gets to the Chicago skyline, actually the Willis Tower, the more of that bottom comes up from the horizon that he can see. I saw the video, and I deal with it in my book.
Indeed, but still,
different things.
But still, 47 miles away, you still shouldn't see even the buildings themselves.
No, that's not true. You won't see the bottom half of the building, but you will see the top half of the building. He shows the pictures. And every picture, the bottom is taken out, and only the top is showing.
Again, we'll have to. I'll have to somehow get this added in. But you shouldn't be able to see the buildings at all.
No, you should. At 47. That's
47
when you
miles. You shouldn't be able to see the buildings at all.
No, that's false. That's why the big deal was made about him being 60 miles away at Grand Mare State Park, because that's the distance you shouldn't be able to see anything.
Okay, but that also doesn't account for all the other pictures that have been sent in from all the way across the shore of the Great Lakes at different distances, different positions, seeing the same thing.
Yeah, well, I don't know what pictures you're talking about, because they're certainly not on the internet. If you can provide me one that's taken in December, where the water temperature and the air temperature are practically the same. And you want to say that because if that's the case and there can't be any refraction, and then you want to show me a picture taken from Grand Mare State Park that still shows the Chicago skyline, I'll give in. You win. Okay. If you can prove that there was no refraction, but you're going to have that hard to do, because I don't know anybody who's taken such a photograph, Dave.
Well, apparently Josh Nowicki did.
No. That was in April, May. Okay.
Okay. All right.
That's when the inversion is going to occur, because you got the disparity between the water temperature and the air temperature.
Okay. Well, that sounds like a nice experiment for somebody to do, just to disprove your words.
Okay, I think you ought to do it.
I live the other side of the world.
Okay. All right. Well, that reminds me of a video I saw that somebody sent me that you made. And you did a laser test across a body of water. I don't know where that was.
Lake Balaton in Hungary.
Okay. And you actually saw the laser beam go up instead of remain level or go down. I thought, what was your explanation of that?
Well, that is a weird effect, because it certainly wasn't the Earth's curvature, because what we actually saw was the laser go straight along, level to the surface of the lake, and then suddenly curve upwards, bend upwards.
So what does that tell you about light?
Okay, what does it tell me about light? That yes, it can be bent, and I actually explain that with there's an experiment done with a tank of water and somebody shooting a laser through it and adding sugar to the water. When it hits a certain density, that laser bends upwards. Was it bend down?
Okay, great. All right, so we both agree that light can be affected. Sometimes we don't know what's affecting it. Sometimes we do.
But
Well, you know,
let me.
With the Bedford level experiment that you were talking about before, I think the thing that led you into this whole area of flat Earth, you know, the first guy to do that, Robotham, had put the flags about a half a mile apart or a mile apart, I forget, and he looked out and he didn't see the light. He didn't see the flags going down. Okay, somebody else did that experiment. I think his name was Wallace, and he found that the flags actually were going down. And then a third person did that experiment and saw the flags were going up. So we have 3 different results from the one Bedford level experiment, you know. And this is the thing about science is you have to repeat and repeat and repeat these experiments to make sure that you didn't make any mistakes, to make sure that there's no atmospheric conditions that are going to ruin it for you. And then you have to have peer review of that, where somebody else looks at the data and says, you know, you either did or didn't do it right. You know, you just can't do one experiment and then make a conclusion.
We didn't. What we did was we kind of surmised that because Lake Balaton is a fairly shallow lake, especially where we were, that the humidity was so great, very close to the surface. We were like inches above the water. So we repeated the experiment, I think about 2 feet above the surface, and that's when we chased after the beam. Then, and we got, I believe, 12 kilometers out, and we were still seeing the beam, you know, level.
Yeah, you know,
we took photographs of the, you know, of the beam striking the back of the boat at the level, and every photograph was GPS positioned. So along with that video, there's a spreadsheet that is in the description, which shows the GPS coordinates, the reference to the picture, and you know, and where those positions were plotted on the Google Maps, you know, picture of the lake. So over 12 kilometers, we saw no curvature.
Great. Okay. One thing I would suggest you do, there is a website called Metabunk.
Yes,
and
that's why we did.
The guy who runs that, and he did there was another guy, Dr. Zach, who submitted his results of Lake Balaton, and Mick West, who runs that website, went over these. And now Mick West is, I mean, he's just top notch. As far as I'm concerned, this guy knows more than anybody about this topic. There's 26 pages of dialogue on that website, by the way, and there's probably about 20 pages to each page of dialogue. And so they go through the whole thing. And Mick West tells Dr. Zach where he made his mistakes and to go do it again. And Mick West was trying to be fair. He just say, look, I'll believe you if you show me the evidence, but here's where you made mistakes. And Dr. Zach agreed. And he's supposed to go out there and do it again sometime to see if he can correct his mistakes. One of the mistakes is, as a matter of fact, if you can't find the level of the laser beam and make sure it's level with the surface of the water, one little mistake at the site where the laser beam originates will exponentially multiply when you go 100 feet, 200 feet, 300 feet. If you're off just a micron from that initial point of the laser beam to where you are on the other side of the lake, their whole experiment is null and void because you haven't gotten the thing level first. And that's one of the things that Mick West points out. You may think you have it level because you have certain equipment, but even that equipment, if it's not set right on the ground, it's going to give you a false measurement. So in other words, there's so many things that you have to take into account when you're going to make a claim that this laser beam stays level over this water and is not affected by the curvature of the earth, especially when you yourself see the laser beam go up. I mean, what's making it go up, for Pete's sake? I mean, come on. The
density of the air next to the water.
Okay, so then it can go down too, right?
Right, but it was an optical effect because we in that image where the beam bent upwards, there was a kind of faint image of the reflection of the beam going straight underneath it. So it was a very just an optical effect, but which wasn't apparent when we moved the laser up 2 feet or so. Now,
okay, can I go on and ask you some questions?
Okay.
Okay, so with the southern stars, okay, now in the spherical model.
Well, I'll stop you. I'll stop you there. You know, I'm not like Mr. Flat Earth Hero. I'm just a bloke who's looked at this. I haven't looked at everything. Yeah, I don't have a model for the southern stars. Yeah, what I see of the southern stars is that you see stars moving the other way. You know, again, I haven't really looked into the southern stars. I've never heard people doing this. In my, with me, I've literally found enough evidence to say, that this is a flat Earth. I've moved on to other things. Yeah, I haven't spent time looking at every aspect of it. That's one of the aspects I haven't looked into.